You can do Zoom for free, you know. The
Yeah,
only
that's not. No, I'm talking about you watching you doing what you're doing and
you can
learning, looking to what I have to learn how to do. I got to learn Zoom. I got to learn Chat GP or one of those large model
well, there's
intelligence
you
systems.
can't catch up. You can't catch up as technology changes too
No, I
fast,
said
you
I have
know.
to learn it. I didn't talk about catching up.
You want to learn
I got to
something, right?
generate some capital here, right?
Well,
I mean,
well, like I say, if you got, are you doing this over the phone or you're doing some kind of internet thing,
right
right?
now, I'm not. I'm right now. I'm attempting to recover. I have no clothes, and I'm not clear that my where I had my clothes is protected. I have a check that comes in once a month that I don't have total control over. So I have to establish that. I had set up a system in which I was getting my finances together, getting ready to set up a trust for myself because someone
Yeah.
said they were going to do it for me and it never happened. Well, that didn't happen. And I haven't gotten back to the people who, the companies that were negotiating with the creditors and everything, even though I don't like I'm not clear that I like the method that they use to resolve the debt. And eventually what I'm probably going to do is go back to the different cards that I had and like give them the rest of the money that they negotiated out. It's a little complicated. But the deal is,
Uh,
right now, I'm having a challenge staying conscious long enough to get anything done. And if I put too much stress on my brain, I pass out. So we have,
you need an ally who's working with you, right?
I need more than, yes, I could use an ally because the people who I chose to trust, especially when I was going through the hospital period, put it like this: I'm in the hospital period right now, but I'm not in the hospital.
Right.
I'm going to have to go in the hospital again for a short period of time, hopefully no longer than 2 weeks, because I got hospital bills up the yin yang here, even though I have insurance. Um, it's just an interesting situation
Well,
as far
no,
as
no,
I'm concerned.
I'm not mentally distraught or disabled or, what do they call it, Alzheimer's or something. But I don't have, I had an accident about 5 years ago where I lost my ego.
Uh-huh.
It flew away because I realized that's like, what's the difference? The phenomena where you say, I thought of that. And look, this guy is doing the same thing I thought of. Nay, he's a millionaire, and I thought of exactly the same thing, whatever it is.
Yeah,
Yeah, you've experienced that.
whatever. It doesn't matter what it is. And
Right.
and
But
you know what's
everybody
even better than
experiences
that?
that, right? What?
What's even better than that is my attitude right now is, why do I have to go through all of this when
Okay,
there's
so
a better way to do it? People would make a whole lot more money on the whole.
yeah.
That
So
ain't the
this,
rule.
but you get a bright idea that, and then you don't do anything, and somebody else does something with it, right?
Yes,
So
yes.
then I realized about 5 or 6 years ago, I said, well, what do I care? The only consequence is if I did it ahead of that guy, then I would get credit for it. So what? They're not going to make a statue or anything. They'll spell my name wrong, and who cares? I don't care. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to become
Are you
famous or
getting the
anything.
benefit though?
Forget the benefits.
Okay.
I don't need the benefits.
As long as you don't care about that, then it's cool.
The benefits is to have time to go for a walk in the park,
Exactly.
watch TV, jerk off, do whatever. So, but so my ego deflated because there was a phrase. I saw this phrase in a art show somewhere, and my friend thought I invented it, so he made T-shirts with it, but it stopped. And the phrase was, "Your ego is not your amigo."
And that
That's
didn't sell?
Oh, I don't know what he did with it. He made a few T-shirts, but you really got to hustle to get things going. I could still do it, but anyhow,
Hmm.
so it was like, the ego is uh, an unnecessary, you know.
Not exactly, but just
Well,
about.
sometimes it's
You have
necessary.
to you have to manage it very carefully.
Yeah, but you got to be able to let it go. So I let it go.
Oh, definitely.
But you see, I'm married. So my
Yes.
wife, every time we go to the doctor, I
Hmm.
had some, as an example, I had on like a moderate level, I had some kidney stones removed, and I got to take medicine for my high blood sugar. But so my wife comes along because she likes to play um, medical advocate, and I don't hear that well, and I don't remember, and I don't pay attention. So she's there, so she listens, asks
Uh-huh.
questions, and she goes along. And whatever she tells me to do, I do it, generally speaking, in that aspect. She said,
Right.
well, take these pills first. Don't forget about that. Just do this one, you know.
Hmm.
And so so she's there for that. She's not controlling my life, but, say, okay, well, do it and email it to me, then I'll sign it. So she takes care of the things, but you're all by yourself. So you don't have an assistant. You don't have somebody saying,
I don't have
okay,
anybody I can depend on in that fashion.
you don't
No.
have anybody hanging around to say,
No, and that's
okay,
another thing that I noticed that when I do, by the time I take care of the body that's in the condition that it's in,
yeah.
day's over, man. The day is over. Like
Oh,
today, I got through maybe half of the things that I need to do for my body. I did a little bit of cleaning in my brother's house, who has been kind enough. Who does? Well, that's another longer story, but I'm hoping that he's willing to take over. See, my mother died last year, and my brother was supposed to inherit the apartment because it's a Mitchell-Lama co-op in New York City. There's a whole procedure that you have to do for succession, and I'm not sure whether my mother's stuff was in a trust. I'm hoping it was, but I don't know. I don't think
he,
he had to go to probate
does your
court.
does your brother know? Is he the benefactor, the trustor?
He's the trustee,
No, no, the trustee
yeah,
is
trustor.
I don't know,
Yeah,
whatever.
right. Yeah,
He's
the
in charge.
trustor. Right.
He's executive.
Yeah.
So then if it's in the trust, whatever in the trust, it's going to be easy. But even other things which are not in the trust,
Right.
I happen to be looking at this right now.
Uh-huh.
I've been watching YouTube videos just to get the background of terminology and what these guys talk about in
Hmm.
terms of living trust and probate and taxes or things
Yeah,
like that.
you gotta put all your stuff in a trust. You don't want to really go to probate court for
Well, no,
anything.
no, no. You don't put everything in, but you do put certain things in, and you have to figure it out. And then there's other things you got to do. Like let's say this is my next thing. Grace my is getting us supposed to do this. It's called an advanced health uh,
Directive.
directive. That's right, an AHD, and that says,
Yeah, everybody's supposed to have that power of attorney, and in your
yeah, and you got
situation,
to
yeah,
do
you need to
that so
do
that
that.
say, yeah, just give me some drugs and let me kick off. Whatever you want to say, what you
Right.
want. Don't You can give away my eyes, but don't try to take my teeth. It's not worth it. You could say whatever you want, and
Right.
you got to do that. And there's other things like that, but you
Right. You
do,
wanna
and
you do not resuscitate,
yeah.
um, feeding tubes on, you gotta. Yeah.
But you got to be careful. You can't say, do not uh, resuscitate my brother if he gets sick and goes into a coma. Let him die.
No,
Keep me alive. So you can do
you can
whatever you
only
want. You
do
can
it for
say what you want.
yourself, Ken. You can only
Yeah, I
do it
know.
for yourself.
So anyhow,
Um,
so
yeah. So my
anyhow,
situation right now is semi-complicated because I'm refusing to do everything I need to do in order to
yeah, well, somebody's got to make it
change
easy
it.
for you, see? So my wife, Grace, she said she filled it out. She says, look it over. You like it? Sign it. Don't change it. She just takes care of the
Right.
my I don't even read like when I read emails,
Mm-hmm.
I read about, one or two sentences or even news articles. And I go like, oh, this is horseshit. I don't even bother. If
Right.
it's a friend or if it's something, and then I read the whole thing. But there's so many stuff like with AI emails and docs, all kinds of crap traveling around. I'm not interested. And sometimes people start talking. Do you ever read a news article that starts off with like, it was a cool day in the August?
No, no, you don't want to read
Forget
those
about
because
that. I don't want to read that.
those are clickbait.
Yeah, I
Those are
just,
designed to keep you on
that's
for
right. Yeah.
10, 15 minutes if you don't read quickly.
Yeah, it always starts with like three young children murdered in a horrific crime by you'll never guess who. And then they start, and they're going to take 15 pages before they get to it.
Right.
So just skip it. But anyhow,
15 pages and 27 ads.
yeah, that's right. They're just playing a clickbait game. So, uh, oh, but my wife will go. She's not making click. She does Facebook. She does a lot of Facebook stuff. Whatever. But
Yeah,
any event.
I just sent you a video, a YouTube from John Mearsheimer talking about the Chinese.
Yeah, yeah, I've
And
seen him. He's the one. He's one of the guys that says China's about to fall over in 10 years.
no, no,
No.
he was quite impressed. They did a Navy move in one of the narrow channels in the Indo-Pacific, and PACCOM went berserk, and Australia redeployed its
Oh, I'm glad. I'm
military.
interested in seeing that. I used to be the president of an organization that was watching or reporting on human rights abuses in China,
Oh,
basically the CCP. But I didn't. I quit eventually because I didn't believe. That's like I've been to China a couple of times. It's sort of like you could look, you could criticize anybody. You could
right,
criticize any country. You could always go like, well, they wiped their nose off on a sleeve or something. They did this or that, or they killed 50,000 people. Every country has a black history somewhere, a derogatory history. And you've got to handle it. First of all, you have to be willing to talk to anybody and not just go like, they're beneath
right.
me. I can't talk to them. They're criminals. And number two, you got to be willing to deal with them because they're there. You can't just
Well,
go, they're detestable. So that's the people I
while
was dealing with, the
while
person
my
who founded
president is
it.
in office, and since
Yeah,
he has a problem with people who don't come from certain countries. Uh,
no, 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 no. He's himself. He's transparent.
oh
He's
yeah,
That's the thing about him that's really positive. He's transparent. He says, "I don't trust these countries. Don't let them in."
yeah,
And
but he's got a lot.
somebody else will take like 3 hours to say the same thing and not really
Yeah,
be.
but what if you're already here?
Well, no, no, no. That's now you're talking about what the policy is. I'm just saying he's transparent. I didn't say his policy
I
is
mean,
right or
did you hear
wrong.
the comment on,
But no, wait a
you
minute.
know,
Wait a minute. It's two different topics here. He's
okay,
transparent. He's very
I
obvious.
agree with you. He's
That's all.
transparent.
Yeah,
He's
that's a
been
big.
transparent. My challenge is that
It's very, very popular, very positive
since
thing
he
that is
since he's
transparent. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Mm-mm.
Well, like this new guy, Mandavi in New
Yeah,
York,
Mandavi.
he's fairly transparent too. He says, "No, I'm going to
We'll
rich.
see.
I'm going to tax the rich. I'm going to give free
No, he
daycare."
didn't say he was going to tax the rich. He did
He
say
did.
about the. No, he didn't.
He said
Because
two percent
first
tax on two
he
percent
doesn't have
tax.
he doesn't have the ability to do that.
Well, that's a different thing, but he's transparent about his intent.
Yes, I agree with you.
You know,
Go ahead,
he means it. He doesn't.
mom.
He's going to try. You know,
Yeah,
so that gave him a big jump ahead. He doesn't do political speech. He does like political rousing, rebel rousing. You know, it's
do you
about
think
time. It's
do
about
you
time
think
we squared this up.
you think Marjorie Taylor Greene's going to run for president in '88?
I don't know. I don't know anything about her. I saw her in an interview where she was reserved and not so wacko.
Yeah, she
On the
was
Bill
really
Maher,
calm.
the Bill Maher show, she was like, she did a good presentation for herself. She didn't get in an argument, and she was like, well, you know. So I don't know anything about her, but I mean, I
What's with
tend to.
Mars? What's with Mars and the Nigerians doing a genocide on the Christians?
Yeah, that's true.
No, it isn't.
Oh, come on.
No, seriously, it isn't. The numbers may be correct.
Boku Haram,
Bo-
Boku.
yeah, Boko Haram.
Yeah,
First of all, they're regional.
that's fine.
They're like Al Qaeda. They got that whole northern region. They've been jumping up and down, and that's not the government,
Right.
right?
They're the
They
guerrillas.
are a quote unquote Islamic, which they have nothing to do with Islam. Um, Group of fighters who have a certain uh philosophy, which right now I'm unable to tell you what the philosophy is. However, what they do is they terrify people, recruit the children, and they kill people. And
Yeah,
I don't know whether they're really high on rape, but the folks in Sudan are really high on rape. It appears that the rebel fighters, for whatever reason, are really high on rape and humiliation. There are probably a number of reasons for that, but whether it's Sudan or it's South Sudan or it's Boko Haram and they're not the only ones in northern Nigeria doing that. But if you look at the population, especially the Christian population, and how the government is supportive rather than it's just that they're incompetent, or the military is pretty much incompetent. Although they did get some kids back of the 300, I think of the 300 children that were kidnapped from a school. 50 were able to escape, and the army got back 100. So another 150 are unaccounted for. But yeah, they once again the quote unquote Islamic rebels, excuse me, in the north when they come on, give me a break. When they did one of the school kidnappings, they stopped by a church, wiped that out. You know, I just found out that when was it? I'm not sure whether it's during George Floyd or something else here in the United States. Like 5 churches were burned in the South. For what reason? I don't know. But it ain't safe at any speed, which is why you can't get all up in it, right? What I do is forget what you do. I don't know what you do. What I do is I look at my situation, I evaluate it with the information I have on hand, uh, first spiritually, then mentally, and then physically. And then I see if I'm willing, especially on the physical level, to do what's required to change the situation. Because the only reason the situation exists the way it exists is because of what I've done in the past. And so if I want to change it, I need to change.
Yeah, you're talking about whether or not you get bunions on your feet. It's things that are under your control.
Yeah.
You don't have any control over what's happening in Nigeria,
Not directly, no.
not even indirectly.
Yeah, I would probably debate you on that on a different
I
day.
mean, it's sort of like, well, we will look forward to, we're praying for you if you think there's some influence from prayers. But,
Yes.
which is to me is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. The president comes
Well,
along, 3,000 people got killed in 9/11. I pray for their souls. I want you to pray for them. That's what I want you to do. Don't interfere with government. Don't ask for an inquiry. Don't find out if it was an inside job. Just pray for the people and their families. It's,
yeah,
it's
well,
just, just stay
okay.
home, stay home and bend over and close your eyes and pray to God. That's it.
Yeah,
That's
well,
all you
see,
have to do. Don't get involved with the government. It's
once
such
again,
horseshit.
when they, if you understood the definition in my spiritual practice anyway, or what they call Christianity here, if for the most part, if you understood what that word actually meant, and if when people said that they were executing a prayer, uh, it'd be totally different. It's totally different than what you're thinking. Throwing up what is it? Throwing a Hail Mary pass. No, that's not what it is. That's not what it's meant to be. It's it's not what.
Okay, wait a second. Wait a second. Let's talk about this in terms of theological concepts. Okay, there's
Okay.
a God, there's God, okay?
Yeah.
And God is got unlimited abilities, okay? So
Yeah.
he knows everything that's happening, okay?
Yep.
So so you're gonna pray, and the best you could do in that thing is make God aware that you have a certain opinion about what happened and implore him to accommodate your concerns and do something that would be appropriate for what you're praying about. So you're going to give God commands. So God is going to, and if 500,000 people do it, it'll impress God. So you can lobby God and control him to what to do, or make a recommendation or give him information. Well, look, 100,000 people are crying. Doesn't that upset you, God? You're
No.
trying to lobby against God with prayer. And you can't do that because he knows exactly what he's want. If he's in control, if he wants to leave it up to randomity and say what happens, happens, and let's see how these guys react to it. And what do? They get down on their knees and pray. That's not really very constructive. And then, or he does, oh, if they're upset, I'll intervene. Or if everybody asks for a miracle, they'll get it. I'm not saying there's no God. I'm not
The
saying there
last
isn't
the
an
last
influence
one is
of prayer.
probably closest to what happens in my spiritual practice. You're a
Yeah,
child of the
yeah.
living God. And
Okay.
so if depending on what kind of a father you have a concept of, that's what the deal is.
Yeah, but
Is
then your
totally
concept,
benevolent, but however, You have
All
you have to
living
do it.
people. Well, let me get this just to understand. That's interesting. Do you feel all living human beings are God's child?
They have the ability to be if they want.
Oh, so the individual has a choice to select parentage of by God.
Right.
They can accept like accepting Jesus into your heart, that kind of a thing.
Right.
And so, but what if they never heard about him? Then they're in
No,
what is it?
then that's a whole different situation. That's a situation. If you never heard of
Yeah, yeah. I
the
just can't remember the name of it. In between heaven and hell, because they never heard about Jesus.
purgatory,
Purgatory, yeah,
no. And actually, hell is divided up into sections.
yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
mean, if you
Why?
look at the
According to
Greeks, right? The
wait a
Greeks
minute.
had paradise,
Yeah,
right?
no,
And
no, no,
then
no, no, no. The Catholic or the Christian hell and heaven was uh, put into segments by Dante
yeah,
when he wrote
but
it.
that's yeah,
Paradise.
that's the Catholic thing.
Yeah, that's where it
But
came from.
however, it was already in sections because before Jesus, there was no Messiah. In other words, if you're still practicing under the old covenant, if you're still quote unquote Jewish, then you haven't accepted the Messiah that was sent, right? You're still waiting for the Messiah to come.
Yeah, they didn't accept him as a Messiah. Yeah, but that's
Right.
the
If you
Jews.
reject
There's
Jesus
only
as the
about 12
Messiah,
million Jews in the world. It's not really significant.
no, the point is that the point is that if you reject, then you're still waiting for the Messiah to come. That's
Yeah.
part of your spiritual practice. There is going to be a Messiah.
Well, there's some Jews over where I live who think the Messiah, a different person came. He was the Messiah, and he's
Uh,
going to come back. I forget what they call him.
yeah.
Some guy with a beard and everything, a rabbi. So,
Are you talking about oh, what is that rabbi's name?
whatever. It's
He's
all just
part.
chick jack stuff. It's
I'm
not
trying to
real.
think of the name of the group. I think it begins with an H. I have to,
Hadassah, something like
no,
that.
no, uh-uh.
Yeah, yeah,
No,
yeah. I used to know it.
they're actually a country.
Yeah, that's fine. But
They
in any
organize
event,
as a country in the United States. I mean,
stay with,
in Brooklyn.
stay with. I'm saying that
But the idea is Judaism and what later was called Christianity. What put it this way: Jesus was sent to the Jews as their Messiah. That was their Mashiach. What is that rabbi's name? He was so big in New York. That's probably who you're thinking of. Schneerson?
no, I'll get it in a second. 1 minute.
Look in New York and get the name of the group. It begins with an H. Hasidic. Yeah, they were Hasidic Jews, but the Hasidim is broken into two parts. One is the Satmar, who reject Israel. Uh,
Chabad, Chabad, and the guy's name is
Schneerson.
no, 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 no. This is it,
Closer.
Lubavitch. Chabad Lubavitch. That's the guy's name, and he got
That's the
posters
guy's
of him.
name.
And Lubavitch,
No,
Lubavitch,
Lubavitcher. That's
Lubavitch.
the name of that's the name of the sect.
Okay.
Because there's the Lubavitcher, there's Satmars, those are all Hasidim.
Okay, so here's a guy's name. Yeshua HaMashiach. I mean, this is all to
That's
me like,
Jesus. Jesus, you took Jesus, the Messiah.
yeah, yeah,
That's
yeah,
what you just
okay.
said.
So
So
this
if
is
you
all a
reject
narrative.
Jesus as the Messiah, then you have to wait for the Messiah who you
It,
think is still coming.
another guy named Bar Kochba. To me, this is all very harmonic to Harry Potter, or the other one that what they
Mhm.
shot. Oh, the one with the ring and the ring to end all rings. What was that called?
Oh,
You
Lord of
know,
the Rings.
Lord of the Rings. It's similar to Lord of the Rings or Harry Potter. It's a big long narrative with
Well, I tell
heroic
you,
figures and all of this and this is that and these
my
people are
experience,
major
my
magic
experience
people.
has been no,
Rabbi Moshe David, the Jews, the return of the Messiah. So they got the Jews think they got a new Messiah, and so they're not like pre-Christian and waiting for the Messiah or reject. Maybe they're rejecting Jesus as a Messiah, but some of them think they already got a Messiah. But I think
yeah,
that
but they're accepting Rabbi Schneerson as their Messiah,
it's so fine. Yeah, I know, and I've talked
and
with.
then he would have to come back just like Jesus has to come back.
Yeah, fine. That's
Jesus
right.
was only sent to the Jews.
Yeah.
The only reason that non-Jews are able to come into the fold, which then got called Christian, and before was bastardized by the Romans, so it could become the state religion, wasn't meant to be that way, right? The whole deal is because humans, having been created by I am agape, the Father Yahweh, better known as God, the Father, right? And the whole
According to Zelnick in on NGM, this is a big narrative. That's all.
well,
It's a
my
narrative.
experience has been that when I behave, when I'm obedient, things
Yeah.
go really well. And if you looked at them just quote unquote naturally, there is zero way that what I'm experiencing could happen without some kind of quote unquote divine guidance.
Well,
So
that's a conclusion. I understand that. But I
no,
mean,
I'm
the
talking
other
about
day I was reading
physical
one side. Let
stuff.
me give you a comparable thing.
Hit it.
Uh, uh, one of the Buffett, I think the guy's name is the richest guy, this old
Oh
guy,
yeah, Warren.
Buffett Warren or something, Warren
No,
Buffett.
Warren
Warren
Buffett.
Buffett. He says
He's
that
about
five
he's about
rules.
7 now.
He's got
He's
five
slowed
rules.
down.
He's got
Yeah.
five business rules that he follows through his life.
Uh-huh.
And they're all very obvious. Not, I don't mean everybody knows and follows them, but they're
No, but
simple. They're not complicated.
right,
They're simple. Only get involved with things you understand. Don't,
right.
and one of the best things in terms of the market was, and we're not advocates, we're not winners of big shots in the market, but it was like bulls who anticipate and promote the concept of stocks going up, they can
Hmm.
make money. And bears who advocate and invest in stocks going down, they can make money. The only people who lose money in the market are the pigs, where they only want to buy low and sell high. you
Right.
know. So that's a good
And
rule. Don't be, stop
don't
trying
be
to
a
hang
pig.
on forever and so forth. Don't be a pig. Take your profit. So in any event, there's lots of good principles and guidelines. I here's where I agree with you. Um, there's various cases that of, let's say, drug addicts who've been through rehabs and they revert and nothing
18.
cures
If
them,
you ain't been
nothing.
through if you ain't been through 18 rehabs, you haven't even tried.
Yeah, and it just doesn't work. Then they become born again Christians,
Mm-hmm.
charismatic church,
Yep.
and bang, They're done.
It goes, it works.
It works because, and the main thing I've found that they do is they say, why are you working so hard to make that each of your children will become senators or famous or something? Why are you doing so much for your husband? Why are you doing so much for the neighborhood? And the answer is always the same. I do it for the greater glory of God.
That's it.
You know,
It ain't for
so
me.
they're
It's because I'm
motivated.
told to do it and I'm doing it and I'm getting pleasure from doing it. And
That's
then when he
right.
tells me to do something else, I do something else.
There
And the
you go.
deal is that once you get out of the capitalist cycle and and capitalist justice, right? I even like the term mortgage, right? What is mortgage, right? Pay till you die, right?
No,
That's the whole theory. Mortgage.
no,
Look
no.
look up the word. Look up the root of the word.
Okay.
Mort is dead in Latin, and you owe till you die. That was the whole theory. You got the house, but it wasn't yours, and you kept paying on it until you died. Now there were as the economies loosened up on the workers, people were able to pay off their house. Very few people ever owned a house, which is what I noted. That very few people owned a house until maybe the 80s, and maybe as late as the 90s. And then they stopped that, put people back into prison, you know. So
Okay, so now I'm looking at the etymology of the word mortgage because it
yeah,
has a
what does it
conventional
say?
meeting that everybody understands.
Right.
You
What is
know,
the etymology?
I'm looking, let me see what the etymology says.
Mort is death.
Etymology, let me see if this goes here. Online etymology dictionary login. I don't want to log in. Come on.
No, go
Catholic
to
Jesus.
the Oxford will give it to you.
Okay, let's try that. This is Oxford definition.
I'm surprised the free dictionary doesn't give it to you.
Well, like you say, they try to keep you there. A legal agreement by which a bank or similar organization lends you money to
No,
buy
you
a
want to go
house.
to etymology.
Well,
Look for breaking down the word and
yeah,
what
yeah, yeah. I know. I usually do that. So, okay, it says it's Oxford English Dictionary. Let's see what comes up. That's what's taking me. I believe in this that you want to understand the word, you really have to go back to its roots, how it developed.
and the only reason I'm bringing it up is because somebody told me that.
Okay,
I know
let's
the
say,
Mort is death,
yeah.
and
Oh, this now he wants me to sign in. I'm not going to do that.
no, come on, be nice. See, they changed up. They make the stuff really challenging. Maybe it's designed so that you'll talk to your machine rather than that's something I'm gonna have to get used to doing more and more. Because
I used to go to a place called, wait a minute.
can you put in mortgage etymology?
Yeah, let's try that.
What are you using? Google?
Okay. Got to know how to spell etymology. Okay, here we go. Old French and Anglo French. The word mortgage, I think we got what you want, originates from Old French and Anglo French, combining two components, mort, meaning dead, and gage, meaning pledge. Thus, the literal translation of mortgage is dead pledge, which refers to the pledge that becomes void or dead upon the repayment of the loan or the fulfillment of the obligation. The term was used in the context of property conveyance as a security of a loan. So I'm going to loan you $100,000, but if you don't pay me back according to our contract, I'm going to take whatever you put up that I accepted as collateral for the loan. Your building, your wife, the car, a ring, gold.
Mm-hmm.
So if you don't pay me back within 3 years with interest once a month, then I can come in and seize the collateral. So that's
Right.
what it means that the pledge is dead once you've uh, paid back the loan, repayment of the loan or fulfillment of the obligation. Okay. So
Right.
that could be like, I'll loan you $100,000, but you have to, I get to travel around the world for 5 years in your airplanes or something. Some other pledge besides I'm going to pay you back. It says because on fulfillment of the obligation. So, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
So like if here you go. You can acquire the participation of a lawyer, something like that. Here's Alex. You can have a retainer for a lawyer. So this retained, I'm going to give you $50,000. That means for 5 years, I call you and you will answer my questions within a 48-hour period for 5 years. So after the 5 years are up and he's done that, then he doesn't have to pay me back. The debt, the money is dead. The debt is
Mm-hmm.
done. So that's mortgage. Not that you never own the property. But that's just a thing. That's not true. Mortgages is that mortgage facilitate your ability to be a capitalist and to own something or have control of something that you can't afford, like a
You
house.
you don't own anything until you pay off that bank.
No, that's not true. It's just not true. It's
Okay,
not true
explain
because
it.
I own it properties, and owning means you control the use of. And I can also, when I have
And
a
can the
mortgage,
bank come in and
no,
take
the
it?
bank can't, no, they can't take it unless I fail on the fulfillment of the contract that I agreed to, like monthly payments. And then sometimes they have right now, mortgages require you have insurance policy in place
Mm-hmm.
to protect you from earthquakes and floods or whatever is in the contract. So if you violate that, they can try to get it back. But if you're complying with the contract, no. And not only that, I could buy $1 million house with 20% down. And as soon as I've got that title, I can get a second trust deed and borrow another 50, 60, $100,000 on
Mm-hmm.
whatever equity is still available in the property.
Right.
Yeah. I just have to pay the second and the first, and so forth and so on. So it lets you become a capitalist, which means, you're full of shit and yeah, you're in big debt, but you look like you're rich.
You
So
mean like
anyhow, here's
Citibank?
Alex. We have to jump ahead, but we will continue this. So let me make sure this is
Ask
running.
Alex. Ask Alex. Did he see anywhere where that the admiral who resigned from Southcom, uh, supposedly because he refused to
Yeah,
execute the orders of
Hexa.
yeah, he didn't want to. Did you see that the guy gave an interview?
Oh, I haven't heard that.
I'm waiting for like all these people who've resigned or been asked to leave.
Hmm.
I'd like to see a forum, and I think it would be really helpful for the American people. I've been trying to
Yeah,
get someone
Well,
to organize
Well, he
that.
can
How
be
do you get in touch with
subpoenaed
those
by
guys?
Congress, definitely, to testify to those
well,
hearings.
I'm going to be a little bit authoritarian here because there's just this within the last 2 hours, shocking news has come up. So I'm going to go to a guy he's doing a podcast like we are doing. So I'll play on this, and
Right.
you'll see how shocked he is. But I have videotape of the event publicized by the Attorney General Pam, whatever her name is.
Well,
What?
Trump's
Bondi.
So let
that's
me
been
just go right to this.
superseded, Ken, probably, unless he's talking about what Trump just said, which is that we're
Yeah,
now conducting piracy,
right. That's
stealing.
it. Yeah,
That-
yeah. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look. And let me go here. Portion of the screen. Share.
Does anybody agree that that ship was actually involved in some kind of nefarious
Oh no, we're
whatever?
gonna find out. We're gonna
Oh well,
find out.
they're just making shit up now, Daryl, as the U.S. always does.
Well, that's what, as Alex always
I
accuses.
mean,
Okay.
doesn't
Let's see.
you know?
Let's follow this guy. Let's see what he says.
Okay.
Let's see how I get this going here. There we go.
Boat. Oh my gosh! And there's a helicopter, multiple helicopters, and military people rappel down from the helicopters. You've seen this, I know, but wow, guys, look at this. Look at this.
Is that like the
They're
Israelis
seizing
on the
the boat.
flotilla?
This
They
isn't
have looks like
fake.
long guns.
This is from Bodie, the AG.
Look at this. One of our viewers said Pirates of the Caribbean. Wow.
Yeah, well, he had the same idea we did.
This is U.S.
Here
taking
it
control
is.
of
Sizable. It's a pretty big ship. Look at that.
He
Yeah.
said it was the biggest ship.
Let's watch one more
I
time.
heard the president say it was the biggest oil ship ever
Well, everything's the
commandeered.
biggest to him.
Just to give you an idea
Everything's
of what we're
big.
talking about. I see
Daryl.
2 helicopters right there.
So I mean, he has no.
So here's a guy going over
Business.
some of the news articles about it.
The seizure was led by the U.S. Coast Guard and supported by the Navy. The official said the seizure was conducted under U.S. law enforcement authority. The Coast Guard members were taken to that ship by helicopter from the aircraft carrier USS Gerald R. Ford, the official said. The
The hell
Ford
was
is
the
in the
Coast Guard
Caribbean
doing
Sea
on the
after
Gerald
arriving
R.
last
Ford?
month in a major show of force, joining a fleet of other warships that have been
Yeah,
increasing pressure on Maduro.
Didn't we complain about this when the
The video we
Iranians
were
did
just
it to
watching,
Israel?
posted online by Attorney General Bondi, shows people fast roping from one of the helicopters involved in the operation as it hovers just feet from the deck. The Coast Guard members can later be seen in the video moving throughout the superstructure of the ship with their weapons drawn. Bondi wrote that for multiple years, the oil tanker has been sanctioned by the United States due to its involvement in an illicit oil shipping network supporting foreign terrorist organizations. Let's see here. Hold on a second. Hitting Venezuela's sanctioned oil business. Venezuela has the world's largest proven oil reserves, says AP, and produces about 1 million barrels a day. Locked out of global oil markets by U.S. sanctions, the state oil company sells most of its output at a steep discount to refiners in China. The transactions usually involve a complex network of shadowy intermediaries, as sanctions have scared away more established traders. Many are shell companies, registered in jurisdictions known for secrecy. The buyers deploy so-called ghost tankers that hide their location and hand off their valuable cargoes in the middle of the ocean before they reach their final
That's
destination.
not a legal designation. It just means they're not
This
insured
ship
by
is one
Lloyd's
of
of
the
London.
ghost tankers.
But yeah,
Is the U.S. going to seize other tankers? Are other tankers going to not want to carry the oil?
Well, he's not as a right.
Are you sure this is
Now other
oil? No,
countries going to
what Pam
start
Bondi
seizing
said is it's a
Western
true
oil
oil
tankers,
tanker used to
which,
transport
yes,
sanctioned
they
oil.
probably will now that we've justified it. If we do it, why can't they? So he's not,
Venezuela and
well,
Iran.
maybe he does later on, but he's not
She
going
said
to
it
the
was an oil
lodge,
tanker,
most
and
included.
given everything she said, it sounds like it would be carrying oil.
Okay, so I understand it's too tempting. You must comment. Go ahead.
Well, again, yeah, he's not the, I mean, I don't know, maybe it does, since it's a 2 hour thing, you might talk about later on, but yeah, again, is, he doesn't say the obvious, which is, yeah, that anybody else can do this now. And again, the Iranians have captured oil tankers on occasion. The Yemenis did it. Now the Russians can start, especially now that Ukraine is attacking their tankers, and somebody attacked one off the coast of Africa. Now they can, steal any, take over some tanker going to the Ukraine in the Black Sea. And so, I mean, it's, well, again, they think, oh, this is gonna, it's like this other, article I was seeing. It's like, oh yeah, that
Well,
Seymour
let me
Hersh
wait a
was,
minute, Alex. I have to
where
ask you.
he
Let me
says, oh,
interrupt.
the Iranians, they're about to collapse. They're about to have a revolution in Iran.
Let me mute you a minute, Alex. I have to ask you a question. You're stating your viewpoint as in terms of like the way you view the law and the world and what's right and wrong and so forth. But now instead of that, why don't you talk real politics? What do you think will really happen? Not what you think should happen or might happen, but what was likely to occur.
Yeah, I think other countries are going to do this. You don't have
Why?
to be,
What's the example for that?
again, Iran has done it. The Yemen did it. Remember, Yemen, that's what they were doing in the Red Sea to, any tanker that was going to supply Israel with oil. Remember that for that they were doing for several months.
Well,
So
that sounds to me like you're justifying why the U.S. did this to the Venezuelan. If Yemen can do it and Iran can do it, well, fuck them. We can too.
yeah, you can use that justification. I don't disagree with that. Again, it's just a dumb move on Trump's part, because again,
Well, again, that's your
he
viewpoint.
doesn't anticipate where this can go. And again, it's like, well, he's clearly acting like, yeah, nobody can do this to us, which of course is not true. Again,
Why is it not
and
true?
and it hurts. It also, again, people are pointing out again this kind of stuff. I mean, not this specifically, but when they were talking about, what was going on in the Red Sea, that, that makes the insurance for any ship. Well, actually, they were saying that again in terms of what's going on in the Black Sea. Now, every ship going into the Black Sea, has to pay more, for insurance, because they're not sure, that the Russians or the Ukrainians are going to attack one of them. So that makes it more expensive for both. That makes it more expensive for us. So
Okay, again,
our tankers, or tankers go to Europe or wherever, again in this region, are now going to have to pay more to, even
it's
if they're
out.
legal, because again, this could happen to anybody now.
Okay, hold it a minute. Now,
So
now
that's
stop
so
talking.
that
Stop talking. Stop talking. Uh, what do you think, Daryl? What do you think the consequences are? Not whether it's morally correct or stupid or anything. What do you really think will happen? Because the way I view it, the U.S. would say, come on, try to attack me. Let's see what happens. I don't think there's an example in current history in the last 20 years where anybody has seized control of a U.S. military. They may have seized control of a, a, a tanker with U.S. crew, but never with U.S. flag on it, because there's like U.S. crews, but the ship is registered in Panama. So, and then the pirates will get on,
Yeah,
and we saw a movie about it, but there's no example of a U.S. commercial vehicle or military vehicle after 1945 being seized by any other government or pirates. I don't think. Maybe I'm
that's because
wrong.
most of those tankers don't have a U.S. flag. almost
Yeah,
no
that's fine.
almost no ships still. We don't. There aren't that many U.S. ships. Again, yeah, like 80 or 90% of our gas gets shipped through not U.S. flag tankers. So
Right. That's right. So,
yeah,
so
so,
your statement that
so your
anything
your your
goes.
question.
No, my statement is there's no record of a U.S. flagged military or commercial vehicle being seized since World War II or blown up. So, so Trump, this motion, whether it's Trump or somebody else who's hypnotized them, made this decision, and they could say, and it being braggadocious and saying, well, go ahead, you try to do it to me. Let's see what happens. Because we have there's no doubt, or there's a big consensus that China has more ships numerically, but they're not as competent as U.S. ships. And nobody really would have the power to gain control of a U.S. commercial or military ship. So he's saying, go ahead. Let's see. I want to have a war with Venezuela. Let's go. He's trying to pick a fight. And maybe that's the purpose, is to get into a conflict so he can justify an air raid on Venezuela. It seems to be that's what he's trying to do. But Daryl, come on in. What's your viewpoint? I know you got something to say, Daryl. Okay. So you understand what I'm saying, Alex? Being
Yeah, yeah,
pragmatic.
but
Don't
he's you know
take
he's
a
trying to.
break. Take a break from criticizing Trump. Just take a
Oh,
break.
oh,
Have
it's
a take a take a take a Rolade or something.
why? Because you think it's good to
Why?
try to provoke a war?
I'm not.
No, no,
You
because we
I
think
want
it's
didn't
going to
realize I
to
was
talk about
muted.
benefit
something
the Aaron
else.
family if we
What?
go to war with Venezuela?
Okay.
You know,
Okay. Did you call?
Yeah, we called
What?
for. We want you to talk. I just lost everything. So whatever you see, go ahead. Start talking.
All right. I did just realize I was muted. I didn't know I was muted. I was
Okay.
talking. I think that it's a pretty silly thing to do since the United States, one of the reasons why you got $1 trillion budget is supposed to be patrolling and keeping the sea lanes clear from just this kind of nonsense. Okay, so now they're saying that by there, I'm saying Pat Bondi is saying that this ship is involved in something illegal. Is
No,
that the position?
no. Oh, the chip, yes. Violating a sanction. He
Who's
said he put it,
sanction?
U.S. government sanction, said
those
Oh,
are those
Iran
are
and,
illegal. Those are illegal under international law. Just the only valid sanctions, as Daryl can
so
okay.
tell
come
you.
from the UN.
Yes, exactly.
So
Oh,
I
wait a
mean,
So
second.
they're called universal coercive measures, and they're illegal by international law because again, only the UN can levy sanctions legally.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah. Look it up.
But how many
Yeah,
sanctions do we have in effect that are actually being followed?
literally thousands.
Thousands.
The U.S. has imposes the most sanctions of any, and it's what, yeah, so 1/3 of countries in the world we sanction, and some ridiculous percentage of the world's population.
What about the efforts that were made in the U.S. to ban trade with Israel? What they call it, BDS or something like that?
Well, if it
Is
was
that a
just by
sanction?
again, if it was not agreed to by the UN, yeah, those are illegal too.
Those
But
are illegal too.
boy, individual. Well, that's by sanctions are by governments. If it's an individual boycott, then there's nothing in international law against that for you to decide. I don't want to buy, something from Venezuela or from Israel, from any other country, or from a particular company. That's international law doesn't have anything to say about that.
But it's
So
against the law in the United States in many states.
Well, again, that's actually
And
illegal as well,
you
because
can
that's
lose your
against the First
and you can
Amendment.
lose your job
Yeah,
if you don't
oh,
take a loyalty oath to
right.
Israel.
Because whenever that's
And so people are trying to deal with
come up
that.
to with the Supreme Court, it's always decided that boycotts are First Amendment protected. But again, yeah, so all of those laws are illegal, again, by the Constitution, including all the state laws.
Yeah, but who cares about the
Yeah,
Constitution?
yeah, exactly. You're right, Daryl. Is what's because the state can still decide to do.
Okay, Ken. The deal
no,
is,
no, 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 no. I want to look. I want to do a very what do they call that? A fact check on what Alex just said. Only the UN can issue international sanctions,
They're
right.
illegal, yeah.
right?
If you're adhering to international law, yeah. Only the UN.
Let's
The
see if
United
that's
States
true.
doesn't recognize international law for the most part.
Can the U.S. Unilaterally
Now, dude, the search is international law sanctions.
assert
That's the right search.
an international sanction on trade without permission from the UN? Let's see what comes up. Then they corrected my spelling, but you don't care about that. Can the U.S. can unilaterally assert and impose. Okay, so here we go. I got to share this. And here it is. I shall read it for those who can't see it that well. Can the U.S. unilaterally assert an international sanction on trade without permission from the UN? It shouldn't be and, it should be on and assert and without the D. The answer is the United States can unilaterally assert and impose international sanctions on trade without permission from the UN. This is supported by Section 301 of the Trade Act of 1974, which grants the U.S. Trade Representative the authority to investigate and take action to enforce U.S. rights under trade agreements and respond to certain foreign trade practices. The USTR, which stands for the U.S. Trade Representative, the USTR can impose
Oh,
trade
how nice.
foreign countries that violate U.S. trade agreements or engage in acts that are unjustifiable or
Oh,
unreasonable.
okay. I had sweatpants though. Yeah. Okay.
Wait a second. I've got to, I have to stop that. I got to freeze you. Okay. Alex, you're still there. So I read that. Did you hear it, Alex?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So according to this Section 301 of the Trade Act of 1974, which grants the U.S. Trade Representative the authority to investigate and take action, okay, to enforce and so forth. Okay, so there it is. So your statement is not true.
Think
You
about what you just said, Ken.
what?
Who passed the law? And who's making the law? Who else
What?
is agreeing with the United States law in that instance?
Okay, let's find that out. Section the Trade Act of 1974. The question is the Trade Act
What international body is
wait a
recognizing
minute,
your
of
trade act?
1974 a U.S. or UN doctrine? And the answer is U.S. doctrine aimed at promoting an open, non-discriminatory, and fair world economic system. It was enacted to stimulate fair and free competition between the United States and I can't see. It's not giving me more. Oh, well, I'm not showing it to you. So it is. It's a U.S. thing. It's not necessarily the UN, but it's the U.S. so declared in 1974. So he can't be. So it can't. Could be condemned by the UN, and maybe the World Court could bring charges against the U.S. for seizing a Venezuelan ship, but it can't be brought up in U.S. courts because it's defended by that trade agreement of 1974. We don't think it's illegal. The U.S. government doesn't declare that it's illegal to issue the sanctions. I'm stopped there. That's issuing the sanctions. So that justifies or covers the issuing of the sanctions. That doesn't mean they have the right to seize a ship for violating the sanctions. That's another question. Say,
Yeah.
that's it. But I think personally, I think you have a. I mean, actually, we had major issues like this with the Bushes, Bush 1 and Bush 2. They just go the hell out there and invade a country because they want to. They invade Afghanistan, which had nothing to do with 9/11, according to the, because
Not
they
just,
wanted to.
not just Bush. Remember, Obama invaded Libya without, well, with UN permission. They're actually in that case, but that's because the Russians were dumb and didn't veto it.
Oh, is that the famous one where
Yeah,
Hillary Clinton said,
yeah,
"We
yeah.
came, we saw, he died," something like that? They just wanted to kill Gaddafi, who was running one of the best countries in that area, the most modern country, a
Most
successful
people.
country.
And now
Yeah.
it's there are slave markets there.
Now it's a slave market, right? Wait a minute, it's not as bad as it was
That
in the
that
U.S.
see,
The
wait,
slavery in Libya is nothing compared to what
what
was going
America's
on in the
done
U.S.
is that's a win for the U.S. It's a win for
Yeah.
the U.S. when we destroy a country because that helps us out. That sends a message to other countries that if you cross us, well, we'll destroy you. So
Are
that
you
when that
being Irish?
the U.S. operates, the U.S.
Unless you have
like a
unless you have an atomic bomb.
yeah.
You guys, you're being
No, no,
sarcastic.
no.
Not you
This
guys.
is
Don't say you
what we've
guys. I didn't
Okay, no,
say
no, no.
anything.
Alex is being sarcastic. You're just
like
being,
I said,
oh man, that's the U.S. is corrupt. They believe in destroying other
yeah.
countries.
Who's killed? Who's killed? The thing again that the Times did, their whole. I don't know if you saw this, Gerald.
Oh, I know, and you were a
Times did
historian.
that whole
Did
thing
you see
about,
what you?
we've been defending the free world for 80 years. The
Yeah, yeah.
U.S.
I got to shut you up. Shut you up. Goodbye, Alex. Alex, look up what Japan did to China. Alex, you've been muted. Look up what Japan did to China. Okay? Look what England did to China. Okay? Look what China did to Tibet. Okay? Look at what, what do you call it? The,
Look
uh,
what Stalin did
the
to the
Islamic,
Soviet Union.
the Islamic, you know, the Ottoman Empire. Look what they did to Portugal and Spain and Italy. Look at the history of the world. Don't tell me the UN, the US is the only one who's ever committed a
Well, the
crime.
last no, it's not the only one, but the last 80 years we've certainly done the most.
Oh, really? What happened in Yugoslavia? Okay, what happened in
We
Burma?
bombed Yugoslavia, and you know
What
what happened?
happened in Burma? What's happening in Burma? What's happening in Burma? Huh? What's happening in Nigeria? What's happening in Israel and the Gaza?
Uh,
What's happening in the
and
Ukraine?
it shows what little you know. Because in Burma, we're supporting separatists to start a war because we don't
Who's
like the
we?
Burmese.
Who's we?
They're
Who's
pro
we?
Chinese, and we're
Who's
looking. The Chinese, they want to bring oil through Burma if they if they have another war with us, or well, actually, if more likely if we start a war with them. So we want to cut that off that route. Again, they have a port there. So that's all about geopolitics. That's nothing to do with human rights or what we think of the Rohingya. We no no we Ken, the U.S. literally funds, in Pakistan, the U.S.
First of all,
funds
it isn't the UN.
to go
It's
out
not
and
the
fight.
US, it's the CIA, which is a
Okay, well,
rogue
look
group.
it up. No, we did. The CIA funds uh, Baluchi terrorists in Pakistan who tried to kill the Chinese ambassador to Pakistan,
Yeah,
and
that's fine.
they all the time they attack. Oh, what a coincidence! The Chinese Belt and Road Initiative projects, because we don't the U.S. can't, we can't compete in terms of, we're going to do infrastructure to compete with China. We can't do that anymore. We don't build shit. We don't
Are
build
you?
shit. So
Well,
we
then
can't.
I have to ask you a question to follow up here. If you're convinced that this is the most evil country in the world, why are you staying here? You're just trying to subvert it, or you're too chicken to go to Greece?
Like another,
Answer me. Why are you still living here?
because I don't want to, because I don't want to get bombed. Because if I go elsewhere, I might get bombed by my own country. If I stay here, at least so far, they're not going to bomb me. So
So
if I'm
you're chicken shit.
Don't hold
That's
don't
all.
hold your breath on that one.
Yeah.
that's going to come. Yeah, no, Trump.
You
That's
could
what
you could
ISIS
you
for.
could you
ISIS.
could be in a store next to a synagogue and
Yeah, you
right.
you know you Ken, you shouldn't be surprised when
You
the
ought to be glad you
ICE
don't go to
comes,
church.
ICE decides your wife is too much of a dissident.
No,
And
she
she's
doesn't
ready
believe
to
in all
be.
these conspiracy things you're talking about.
No. You should hear you saw, didn't you see the thing I sent you from the Washington Post about how now now they're proposing that they're going to look at they will want to make it so that anybody who's coming to the country, they're going to check their social media,
For
Yeah, I
and
don't have
five
a problem.
yeah,
years.
but they're going to demand people's DNA. That's
Yeah.
not a crazy invasion of people's rights. You
No, I don't think
we're this
so.
great country that's wants immigrants, and no, obviously the whole point of that is we don't want anybody, which is, as we know, again, that's going to be the end of tourism, which tens of billions of dollars. Why
Alex,
would you come? Why would you
I
come?
know why you're not married. You don't trust anybody. Thank you. You're just
Most
critical
people
of the
don't.
whole country that you're living in and
This is the
exploiting.
Washington. This is in the Washington Post, Ken. This is not.
So
I'm not
what?
making this up. This is what the Trump administration is saying. This new program again. Yeah, that they're
Well,
literally
what
looking.
you just
They want to look
described
at
to
the
me,
last 5 years of your.
what you just described to me sounds very practical. I don't see there's a problem with it.
You okay? Next, you go to China every so often. You,
Yeah,
you want it. You want to give your DNA to them.
I don't have anything to hide any more than you do.
Okay, and what if they decide to deny you Ken going there? They look at all of these videos and they're like, oh, Ken expressed sentiments that are not positive about the Chinese government. You've
Yeah.
criticized China, Ken. They can deny you the right to visit the country. You be fine with that,
What, China?
or they could let you fly in and arrest you and then kick you out to just fuck with you.
I don't think
That's like
so.
the
My
U.S. has
record
done.
is
The U.S. has
my
done that
record
to
on no,
foreigners.
I'm
Fly
my
into the
record.
U.S. They
If you I have to mute you because you keep talking. I can't answer you if you keep talking. I have a record of recognizing the reality of China as an actual valuable asset country contributing to the world's betterment. And sure, it has some problems. So does every country. And I don't find fault with them for what they're doing. It's different. Alex, if I got you to take your clothes off, I find lots of little moles and pimples and shit on you because you can do that with every individual in every country. You could always say, oh, look at this. I saw him wipe his nose on his sleeve once. And the other thing, he left the bathroom without putting the seat down. And that's what the press does when they want to attack somebody. Then they do that with Trump, or some people do it with China. They just find
Ken. Well,
fault. They just find fault. So I don't feel that's true. I know what's good about China and I know what's bad. And the same thing, pinning the U.S. country, the citizens, with the crimes of the CIA, which have been fully exposed on popular movies made in America. The whole scene with the cocaine coming into Panama from Nicaragua. It's all part of American theater, American cinema. This is a country where at least you can publish that. If you like it better in some other country, go live there. Jesus Christ.
No, that stuff is repressed. Only if
But you're insane. It's in the movie. How could it be called repressed? It's in the movies.
is
You
it
see it all the time.
does the when the New York Times and the Washington
The New York Times is corrupt. That's number one.
exactly, but they're who people listen to.
No, no, no. So stop making fun of the American people. You just
We're
Americans are
not making fun of
stupid.
them. They're this is not their fault. This
Yeah, you think it's all Republicans and it's
no,
only the
don't read.
communists that are good. What's the record of communism
Okay,
in Russia? What's the record of communism in Cuba? What's the record of
what's
communism in
this
Venezuela?
of government in Russia right now?
Huh? What's the record of
What's
Russia
Russia
right
now?
now?
Is it communist now?
It's being exploited. Yeah, it was
No. You
communist.
because you don't answer because you know the answer is no, so you don't have an argument.
Oh, you know how
We're
many
talking about
times?
something from decades. There is no Soviet Union. They're
Yeah,
not
yeah,
communists
yeah, yeah.
anymore. They're
I've
actually
heard
getting
that 100 times.
Putin
Everybody,
is
any
a big
criticism of
capitalist.
communism, and the guy says, that's not communism. That's not communism. It's
No,
not
it's
real
not a communist.
communism.
In
It's a
fact, again,
communist country.
Russia has a flat tax. Their income tax is a flat number, a flat percentage. That's not communist. That's the
See?
opposite. It's not even a progressive.
Well, okay, I have a question for you, Alex. Please try to answer honestly, okay? I won't mute you. Please unmute yourself. Just answer honestly. You have an opinion that Russia is not a communist country, okay? What would the government of Russia say they are?
Not communist.
They would say they're not communists?
Putin has said again, even though he's a member of the KGB, he says he didn't like communism. He says it's a good thing the Soviet Union ended.
That's the
He
Soviet
says he
Union.
only an idiot would want to recreate it.
That's fine. That's the
But
USSR.
you've just been again there that shows that you've been just inhaling the propaganda about it again. That
I
says, oh,
think
he
you're
wants to
refusing
restore
to
the
answer
Soviet
the question.
when
You're
he's
refusing to answer the question.
himself. I don't want to restore the Soviet Union. I don't think it was a good thing, even though
You're
others.
avoiding the question. You're avoiding the question. What would the government of Russia say is their political system?
They would say that they're a democratic republic, or I don't know what if they use republic.
Okay, let's see. Let's check it on the
they're a
internet.
democracy. They have elections. I mean, they're
What
not
political
a
system
constitutional monarchy.
does Russia currently claim to be following? Because you didn't want to answer this, so let's see what they come. Okay, you're right. It's a federal democratic state.
Yeah.
Russia's a federal democratic state dominated by Putin. Does Russia and the World Atlas, and that's what type of government is Russia? And then the World Atlas says that freedom in the world, country report. Okay, so
That's again, you're taking again what other people say, not what again the Russian government says.
well, I don't know. It says it's a democratic federal state with Republican form of government, characterized by semi-presidential republic combining elements of both. So if that's just a front group
That just
power,
means the republic means people elect the representatives who work
politics in Russia.
work to run the government. You know,
So believe it or not, I think you're right and I'm wrong. I thought they would call themselves a communist country, but no, they're calling themselves apparently a democratic republic.
Even China won't. They'll say they're socialism with Chinese characteristics. They won't say that they'll say that they're the Communist Party is in charge, but they won't say they're because again, read your Marx. communism can only happen after the state disappears, which obviously it hasn't in China or in Cuba. So those are, if you would talk to them, they wouldn't say again Cuba is a communist country. It's run by a communist party, but that doesn't mean it. That's different from saying it's a communist country. Again, communism only happens when basically, as Marx says, the state withers away. The state has to disappear for you to have a. It would be, actually more like some anarchist ideas.
What are the steps to go?
Just
What are the steps to move towards that? What's the step just before becoming a communist country?
Socialism.
Okay. So does that mean that the people who are democratic socialists or social democrats are trying to lead us towards a communist state?
Some people think that, yeah. If
What do you think?
Like Hayek, that's what he thinks. Well, he either fascism or he thinks what he thinks any kind of government is gonna, take us towards, totalitarian systems.
Who's that?
Frederick Hayek. He is a famous philosopher from
Frederick Hayek.
the so-called Austrian school.
What do you think?
What all the Neil?
Well, he may be famous to you, but the only person I know who's a political guru is you. What do you think? Socialism leap? Do you think the people who advocate for social democracy are trying to drive towards communism? Seriously, Bernie Sanders.
Bernie, no, he's explicitly no, he doesn't. He wants middle ground between
the guy in New York, Mondami.
Yeah, no, he's not. I mean, I know what he thinks privately, but according to
he's a social democrat. That's what he ran as, right?
Yeah, ran as a democratic socialist. Yeah,
democratic social democrat, same thing. So which
that's what he wants us to be more like.
Okay, well that's good. So I was wrong. Russia is no longer a communist party, but it's also, I've heard that many times, for countries that are communists or said they were.
That just shows how much you fall for the propaganda too.
No, I know what Marx said. I know what Marx said.
That's the U.S. government propaganda line for any they always throw that around for our enemies. Whether they say, oh, I'm sure they say the Iranians are communist at some point, and they, even though again, obviously, communism is against religion, so a theocratic system like Iran would not be congruent with communism. Are supposed to believe in no religion. Remember, opiate of the masses.
That's what Marxism said.
Well, all communism it's based on, it's a subset of Marxism.
It's a subset.
And yeah, all communist governments, I'm pretty sure, again, there are other forms of socialism, but all communism comes out of Marx. They all base their ideas on, even Trotsky. They don't, none of them, they're all, yeah. I mean, I can't think of any, well, at least certainly any government that thought itself was, or said, we're communists, ever said, we don't, we're communists, but we're not Marxists. Because again, communism that whole idea, yeah, comes out of Marx.
Well, they didn't understand.
That's why they say like, Leninism, Marxism, or, Maoist, Marxist.
Yeah, but they didn't understand communism because they would have recognized they can't be communist till they get through socialism.
Well, no, actually, a lot of them specifically talk about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they call themselves.
Is usually the label other people put on those kinds of governments. Not usually, that's not what they say themselves. Again, they say, we're socialist on the way to communism. Again, with the idea that communism only happens. Well, the other argument is that communism can only truly happen when basically the entire world is when the entire world is, communist parties in charge, then we can, because then they'll be in charge of the whole thing. So they can, just dissolve all governments at that point. So it can only happen again where capitalism worldwide is overthrown. But You want to hear here? You want to hear the other things though they want to do with this nutty ESTA? They want to have you submit, well, at least when feasible, have any travelers to the U.S. applicants would have to send a list of every telephone number you've called in the last 5 years, every email address used in the past 10 years, any IP addresses and metadata from what you've done on the internet for I think that's 5 years, iris data, fingerprints, facial recognition, and DNA, and other biometrics. Here, it would require applicants to provide information about their family members, including names, telephone numbers, dates of birth, places of birth, and residences. You want to give that to the communist government or any country to fly there. You have to tell them every family member you have, Ken, and all their personal info. Isn't that an invasion of your privacy? You don't care. You're just again, this is the Washington Post, not me saying this. This is, and of course, what this is again is about. Well, probably it's about suppressing anybody we don't like. We can if there's somebody for whatever reason we don't want to let them into the country, we can deny them entry. It's also probably again to discourage any immigration, but that includes tourism.
Okay, Alex, what
think,
this?
I think Europeans are. This is
One second. I got to stop you from talking. We want to have a dialogue, not a monologue. So anyhow, is this article from the Post? Is this hearsay, or is it based on a published document? Is it based
a proposed change to how the border,
proposed by whom? Proposed by whom?
The Trump administration.
No, who?
By CPB.
CPB. What is that?
U.S. Customs and Border Protection. They include the TSA.
Who? What person?
It's not a person. It's the government is saying they want to do this.
They put it out in writing, or because I think it could be hearsay.
No, it's not hearsay. It's in the Post.
The Post is just a newspaper article. Where did they get the report from?
The Federal Register, which reports things the government says it's going to do. So this is not, they're not just pulling this out of there.
Can I look it up in the Federal Register?
In that the government is saying, oh yes, we want to do this, because you post it in the Federal Register because this is a new executive order that is going to be implemented now, or blah blah blah. So
wait a minute.
They want all that is something they want to do.
How do you know that? I don't understand.
Again, there's an article. I said it to you. There's an article in the Washington Post.
That's just a newspaper.
Yeah. Again, like I said, based on what's in the Federal Register, which is a federal document that says this is what we intend to do.
Okay, Federal Register entry on new standards for immigrants.
Of reports that say, things the government says it includes laws, but it also can include things, this is what the government intends to do, kind of thing.
Okay, so there's an entry there.
Public comment about all this. So
there's an entry. I don't know what the Federal Registry is. It's a government
Federal Register.
It's a government entity.
Government publication that again, look, I'm sure. Wait, there's got to be a thing on it. Federal Register, not registry. It's a register.
It's Federal Register number 90, number 205, Mondays, October 27th.
Yeah.
Government info.
Understanding the Federal Register. Government, yeah. Here we go. I found it. Govinfo.gov here. Published by the Office of the Federal Register, National Archives and Records Administration. The Federal Register is the official daily publication for rules, proposed rules, and notices of federal agencies and organizations as well. Here, let me show this, Ken, so you can see it. You know, I'm not just. Give it a sec to start. Share.
Okay, so I'd have to look through this for number 90. Oh, it's a big, long register thing.
For some reason, it's not opening. Yeah.
Well, I understand it. So that
Here.
it seems to
Now you
me,
see this, Ken? Here.
I see
This
the
is
registry.
govinfo.gov here. This is what the U.S. government says it is here. Published by the Office of the Federal Register, National Archives, blah, blah, blah. The Federal Register is the official daily publication for rules, proposed rules, and notices of federal agencies and organizations, as well as executive orders and other presidential documents.
Right.
So it's what the government says it's doing, basically.
Well,
Yeah.
yes, but this item was speculation.
Proposed rule.
It's not an executive order.
No,
And
no,
it's
this is the CPB, as I said, that's proposing to do this.
CPB is
The Customs and Border Protection.
okay. It's a proposal. It's not put in writing yet, right?
Well, they're asking for public comment for 60 days, so that means that they want to. They're going to implement this because it's I guess it's a requirement of the federal government again that they seek public input. So they don't do that again if they're not actually going to do it.
Or unless they get a big
Like
backlash.
they give people we'll have a public hearing so that people can come and object, which I'm sure plenty of people will, because this is again, I can't think of something worse to basically discourage, well, first off, immigration, which they want, but again, this of course also is gonna what a European, or again, this is going to apply to Israel. What person in any part of the world is essentially going to admit to an electronic strip search? I mean, like if you did a literal strip search for everybody who came into the country at the airport, how many you think you would? What percent? A large percentage of people be like, "Fuck this! I'm not going into a country that's gonna, give me a strip search." I think you would agree that that's reasonable, right? I mean, yeah. Well, if you had to fly to some other country, but you had to consent again to being, strip searched by their version of TSA for you to get in. How many countries would you visit, Ken? Be honest. Just how many? Would you agree to that?
Depends.
Physical strip search when you arrive in Italy or wherever.
Well, if I was prepared, I'd have to lose another 10 to 15 pounds.
But just for tourism, would you go?
I just want to be physically look good.
Are you?
So to take
do you have some
pictures.
fetish we don't know about, Ken?
I'm not afraid of being naked, but I want to look good. You don't want to look bad.
Yeah, but a lot of people would say no to that, right? Again, so why would people agree, to when it's the electronic version? Like you have to again basically give them access to all of your your internet searches and so on, and of course they're promising, could they not if they had access to all your metadata, that's great stuff to blackmail you with, right?
Nope.
No, you haven't done anything weird on the internet, Ken? Never? I mean, you consent to having your entire, whatever porn you ever watched on the internet to be broadcast to everybody? That's not gonna.
And that includes the ones I produced.
Right. Yeah.
Look, the world's changing. Right now, you hear the news reports all the time. Your social security number has been stolen.
Yep.
All the files have been stolen. The NSA can read anybody's emails. The emails never disappear. They're in the cloud. Everything is known about you. The camera, the phone you have never turns off. It's always tracking you, you know. And so that's what the world we live in now. We have, gay marriage. We have transsexuals. We have all kinds of things that we didn't have 10 years ago, 15 years ago. So the world changes. So there you go. We got electric cars. You
Well, the
got
point is
cars
one
driving
reason,
around in LA. We got cars driving around without drivers. It's called WAMO, WAYMO.
right?
Nobody in the seat. The car's going.
Yeah.
But
Well,
still, they're getting claims of getting raped by the driver. I don't know how it
well,
happens, but
that the
that's the main reason that people are taking it because they don't have to worry about the driver raping them. So the world's changing. Look, anybody with us like me.
well, the question there again
I
is
could
that,
I could be producing a movie, especially now with AI tools. I could be making a world-shattering movie, number one, if I had the ability to do it. So the world's changing, so forth and so on. It must be changing every time you fly when you go to Greece, things are different politically.
and I'd like to
Even
have
in
some
Greece.
privacy.
In Greece, privacy is a fiction.
I
There
mean,
is no privacy
you don't,
anymore.
you don't, blab everything you do every day. You're not one of those people. So you, and I'm guessing your wife wouldn't want, wouldn't want to like, have cameras in your phone and, broadcast to the entire world 24/7.
Well, she's mostly embarrassed about me, not herself.
Yeah. Well, you probably should be, right?
Yeah,
What a,
got every right to be embarrassed about me. I used to have a hobby of embarrassing people. I enjoyed it.
oh yeah, when people go on, I don't have anything to hide. They don't have anything to hide until basically they start to do something that the government doesn't want them to do.
No,
Then
what I found out is the
use all
concern.
its resources to basically, make
Personally, I don't understand why they could claim anything they find on your computer as being illegal because you say, look, I have no control of that. You guys do at NASA. You could have loaded my computer up with donkey sex.
yeah,
What do I have to do with it? You could put whatever you want on the cloud. You could make a
right,
connection to me to
yeah.
a tyranny to blow up a building. What validity does it
Look,
have?
look what rep. Well, they don't even need that. They're gonna say, look at all these nuts Ken Aaron is has been talking to for the past 5 years or whatever,
These
going
guys,
viral.
these left guys,
Uh,
yeah. But
he's
I've got,
he's
I've
he's
got enough.
associated with a disreputable element.
Yeah, yeah. Trying to reform the unreformable. I know. So it's okay. It is like a religion. And the key point in the current religion of wokeism is the world's coming to an end. Climate change is going to kill all living things. The world will just be full of trees and
In
rocks.
May.
Yes,
This
absolutely.
time it
No, it absolutely will. It not may. It will happen.
it has
It
again,
has happened. It's over.
not from human. What
It's
do
a
you
belief. It's an
million
absolute
years?
belief.
We've had, again, go back into the geological record. You can, yeah, find periods where, again, mass extinctions because of
Oh,
for
yeah, I know.
climate change for different reasons.
That's acceptable.
Like the
But the
Permian.
concept now is the belief now is it's all due to CO2 and cars and oil companies. That's what it is. It's like a Ralph Nader religion. And
Exxon believed in it back in the 70s. Their own
right,
documents said that
and it's all the things you hear. So
it was
that's
based on their scientists, and of
the
course
big belief. So that's the
they have a
major belief.
they have a
And the
very
other
vicious.
belief is the Marxist belief that there's oppressed and oppressors. There's two basic classes in the world, and that's all there is. Everything is oppressed and oppressors. That's Marxism.
No, that's not Marxism. Marxism believes in workers and everybody else.
Okay. Yeah, but the workers are being oppressed by the bourgeoisie. And that's in the Communist Manifesto. So don't say it's not Marxism. That's exactly what the theory is. And, it doesn't
Marxism,
accommodate, so some of the oppressors are oppressed, and some of the oppressed
right.
oppress
But
others.
their bourgeoisie is not, the middle class we talk about today. Because again,
No, no, no. It's the
no,
landowners. And
go read it again. By bourgeoisie, Marx means basically factory owners.
yeah,
The
there you go.
are they? Marx doesn't mean like a small shop owner again.
Yeah,
A
yeah. Well,
shop
you're
owner
defending
means
Marx, but the point is
they're
he takes it,
they're
looks, the world is dichotomy. It's A and B, and that's all there is. Basically, the rest you can forget about. It's A and B. Forget about the guy who works in an orchestra. He
that's
doesn't
how that's
count.
the right that it's just the right believes the same thing again. They just have different categories again. Whatever version we're
So
talking.
everybody believes it, and that's what Marxism.
Capitalist believes that
Everybody believes there's right A and B. There's only two categories.
everybody had that's how most people divide the world up. Again, like I said,
You think?
including lots of capitalists.
Not the transgender people. They feel it's a gradual conversion from male to female. They don't believe in male and female. You know.
You want to
So
Daryl?
the token in terms of economics, not everybody believes it's either A or B. You're rich or poor.
Like I said,
Hey, come on. There's the third wheel here. Come on. What is it? Speak up.
well, Daryl was echoing.
Daryl, was that you or just background noise?
Let me look to see if my sound is off. Can you hear me?
Now I hear you. Yeah.
May have been background noise. I don't know. What
So
was the
what do you
question?
think? What do you think about what we're arguing about?
What are you arguing about?
Well, number one, I see Alex was right. I was wrong. I said Russia
About
consider about what Russia considers
hold it, hold
itself.
it, hold it. I got background noise. Hold it. Go ahead.
We're discussing if Russia considers itself to be a communist country or a
Oh
democratic
yeah, I
republic,
heard that. Yeah, that don't mean nothing.
and that they consider themselves to be a democratic republic.
Well,
And
I don't
now
know.
you don't know.
Well, I mean, opponents of Putin don't seem to be doing very well in the country.
So it's not even a democratic republic. It's a tyranny. It's a fascist
I think
state.
it's something that Mr. Trump is looking very seriously at and thinking good thoughts.
Uh-huh. Okay. And the other thing was, well, socialism leads to communism, but as you know, a true Marxist would never call themselves a communist because communism is only fulfills itself when everything is handled by the socialism and you can get rid of the state government and everybody just operates without any leadership or authority or hierarchy. That's communism. That's the final state, which nobody gets to. Nobody's gotten to except maybe there's a country in the Far East that has a national happiness standard instead of a national product. Instead of a GDP, they got a happiness PD or something. What is it? It's not Nepal. I think it's Nepal. They just try to work on keeping everybody happy, not making more money. So maybe they're the communist state. But in any event, so Russia doesn't consider itself communist, and neither do any of the other countries, like
But Ken, what I'm
North
more
Korea.
interested in is the people living in a given area
Yeah.
should have the right to govern themselves however they see fit.
Okay, so I've thought of that yesterday because people are talking about the sovereignty. People have the sovereignty for self-government. Now, in the United States, we had a civil war about that. The South wanted to continue to have slavery and secede from the United States. And the North said, no, you can't secede, and so forth. Like Lincoln said, they keep this country together as one nation under God, whatever. And I'm trying to think of where else Sudan broke up into two states, and that didn't work out. And Somalia broke up into two states, I think, didn't it? No,
Somalia
just
broke up
just
into
Sudan.
many areas of
But it's still,
confusion.
in
What
terms of
about
national law, it's still considered one country. But
what? Which one? Somalia?
Somalia, Somalia.
But doesn't, well, like Daryl just said, do you think that a select group of people in a geographic common area of Sudan, Somalia have a right to secede and self-govern?
If they can get the votes for it, yeah.
All they have to do is vote amongst
But
themselves.
again, that the thing is, again, that no other, no country with a functioning government has ever accepted that one.
There you
That's why
go.
we had a whole civil war.
There you go.
I mean,
Now, I couldn't give an
if Hawaii, as you should know, Ken, Hawaii was basically stolen. We
yeah,
didn't.
I know.
But so if the Hawaiians suddenly decided, hey, we want to restore our independence, and they have a referendum and they vote, you think the U.S. is going to leave Hawaii? They're going to leave their bases at Pearl Harbor, of
Well, they
course.
may get away with it. They may get away with
I
it in
mean,
Puerto Rico.
unless the Hawaiians have like an insurgency and force the U.S. government to leave, which
Well, what
probably,
if, wait a minute. What if there's 5 islands in Hawaii? What if
yeah,
one of the islands, Maui, said, we're just too cool. We're going to be our own government?
they can do that. Yeah, if you can
Think they get away with it?
a vote for it, yeah.
So we have a thing in the United States, which I don't know, most people don't recognize. I consider it socialism in America, which is gated communities. They secede from society. They put up a gate. You have to be a resident or a guest to come through the gate. They have their own pool, their own tennis courts, their own regulations about painting the buildings and when you go to sleep. And it's a private community.
Yeah, but the federal and state law still, or municipal law still applies.
Well, yeah, but they can
Don't you
establish.
don't you don't go to the condo board, if you murder somebody.
Uh, yes, but you can go to you can go to the board if you make noise after 11
Yeah, yeah.
o'clock, or if you don't clean up your garbage or you didn't
And
take care of the
Ken,
landscaping.
you don't live in a gate. You're
No,
just
I'm not. I'm still white trash. I'm not up to that. It's the
I
best
wonder
life.
why you're bringing this up.
Well, because I feel it's a form of American socialism that works.
Oh no, that's pure. That's pretty. I mean, most people in a gated community are definitely capitalists. They're not.
Well, you're just
They're not
jealous.
living.
No,
They're
no,
not
no.
living as a commune.
You're saying no. They are. They are. You're wrong. They share community halls, pools, tennis courts. They're living in a community together, and they're sharing at a certain level. And they have events.
And who are they?
And
Who
then
are they?
once a year, they have usually like a yard sale day in the central. They have a central park, and everybody brings their shit, and they let strangers in to buy,
All right,
like a yard sale.
but is the maintenance of the gated community,
Yeah.
that's all done communally. Everybody who's a member, does their part to,
No,
uh,
no, no, no.
maintain.
They hire patrols.
Yes,
They
again.
hire
Oh,
garbage.
they hire. Yes. Guess what's that? That's called, Ken. That's called capitalism. When you hire another person to work for you and pay them, that is the definition of capitalism. So you're
Oh, wait a
saying
second. You can't have socialism hiring people.
you can you can do that as well, but not as a worker owner, or worker
No,
subordinate.
wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. The people living in a socialist community, the washing machine breaks. So you have to get another member of that community to fix it. You can't hire a contractor or a plumber to come in and fix something.
Well, then you're working in the capitalist system again.
If you hire
If you're
somebody,
if you're
if you
the
pay
way
somebody, it's
it's
capitalism.
called a worker cooperative, Ken.
You're saying you can't fix the washing machine unless you got a guy who will do it for free.
Not for free, again, as part of the worker cooperative, where everybody's
You
contributing.
have to have your
Where
own
everybody,
mechanic.
whether you can contribute again, you can go repair the washing machine, but then that person should get a share of the surplus as well.
Okay, so that
And
person
it's
has to be a member of that community.
if
You
we were
can't
talking,
hire an outsider, right?
and again, in a socialist system, again, that some version of the government would be doing that. Again, because
Pardon
remember,
me?
in like the Soviet Union, or the
No, wait a second. So
Communist
there,
Party was the big boss.
wait a second. Yeah. Well, no, wait a minute. Stop it. The Soviet Union was not a communist. Stop it. Wait a second. Stop it.
Well, so
That's in
that's
a gated community. The governance is called the HOA. Okay, and they have elected members, and they have a head of the committee, and so forth and so on. And they can hire landscapers, and they can hire security systems, and they can hire plumbers, and they can hire a guy to clean up the pool, and they can hire a band to come in for performance. They can do everything with the outside world, and but there's still a community, and the support
yeah,
of
but they're
those
not.
activities are covered by the HOA,
Yeah,
or maybe
and
they
as
might
long as
allow individual
as long as
members
you're
to
hiring
do that.
people, that's not a communal living situation. Is the
Of
point?
course it is. You just
No,
have your standard, your arbitrary standard. You're
no.
saying is the only one.
Look about the classical communes, like in the '60s, where again all the tasks were shared.
Yeah,
And
no,
again, you
not
had
the dental
you had
work, not the
the
dental work, not the dental work. No, not the dental work. They didn't have their own dentists. Stop it.
no, some did, or they had their own doctor who was in part of the commune, right?
Yeah, not a cancer specialist. No,
No. Well,
they had
again,
a guy who
you
could
go back to
say,
the
they
to the
had a
regular.
guy who said, have some chicken soup, go to sleep early, take an aspirin, walk around the block.
And some strict communes did. There were, of course, were some communes like, we're not gonna participate in the rest of the world. We're
Excuse me.
just trying.
Why are you using a past tense to describe those communes?
Well, there no, okay, you're right. There are some that are still around like that, right?
No, I think the reason you use the past tense is they didn't work and they're gone because you can't connect. You can't. It's inappropriate to disconnect you from the whole world. Let's say you're living in a commune, but you want to go to your mother's funeral. Are you allowed to leave and get on a plane? That's not part of the commune.
Depends on the community.
So the major argument here is I'm saying, yes, gated communities are a form of American socialism. It's a solution they make to saying, we don't want any criminals. We only want people who can afford to live here, who are normal people, who don't do demonstrations. They're not going to block the roads. They're just going to live here and take care of the gardening and take care of the house, not make noise at night, not smoke in the street, not smoke at the pool. They all abide by the rules of the HOA, whatever they are, and that's a community, and that's the law within the regular law. So it's a form of socialism, and it allows people to have a secure living at a certain different standard. That's maybe not your standard that you have to be walking around in ripped clothes and sandals and singing kumbaya. Otherwise, it's not a commune. It's another version of communal living, is the gated communities. And they vary. They vary. Some don't let you in. Some have a gated community, but they leave the gate open. And they just have walls, so it makes it harder for people to come in and
Yeah.
rob. And it's different. They have
And do
different
do people
standards.
there tend to have money or not have money?
Oh, generally speaking, that's the first requirement.
Yeah, of course.
But not everybody has to be rich. Just the person who's making the payments.
Yeah.
So the wife and children can be defined as poor. They don't have to be rich. They could be uneducated, and nobody has to be educated. There was one that we were looking at seriously called Laguna Woods, down near Laguna Beach, which used to have, and I still think it does. You have to be 55 or older to live there. Okay. But also they have very strict financial requirements. You have to have 2 years of a mortgage payment if you buy a house, or rental if you're going to rent, and you have to have a liquid, you have to have an income, you have to do this. It's 95% Christian whites. I looked it up. But they've got horseback riding, tennis, 2 or 3 pools. They have a whole large estate, and they get buses that'll take you downtown. It's a communal living. It's a socialist form of living, where people say you don't just live in your apartment, you live in this community. You know, it's like living in a city is a very loose definition of community. You're New York, like you guys, you're New Yorkers. But you and every New Yorker equals every other New Yorker, except for those who you have gated entry. You have a gated entry in apartment houses. As soon as you got a guy
Yeah.
at the door, right? Only
No,
certain
some
people.
places.
Some
Here it's an
people.
I don't know where Daryl is, but here there's an electronic lock. You have a key
Yeah,
fob.
yeah. But I live in a. I mean, my brother has an apartment in the Vermeer. You know the Vermeer? It's on
I've never
Seventh
been that way.
Avenue, Seventh Avenue, right above
Oh,
14th Street. And they got a desk, and anybody who comes in, they have to announce it. They have to have the
yeah,
guy's
yeah,
name.
yeah. No, no. I've
That's a gated community.
visited friends and something like that.
That's a gated community, you know,
Yeah.
gated community. So that socialism lives in New York
Yeah.
City. It's
To
a
a lot
form
of
of
people would define
socialism.
that as socialism, but hey,
Of course. What else would you combine it as? They do or don't allow pets, you know, they do or don't allow
how's that
smoking.
socialist?
They could say no
Socialist is
smoking.
about in social well, in socialism there's some kind of whatever worker control by the workers.
What's going to happen when the robots come and you don't have to go to work anymore? Will that be the end of
I was listening
Marxism?
to
Will that be the end of Marxism, or the
Steve Keen
robots be
thinks
the
two-thirds
Marxists?
two-thirds of people are going to be out of a job. He's an Australian economist, and he's
Right.
been talking about this. He
So there
thinks
won't be workers. So
he's
what'll
saying
be
it's
the
already happening.
consequence? Yeah, what's the
Actually,
consequence?
I can pull up his video. It's pretty good.
I know, I've heard it. So what's going to happen if there's no jobs?
Well, you're gonna need UBI,
Yeah,
Universal Basic Income.
that's right. So will you have workers anymore?
Well, why do you have to have work?
Well, let's say you don't have work.
Well, again, that's the point. Well, either you're going to have, half the population starving to death.
No, 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 no. You got UBI. You got UBI, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, something like that. Yeah.
But then that's the end of Marxism,
Well, you
because
got
there's
to
no
there.
workers.
Um,
There's no
No, because it's
workers.
about distribute. It's about distribution.
Yeah, we're going to do that with UBI.
You can have work where everybody has a 5 hour work week.
No, no,
Or
there's no
again,
work to.
AI or robots do most of the actual, physical labor, and then each person contributes, some small number of hours of work because we don't have to. That's the point of what the point of what they people talk about what's the term automated communism or socialism, where again because of all these labor saving devices you don't need to do you can and then people can do what they want essentially, which actually
Yep.
there's an argument that's where you're going to get a lot of innovation when people aren't tied down by the fact having to have do some drudgery as work. They can pursue whatever passion they have.
Yeah.
It could be nothing but again that actually that they would people would do what they really want and would of course be happier, but also would accomplish a lot more than
Okay,
than being
but will it be the end of the workers,
a
right?
corporation.
They won't be working.
Yeah, well, again, that's, but yeah, that's, I mean, Keene argues that basically there aren't going to be any, clerical jobs anymore. That computers and AI are going to be everybody's secretary, or you're not going to need an assistant anymore,
Is this
or
a threat?
or
Is this a
to do
threat? Is it a
customer or to
threat
do
to
customer
Marxism?
service. he
I'm
says
just asking. I'm asking in a sincere way, not in a nasty way. Is this a threat to Marxism?
it could accomplish Marxism because again, it's when people aren't freaked out about having about needing to work, you know, you don't because in that kind of situation, you don't again if you have something like UBI, then you don't need to work to live anymore. You can
Yeah.
just do what you want, get or whatever. You can again as long as you have a fair distribution,
Equal, you mean? Equal?
somewhat equal. Yeah,
Everybody gets the same $40,000 a week or whatever?
you don't necessarily have to do it that way. Again, well, that's why they say it's a basic income. They don't say it's a universal equal income
Oh, I see.
because
So
again,
let's say everybody gets $800 a week and everything after that is variable.
yeah. Well, again, you can still work for more. That's
If you work for more, won't that create a hierarchy that defeats Marxism?
there's Marxism has a hierarchy. Marxism doesn't say there's going to be any hierarchy anymore. It
If
just says
everybody gets the
level
same
playing field,
equivalency, if
which is
everybody gets the
what
same
Keynes
amount,
says too.
if everybody gets the same amount, that's Marxist. But
Well,
if you
yeah,
allow
let's
people to earn more money, you're going to have a hierarchy. You're going to have a segregated society.
remember
You're
what
going to have rich and poor,
Marx
rich
says.
and poor.
Marx says from each according to their needs. So
Yeah.
again, that assumes some inequality. Marx doesn't say we're going to be totally equal. From it. I forget the first part. From each according to his abilities, each according to his needs. You know, so yeah. So how much you get again is all that system based somewhat on your production, your productivity.
How
So
does that,
and even
how
this,
is that,
so
how is
Marx
that
doesn't offer
evaluated?
for equality. He
How is
just
that evaluated? How do you
Marx
evaluate that?
doesn't want unequal exploitative systems where somebody has a
More
huge
than he
advantage.
needs.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
nobody should have more than he needs,
yeah.
right? And nobody should commit less than he's able, right?
I mean, is
Willie Mays should keep hitting home runs,
yeah,
right?
yeah. I mean, the point with that too, Ken, is again this idea that that the billionaires that they're actually worth the amount of money they have is to forget that all of that money is always based on again somebody lower than them getting exploited. They're taking again the surplus. Get to go back to Marx, taking the surplus value of what other people work. Elon Elon Musk isn't. He doesn't. In fact, again, he didn't even design his cars or his. All he does is he supervises. He's a manager in essence, but he doesn't actually do all the work. He doesn't he's not going around building a satellite or a Tesla car. He doesn't do actually probably doesn't do almost any physical labor in the day. But he's relying on other people doing that for him, and basically he's taking the value they add to his products and basically taking that himself. That's
That's
otherwise he would
capitalism.
go to make whatever $100 million.
That's capitalism, but you don't like that. I understand. But that's capitalism, or one of
Yeah,
the principles of
exactly. Yeah,
capitalism. But you don't like that. So, okay. So, but if there's, if who makes the decision that a person has a valid need or is contributing to the maximum of his ability? How is that adjudicated? Because I could get up and say, I smoked a cigarette. That's all I'm able to do. I'm done for the day. I smoked one cigarette.
well, again, with UBI, it would be some basic level
Yeah.
for everybody. In
What
fact,
about what about the
logical
work?
guy, even Elon Musk would get it too. Again, it just wouldn't matter to him because he's already got making or tens of millions of dollars a year. So it's a pittance to him.
No, he wouldn't be afterwards. That would stop that right away.
Well, they would, yeah, they would take some of his income
But who
probably for
decides those
investment.
things? That's what I'm saying.
Well, it's going to have to be the whole society, and the democratic our democracy to do that. I mean, again, like I said, other if you're fine with just actually, again, according to Steve Keen, we're going to lose about 2/3 of all jobs. So he's like, we're going to have tens, without something like UBI, basically you're going to have tens of millions of people literally starving to death because they're not going to be able to afford, that, and becoming homeless because again, there's no other in his opinion, there's literally no other way to support such a large unemployed population.
Okay, wait a minute. I
But
have
again,
to.
also, but again, and that will of course unravel the whole system because that'll mean they're not going to be consumers anymore. They're not going to be able to buy anything. They're not going to have any money. So how are you going to keep the whole our whole massive system? Who's going to buy your food or your iPhone? No, nobody's going to have any money from that in this when they don't have a job, right? If you don't have a job, you can't buy that iPhone or even enough food to feed your family. That then the whole system, then you have a real depression if you don't
Okay,
have. So again, his point is again that's
we'll
we
have
better
to. We'll
we
have to
better get on that first.
We'll have to reestablish the USAID and have the benefit go to the United States instead of other countries, because that's the situation in other countries. The people are too
Yeah.
poor to buy
Well, it's probably
food.
going to happen here first because we've gone the most extreme in that direction. Sure.
Yeah. I got to interrupt this conversation with a very significant point that we bypassed. Don't you live in a communal building?
No, I pay rent for
Yeah,
my
but
debt.
wasn't it, didn't you have to get in with a,
No, no,
lottery or
it's not a we're not a co-op or a condo. We're you know built the Stuyvesant town. It was built by MetLife in the 40s. Well, Daryl can tell you. They're like a bunch of theirs because again they originally, of course, they didn't want to let in black people. They MetLife built somewhere in Harlem, I think, uptown anyway. They built a similar, or I forget if it was the Bronx. I forget what it's called. Yeah, of course, eventually we became deseg, but no, it was no, you made an application. You still make an application now, though you have to be able to spend what $3,000 a month in rent, and you can't no, you can't buy your apartment or anything like that. So
so it's rental.
it's not a co-op or condo. No, but again, there's rent control and yeah,
Is there are there standards or rules, restrictions?
I mean, yeah, you can, like any other apartment in New York, if the landlord can, try and get you evicted if you don't pay, or like if you're, become some crazy hoarder who, it makes your, apartment unsafe.
But you can have pets.
Yeah.
You can smoke inside your apartment.
Uh, in your apartment, yeah, I guess. I mean, you're not supposed to smoke in the building, so I know. But I can't think of anybody who's been evicted for that. But yeah, you can.
Do you have
They can
air
definitely.
conditioning?
Sorry, say that.
Air conditioning.
You can get it or not. That of course has
You
to
can
be your.
put your own air conditioner in the window.
No, no, no. You can't do that. You have to go with the company that the.
Puts an air conditioner in the window.
Yeah, yeah. The I mean, there we have our own, and had, since I was forever, we have our own maintenance crew essentially. We have our own security guards who, work for the property essentially. Yeah.
They're subcontracted.
Yeah, essentially.
Okay, so it's not a commune.
No,
I
no.
take it back. I thought you were living in a
It used to be
community.
more of a community because you had, a lot more families and you know, a lot more kids than you do now. But yeah, they used to, for example, you were not allowed to have pets, although had one neighbor who would sneak her poodle in or out, who's still, who's I think dead now.
Could you
He used to
sneak?
work for the UN.
Could you sneak Daryl in?
You can
Daryl,
try get you can, you again, you're not people can people for a while were doing Airbnb stuff, but again, that's of course illegal under the rules.
because of rent control, right?
Well, no, again, that's just the rules
They
that
made a rule, no more, no more
the I
Airbnb.
forget which firm owns the property now. I don't think it's Tishman's Meyer. I forget who.
Okay, so I was wrong. I thought it was a communal place.
No,
Are
no,
there
no.
any communal places? There, I have a friend living on West Ninth, between Ninth and 8th. There's a big project around 28th Street, I think. It was built by a union. They have their own power.
Oh,
That's
you're
probably
talking
a
about
co-op.
Stuyvesant Village,
No, it's on the west side.
West Side,
Yeah,
Oh,
seventh,
yeah,
between
my
28.
seventh,
lived,
between
I
8th
forget
and
what it's
Ninth.
called. It's a co-op. It's a co-op.
Yeah, it's a
Oh
co-op. And you had
no,
a
no,
way,
not that. No, I don't know that one.
and he's got a great apartment. It's small, but it's got a great
You sure
view.
it's not farther uptown, like around
No,
42nd
it's
Street?
in. I know what he means.
No,
It's
it's
in the
28th.
20s, Daryl. It's in Chelsea.
So
Hmm.
that's like a commune, sort of. Because
Well, co-op is go well go. Richard is Juba is he lives up in he has a owns a co-op in Riverdale, up in the Bronx over
ah,
there.
And I'm staying in Co-op City, the largest
Right.
cooperative in the world.
okay. So anyhow, I think the next time you go to the suburbs or someplace where they have gated communities, get a look inside to someone. Take a
Oh,
look at it.
Ken, actually wanted well ask you. Maybe Daryl's been through this practically. Again, my dad has to. He's got to have some physical therapy. Since he broke his hand, now the cast is off, and they want him to get a. So, did either of you guys ever have to do something like that? Go for
Yeah,
physical?
I'm supposed to be doing it right now.
Uh,
I would look around, see
Have
if
them
you can
do
get
this.
recommendations
yeah,
for like from the hospital of
right.
special surgery or something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Because
Well,
there are a lot of
they
rehab
gave us
places
a
around, but
referral to give to whoever.
yeah, I would
Want him
talk to people
to do
before I picked
couple
a
times
place
a week.
because a lot of these places,
I got a plan for you. But I have to turn off the recorder first.
and you might
Okay.
even get somebody to come in,
Yeah, yeah,
Alex.
no, he can't. My dad can't really.
Go to the local porno store,
Probably gonna have to get
a
somebody.
place where they sell porn devices. Get him a girl, female with big breast doll.
Oh,
Have some squeeze.
I don't. My dad would like that, but
He'd love that. It's just got to be the right kind of girl. Just ask him. You want a
you're still
blonde or a
recording.
brunette? A redhead?
If you get somebody really good, let me know because I think I'm gonna have to go in for wrist surgery.
Oh yeah. No, well, it was. I mean, they didn't do any surgery. They. I don't know how old you are, Daryl, but actually they said, if my dad was quite a bit like 30 years younger, they might have considered surgery, but they're like at 80, 86 like him, they're like they're not gonna because one of the bones they said did kind of move a little, but it's like, well, it's gonna be a minor restriction of his movement after all this, and they're like, so again, it's surgery is just not worth it. So again, I don't know about you if with your age.
Well, I dodged surgery when I was 76, and now I'm 77,
Okay, so
and I
they would
haven't.
let you. They didn't want him to
I'm
do.
losing strength in the hand, and I haven't been doing the exercises I need to do. So,
Yeah.
What
but
about
I'm
that? What
looking
about
at it, and the wrist is well, put it this way: the hand doesn't look straight.
Compromised. Probably right.
what
It
about
doesn't look
that
straight.
suggestion I just made to Alex, could
No,
you do that?
That
come
doesn't,
on,
that
stop
if he's doing
that.
exercises, then that's, obviously it's not.
Well, if you do it, you got to give me credit. That's all.
Yes, I will definitely give you credit, Ken.
Yeah.
If I decide to do that, I definitely. But I would look into. As a matter of fact, I need to be doing it myself to be honest with you, because both of my hands are less than what they could be. I'll let you know, but I would call like places like
Right.
a hospital for special surgery, or find someone who's had a good result from someone who's doing the work. I mean, you might find even a chiropractor who has a physical therapist that can do it. Is he able to go out yet?
No, he has been. Yeah, that's not the problem. It's just
And see, he's ahead of me because I'm unwilling to. I'm still in the bent over stage in the walker. So I mean,
yeah,
if I pressed it, I probably could. But since I got an attitude, I don't see any reason to bother until I can get somebody in here. They were supposed to send somebody once I got out of the hospital, and they never sent anybody. And so I've been sort of free. I've been, what have I been doing? I've been working in my head a lot. That's what I've been doing. And, but yeah, I would seek out people who have had the injury and see if they, who they went to, um, you know, and you're saying visiting nurse service couldn't come to the house and do the
my
number?
dad's already used up all of his insurance with
Oh,
the,
see, this is see,
yeah,
now you just did it, man. I got to
yeah,
turn off the Zoom because that's a stupid answer.
yeah,
Yes, I understand it
yeah,
because I'm way past it. You want my medical bills? I got
yeah,
medical bills up the yin yang, and
right,
I'm supposed to have great insurance.
right,
So that's the other thing that once you retire, and if you have company, the company gets to make the decision. I mean,
yeah,
we don't
I
need
think
insurance. What we need is healthcare. You need to be able to go in someplace and get quality attention and then walk out, and it would be so much cheaper. And yet you can't get people to understand that so
be
that they
cheaper
would
for
get.
you, not for the doctors. Anyhow,
No, even doctors, look at what
the
they pay
doctors,
for
they'd be
insurance.
rich.
No, look what they pay
Treating
for
people for free.
insurance.
Treating people for free, they'd be rich. So anyhow, I got a question. Did you ever consider the fact that you're supposed to retire? You're supposed to retire. You get new tires.
Yes.
You
I'm
could.
waiting to get I'm waiting for my tires to get rotated.
There you go.
and Daryl, you don't get any health care through the VA since you served.
I kept saying I was going to convert, or they allow you to use the VA. First of all, I'm not clear.
We know you're not
I never
clear.
I I, I never figured out whether I was eligible or not. But I think I am. I
Uh,
just once again, it's another thing.
how,
I don't
how
want
many
insurance.
how
I
many
want a healthcare system that works.
yeah. I mean, I used to
Right?
still have a friend, or again, he's Alan. He, he's a Vietnam vet, but he also then he went to work for the VA. But again, he's
Uh-huh.
been out. He's been retired for like 10 years at this point, so he doesn't know what they're up to now. And the funny thing is, despite what Trump's doing to the VA, he still supports him. So,
He still supports Trump.
yeah, even though
Well,
he's,
once again, people are learning.
yeah,
Look at all the farmers. right? As a matter of fact, there's a YouTube video of the black farmers of America once again getting slaughtered, asking for a moratorium on farm foreclosures because by the time they get the money from the Trump whatever it is,
Yeah,
it's going to be too late.
yeah, for
It's
soy.
like people don't understand the reason that the Democrats should have held out is because people needed that subsidy before the 7th or the 15th.
Yeah,
I mean, it doesn't, once again, our ignorance is killing us. And because we're angry or we think it's cute or whatever it is, we keep voting for people who are basically incompetent and are lining their own pockets. And
no,
this definitely doesn't apply just to Trump. I'm
no,
looking at Mr. Obama
yeah,
more than anything else, especially that Libya thing. I don't think anybody who was other than a person of African descent could have pulled that one off. And I want to know what happened to the gold. Where did all that gold go?
no.
I know they didn't leave it with those three governments.
Well, they probably
However,
sold it off to somebody, yeah, or somebody grabbed it.
so how would I go about finding out how I could get in touch with all the generals and admirals
No,
who have resigned in the last or been denied promotion or asked to give up their promotion in the last year, 2 year or so to have a
you need to be
forum on
you
what's
need to
going
be a
on
good
with the
reporter
military.
to find them. And probably get a bunch of even them probably again just they just went to work for some defense contractor, so they're not going to talk. They cashed out like at that
But I mean,
rank.
did you see where they took the name of the first trans
Oh yeah,
uh ooh worked in what's the health thing with the military?
veterans.
Not in the military. I'm talking about the Surgeon General.
Oh,
Is
so
that?
Yeah, he changed his name from Richard to Rachel, and they changed it back to Richard.
But he has a right to do that.
Oh, and somebody has a right to change it back.
No, they don't.
Well, you don't think they should, but they
Okay,
apparently do.
Cassius Clay.
Cassius Clay changed his name.
yeah,
If I go into
beyond that
court
again,
and change,
somebody.
if I go into court and change my name, and you persist on calling me something other than my name, I think you're being very disrespectful.
So what?
Oh, okay. I mean, if that's the world you live in, that's fine. Okay. I'm looking for a place to go because it doesn't look like it's going to get any friendlier here, and I don't know if I can make the 3 years. And at the end of the 3 years, if they did JD Vance, maybe Hegschiff wants to run in 28. You think?
I think the guy who had that TV show, I can't remember his name now, the most popular radio show, not
Are
a
you
right
talking about
New Yorker,
um,
New York, big long hair, used to interview porn hookers and everything.
oh, I don't know.
Yeah,
You,
you
you're
know.
not talking you're not talking about radio, are you?
Yeah, yeah, on radio. He's like on AM
Yeah, I
radio,
know who
and
you're talking about.
yeah, I
Names
used
right
to listen
now.
to him because he'd always talk about personal things. It's interesting.
He made a lot. He's still making a lot of money.
Yeah, probably, and but he'd be a good candidate
For what?
for the presidency.
Oh, why?
Howard Stern for president.
Howard
Yeah,
Stern,
okay.
Howard Stern for president,
That
because
sounds good.
he's a little
I'm
bit
still
more
tripping on the Bill Maher video, so what do I know?
because Stern is more. weird than Trump.
Well,
More,
you
more shocking.
you wouldn't like him now because he's become like a super Democrat.
Yeah.
he's
Well, that's what I'm
he's gonna
saying
do
for the
all he's gonna
Democrats.
do all the woke stuff you don't like if he's
Yeah,
president.
but he could run. He could run. It'd be better than Kamala Harris,
Oh.
She'd run
Well,
He's
out of.
done.
he wasn't
He's
elected
told he ain't coming back. Ain't
Who?
nobody even looking. She had her chance. If she threw Biden under the bus, she probably would have been president. But if she wasn't willing to do that, it
No.
wasn't happening.
Yeah. Well,
No, you missed the point, but that's fine.
rather
Which
she was
point?
willing to say, hey,
She's a
we'll
coke addict.
consider
She
sanctions.
is?
I don't know all the new drugs, but she was like,
Oh, that. Okay.
Possible.
oh, because it is what it is. Wow. Totally stoned all the time. Well, it is what it is, right? Who the hell would want that as president?
Trump's
See, there was
probably
nothing there, like a hollow bag full of air.
At this point, I would much prefer a hollow bag full of air.
Okay. Some people have said that.
Only in the context that I'm unclear as to where President Trump is going, and
He
he's
looks
being
like
a little inconsistent.
he seems like he wants to invade Venezuela.
He's spending a whole lot of money. If he was going to invade, just go ahead and invade. How do
yeah.
you?
No, no,
I'm
no,
still
no.
tripping on what's the point in having a Coast Guard? I'd like to understand how that worked out. How the Coast Guard ended up on the Gerald Ford to do an interdiction,
Yeah.
and what kind of a boat they used
That
in
Daryl,
order to do it. Wow.
our Coast Guard, they have operated in the South China Sea. So, it's like all the
No,
combat
no,
commands.
that.
We consider the entire planet ours. That's what that's saying.
Well, I mean, that's what we were getting
No,
paid for.
they're
That
again,
was
we can
part of the
find this
deal.
too. Nobody's
That was part of the deal. We protect the sea lanes, and everybody does the SWIFT system, and the United States stays reserve currency.
Right.
Now,
You got it. You got it. That's the deal.
the idea is that, and all this stuff about, oh, they're taking advantage of us. That was all built into the system. We were creaming everybody, and everybody was like, oh, this is still a wonderful country. And you
Right.
say, are you freaking serious? You could die out here so swiftly, black, white, or indifferent, by the crazy police. And if you look at the numbers, the percentages are off, but many, many, many white people die by the police. And it ain't cool. And the only reason you need police is because you're not feeding, clothing, educating the population. I hear people talking about no, I shouldn't say people. People talk about gangs all the time. Well, why did children form into these units that they call gangs? Because they don't have families, and it's lucrative. So what's the point? You got a problem with drugs in your country, but you wanna blow up everybody else's country to prevent the drugs from coming in rather than dealing with a crazy population you got. Hey, that's the way it is. So when we decide to deal with the crazy population, it won't matter. If I put this way, Ken, if I put down fentanyl in front of you, right?
Yeah.
Are you getting ready to snort, sniff, smoke, whatever you do with it?
What do you think I am? Kamala Harris? Give me a break.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You don't want it because you don't need it because you're on a different trip.
Yeah, I might put
right?
it out. I might do something else. I stopped. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Me personally, I got a personal history, so you don't know it, but you wouldn't think that I would do it.
I got a
So,
personal history too. I got a
right.
personal history.
We
I
all got
stopped
personal
doing
histories.
drugs in the 90s, I think,
Yeah,
because I just said, what's the point? You know, I mean, you're only gonna go. I can reach those states now
right. Without the drug.
without the drugs. So the states that I want to go into, the other states, I tasted heroin once, man, and it was like, whew. I was in Thailand too, so it was pretty much 100% pure. And I said I would do this all the time, doing nothing but this. You know, it sort of
Addiction, right?
defeats the purpose. But the thoughts that you have while you're doing that, it's pretty alluring, especially when you have to come back
What
to
drug was that?
heroin.
Do you think that's what Kamala was on?
I don't know
How,
what she's
how does
on.
he know? Ken?
Well, did she
How-
behave in a way that was similar to the way you were thinking at the time?
Run
No,
that again?
I don't.
I didn't see her doing drugs at all. That was her personality, you know.
Remember
Yeah,
the drugs they found in the White House and they just went dead
well,
on
again,
them?
that could be. Yeah.
We have no idea who it was. It's impossible
When was
for us to
that? What
find
year?
out.
Oh, I was
What
on
year?
Biden.
You'll
Yeah.
never know who was. That's what we've decided. We cannot
I'm
determine who
pretty
did it.
That's
sure.
nonsense.
I forget.
Yeah.
Didn't I think Trump admitted to using
Trump said,
cocaine,
it was mine.
whatever biographies.
He left
That
it
he
for
didn't write.
Biden or what?
Yeah.
He left it for Biden.
Hey,
Yeah, it was
I just
surprising.
hope he gets through the next 3 years because he's starting that sleeping at cabinet meeting stuff, man. That ain't cool.
Yeah,
You know, I don't care about the rest of the stuff, even the rabid racism.
yeah.
You know, I can handle
Hmm.
a lot of that, but you know, the snatching people off the street, that ain't cool.
No.
You know,
No,
and then you make up
Well, oh,
stories.
Ken, you should ask Mike because Mike has theories about Trump using a lot of drugs. So you can ask
oh, he
him about.
does. Okay, hey, Mike, give us the lowdown on Trump derangement instead of Trump derangement syndrome, Trump drug syndrome.
Well, I don't know. I don't, Alex. I don't have any theories about Trump using drugs. I think he did, but so did a lot of other people. I believe, and again, I don't have any proof that he dealt drugs. Um, Back in the '90s, when his finances crashed due to his mismanagement of them, and then he got involved with, I think, some coke deals or something like that. That's what I heard from somewhat inside sources. Um, and yeah, he probably did drugs. I'd like to know what drugs he's on right now, because it's
At his age, he's probably on a number.
well, no, I mean the idea is that Trump
He's probably on metformin. That's the drug that most people get.
Trump Trump is he would go as far as social mores, whichever the wind was blowing, whichever way the wind was
No,
blowing.
he was really against drugs because of his brother.
No, his brother was an alcoholic. He was against
Yeah,
alcohol. Yeah, but he wasn't so much against drugs. When I say wasn't so much against him, he might have been against him using it. I don't know. I heard that he did, but again, this is all hearsay. Um, but uh,
man.
but
And
I heard he was
what
dealing
about
with
the food thing?
what?
Didn't he have a food thing?
Yeah,
Well,
he
Yeah,
he's a
and
germaphobe.
McDonald's. He
No,
only
I
eats at
mean other than
McDonald's.
that, I mean not quite as dramatic as who's the rich guy? Aviator. Oh,
Oh, Hughes. Yeah. No, yeah. He's famously a germaphobe. He doesn't like to shake
Yeah,
people's
that's what I
hands.
was thinking. That's what I was thinking. He's a germaphobe, right?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Well, yeah, Trump is a germaphobe, but people like that, I mean, are kind of selective. Um, it depends upon, they'll be germaphobes, but then they'll do something which is germ ridden, and makes him really susceptible. He's not a well balanced guy. Let's put it this way. He's very. I mean, there were stories that I heard that he was going in and out of gay bars. Right? Does that mean he was gay? But no. I mean, but he was going whichever. Trump always wanted to be. He wanted to be accepted on the cusp of things. He wanted to be popular. Popular with in certain circles. He's a very insecure guy, very insecure guy. I mean, I'm not a psychologist, but I would hazard a guess is to say he's a pathologically insecure guy. I mean, really, we're talking about somebody who uh, I mean, probably needs some serious help. But that's the way he was. He was able to function in society. But yeah, if he was put it this way, if I were a Republican, which I'm not, he would be the last person I'd pick to as a candidate for anything. He's just not capable of it. But as far as using drugs and everything, and you're talking about him going after drugs, the whole drug thing, the whole fentanyl thing, is just it's a MacGuffin, to use the film term. Okay, I mean, I mean, Trump and a lot of these people, most of the people in the administration, they probably don't even know what fentanyl is. Not really. You know, they heard a couple of sentences about it or something. And as for Trump falling asleep in meetings, I think maybe the country's better off if he's asleep at the meetings. But look, he's not he's not capable. He's not qualified to run anything. Everybody keeps on getting surprised. How could he do this? How could he do that? And something. He's the wrong man for the job. I mean,
I tend to disagree because he got the whole Supreme. He got six out of nine in the Supreme Court. He
yeah,
got
but
the abortion ban.
well,
That's a Supreme Court thing.
he
Uh,
only got three out
Go
of
ahead.
he only put in three out of the nine. And by the way, but Daryl, I'm sorry to interrupt. But let's put it this way. Bonzo could have put in, if he was told to, which three to put in, he could have put them in. And it wasn't like Trump sat down and said, which are the three most qualified people for the job. He basically was told. He said, okay, his main concern was just give me three guys that are gonna, do what I need them to do for myself. Protect me from, when I break the law, etc. But no, he
Yeah,
didn't.
but Mike,
He,
you think Democrats don't do this? They take advice from, well, again, we know that Obama chose his entire cabinet based on an email from Citibank that listed almost everybody that he actually picked. So,
well,
Obama follows
something.
orders too.
Uh,
That's not, it's
it's
just different orders from maybe different people, but it's true.
yeah, but the fact of the matter is, though, when Biden did it, he probably could put a little bit more thought, or at least political
Oh,
thought, into
probably, yeah, yeah.
it. And the fact of the matter is, Trump didn't either. And by the way, I've heard from you and a couple of other isolated people. Oh yeah, but the Democrats did the same thing. That's, I mean, I hate to say it, Alec, that you're just parroting what Trump supporters say. Yeah, but the Democrats did this. Look, okay, if you hold out for the perfect candidate, the perfect person to run the country, good luck. Your grandchildren will be dead by the time that comes along, if it ever came along. you just basically, we're in a situation now where we take the lesser of two evils, or, the candidate that might do some good.
Yeah,
But that's
Mike,
what the country's
Mike,
voting for.
earlier in the conversation, I recommended the Democrats put Howard Stern up
Oh,
because
something.
he's more outrageous than Trump.
Well, okay, so that's the qualification for being president, outrageousness.
Yeah.
Come on. I mean, I know you're kidding, Ken, but the idea is that, but that's the
Well,
type of thinking that's going on there. I mean, look at the
I would
people.
go with Howard Stern over the guy in
Donald,
California, Gavin
no,
Newsom.
that Howard Stern is not a politician. He's a shock jock.
I know that. Neither is Trump.
I mean,
He's not a
well, look,
politician.
let me ask you a
He's a
question.
real estate crook.
Do you have a doctor? Do you have a
Yeah.
physician, a primary care physician? How
Yeah.
about if somebody said, get rid of that guy and make Howard Stern your doctor?
No, no,
Okay.
no, no. Running the country isn't as important as my medical care.
Well, it isn't as important as your medical care. Okay, there you go. But that's the fact of the matter is that's a situation. I mean, you don't put somebody in because he's popular or he's famous or he can attract this. You're supposed to put somebody, you're supposed to put in the best man for the job, or the best man or woman, I should say, available for the job, or the best man or woman who could possibly get in, possibly get elected to the job. You don't put in somebody just because they're famous. That's what Trump is doing right now in the administration. He
Right.
puts in, oh, she's a good-looking woman. Put her in. Has she ever done? Does she know anything about this job? No, it doesn't matter. It's all television. It's
Yeah.
television. It's ratings. It's television. It's who looks good. It's the lowest common denominator. I mean, he doesn't even know. I mean, if he's putting actors in or shock journalists, they're not even journalists, just television personalities, he doesn't even pick the best of them.
Yeah.
He picks the worst of them. The least,
I think he did a better job than Biden did. I'll tell you the truth.
no, Biden, no, the only
In
thing
terms
that,
of cabinet, in terms of cabinet.
no, what, how did he do a better job? Look at these clowns. Come
Look at the
on.
guy. Look at the guy Botacek.
No,
Okay.
wait a second. Hold it. You may not agree with them. You may not like, but he knows he's somewhat competent at what he's assigned to do. These people are not.
Oh, he wasn't. He had nothing to do with transportation, and he didn't do anything effective. He was trying to put a thing about highways are discriminatory. They're racist, the way the highways are
Wait a
concerned.
second. Ken.
Botacek. I'm talking about Botacek.
He knew something about
I
transportation.
mean, he spoke English. That's it. He didn't.
That in itself is better than most of the people in Trump's cabinet. But the idea is, Buttigieg knew something about it because he ran a government, he ran certain systems, he ran something in which they had to deal with transportation.
Yeah,
These
sure.
people don't know how to do anything.
Yeah.
And the
Okay.
fact of the matter is, I'm not even talking about whether you're conservative, liberal, right wing, left wing. I'm talking
Sure
about
you are. Sure you are.
no. I'm not.
Yes.
No,
All of the cabinet
I'm telling
people
you,
that
Ken.
Trump put in was to
I'm
get
telling you,
rid of the
Ken.
DEI, and they're all
No,
doing that.
no, Ken. I'm telling you, I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about whether or not they're qualified to do the job. I
Yeah.
was no fan of George W. Bush. Okay, as a politically, okay, politically, he was on the opposite end of where I wanted to be.
Yeah.
Okay, but he did run a government. He had some qualifications to be president.
Which Bush?
George W. I'm not even talking about George H.W., who had more qualifications than his son, but I'm just saying at least
George W. He didn't run anything. It was Cheney.
I agree.
Well, you know something.
Bush had
something.
he had a trouble. There was a comedian. He says,
Okay.
"Isn't it amazing with George Bush? He gets this smile on his face when he actually completes a sentence. He's so proud. Ah,
Okay.
and then but Cheney was controlling everything. Cheney appointed himself as vice president in the campaign.
Okay, then let me pick somebody else
All right.
transition.
You don't like that example. And I can't say I didn't agree with Cheney a lot of things, but he did know his job.
Yeah, he was
Richard,
competent.
Richard Nixon. Richard
Well,
Nixon. I was certainly no fan of Richard Nixon, but whether or not he was good, I mean, he knew what to do with his job. Yeah, he did.
okay.
And he had people around him, some of whom were extraordinarily corrupt, but they they at least knew what to do with the job.
He
This
had
is
this guy, wait a minute, he had this Greek guy who had to resign from vice president.
that's Spiro Agnew, who was a
Spiro
jerk, but he had some experience. But now what we've got not even reality TV people,
I
unreality.
disagree. I disagree.
Oh, come on. Where are these people coming from? Look at who
Well, you don't like their standards, but I disagree that it's a terrible
get
cabinet.
their standards. I mean, I'll even give Stephen Miller, who I can't stand, and I think is a fucking nutcase, whatever, but I'll give him some points for knowing something
He
about what
got,
to
didn't
do.
he get his, he was instrumental in creating the 2025 agenda, right?
I'm sure, yeah, I'm sure he was father to
Or is a
the.
spokesperson for it. And they've implemented a lot of the principles that they set in that.
But what I'm trying to say is that the
So he was
vast
competent as a politician.
the vast majority of people in this in the administration are all they're fakes. They're smoke and mirrors. They're
This, so you
cartel.
say, I don't agree.
What do you mean you don't
Went,
agree?
I don't agree.
Name
Go over
one.
them one at a time. The press
Okay,
secretary is much better than the one that was working for
is she?
Biden, and I thought she was good. But
Yeah, she's a
this
real
other
good.
one is very good.
Tell me about her journalistic background.
I don't care about her background. She's literate. I understand her. She doesn't back off.
Well, she doesn't back off.
She answers the questions. She
I know
doesn't. She doesn't go. Well, we'll see.
she answers the questions. I haven't seen her answer any questions
Okay. Watch the press
accurately.
release. Watch her.
No. I've actually listened to her.
Yeah.
All she knows how to do, push back. But she
I think
doesn't
you're
do it.
prejudiced. I think you're prejudiced.
She doesn't do it in an intelligent way. No,
She,
I'm not
I
prejudiced because I'll tell you why.
why?
She is the reason that one of the primary reasons that I believe Trump picked her. She is a good-looking woman.
That's got nothing to do with it. But what
That's
I
right.
said, she was better
It
than the
should have
last
nothing to.
press. She was
No,
better. No, there was the one girl who quit, and then she went on to CNN, Penchaki or something. She was good underneath
okay,
Biden, I thought.
but,
Then they
but the
got the black girl who was put on because she was the only black lesbian they could get a hold of to be the press secretary. They
but she
wanted
was
to
a
throw. She
but
was
she
cheerful. I thought she did a reasonable job. You couldn't expect much from her, but she didn't
but,
have any credibility. I know
but
she had a record, she had a history, but she
Ken
wasn't that good.
Ken,
Yeah,
you're talking about a press secretary, right?
yeah,
Okay.
that's
What
important.
does that term mean? It's a press secretary.
Yeah,
That means somebody who deals with the press.
yes.
Okay. And for somebody who deals with the press secretary, traditionally, and I've known press secretaries before, they should have, and the ones I knew had pretty extensive journalism backgrounds and training as
Uh-huh.
journalists. Okay. This woman does not, if she does understand journalism, she certainly isn't showing it. She is not a press secretary. She's a propaganda minister. And you could say to a certain extent, all press secretaries are to a certain extent propagandists because they're putting out what the White House wants, but they have to have some understanding of the press, how to be a press person and how to deal with press people in order to get that message across. Just coming out there and making statements and then saying, no, that question's stupid or something. Well, that's Trump's line. But the idea is that just pushing back on that, that's not dealing with the press. and she's not giving out any information. She's not even making it believable. I mean, there are times when I wanted to believe her. I actually wanted to say, look, things can't be this bad. I'm looking for some good spin on it, that maybe there's something good out of this, and I couldn't get it out of her.
Okay, well, I respect your
Named
opinion.
somebody
I'm
else.
going to watch her again because I've always thought she was fine and she handled everybody and she didn't get, beat up by the press, which they were doing to the last one, the
Oh, I
black
hate to
girl.
say it.
You
I
know,
hate to say it.
where they just pound on them and say, but, answer my goddamn question.
Well,
You
wait a
know,
second. That's what the job of the press is.
no, it isn't.
No, no. They are supposed to do what they are supposed to get information. They are supposed to get to the bottom of things. They are
Yeah.
supposed to get the truth out. And they're going to push and then they're going to push to that. And a good press secretary not only realizes that, but knows how to deal with that.
They were
Knows
pushing
how to,
for an outrageous thing that they could publish, not for data,
wait a
but
second, hold on.
gotcha, gotcha, gotcha,
Do
gotcha,
you
gotcha.
remember do you remember John F. Kennedy's press conferences?
No.
We'll go back and listen to a couple of them. And he wasn't even a journalist. He was just an
Uh,
extremely bright guy and a very, very smart politician.
yeah.
But he handled the press, compared to now, magnificently compared to what's going on now. It's like night and day.
Well, he was a
Because
Democrat, and the press is much friendlier to Democrats than it is to
no, no,
Republicans.
true. Whoa, 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 whoa. That was 19. We're talking about 1960 to 1963.
Yeah.
1960 when he started running to 1963. Not all the press were Democrats.
Right.
Some of the press, you had a right wing press. We were just coming out of the McCarthy period. Believe me, no, they were not. It was not all pro Democrat, but he knew
Okay.
how to handle it. It was done intelligently. And what I see
Well,
coming in,
The Democrats can't find JFK today. They don't seem to have somebody like that anymore.
well, the fact is, what, no, okay, so maybe they don't, although I think Obama did a great job also.
I think he was pretty good in the
Oh,
press too.
please.
No, no, he did it. We're talking about press conferences now, Daryl.
His
I think
Yeah.
personality was very affable with the public.
that,
Everybody
in other
was a
words,
buddy. You want to invite him for coffee. He was a friendly guy, intelligent.
intelligent. And what I see coming out of this White House is a low degree of intelligence. As a matter of fact, when he does get intelligent people in there, they're usually gone. What's his
Yeah,
name? I just forgot his name. I always knew it. The guy who was in there for 10 days, who's now turned against him. Oh God! I mean, in his
Elon
last
Musk.
term. No, 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 no. Um, oh God, I can't think of it. There were a couple of people in there that, even though they were on the other end of the political spectrum for me, I thought they handled themselves very well, and that they were intelligent. They handled themselves intelligently. Donald Trump's not that bright. He was the idiot boy of the family. I'm not
Well,
saying he was a low level moron or whatever. I'm not saying, although sometimes he
you
acts
say he
like
was
it.
the idiot boy of the family. I don't know. That's just derogatory. The point is, it's not his
It's a
intelligence
relative
that
term.
matters, it's his
No,
competence. He
no,
gets
what do
shit
you think?
done. He got
He's
shit
got
done.
no,
He
no.
lies and cheats, but he gets things accomplished. He
Excuse
closed the
me.
border. He closed the border.
Wait, wait,
And
wait,
he,
wait, 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 Ken.
yeah,
He only reason he gets things done is because he's in a perfect storm. He didn't get a lot done when he was president the last.
that's easy to say. The
What
only
do you mean
reason
easy
you're
to say?
6 feet tall is because everybody else is 5'8". That's just avoiding
No, no, no,
a
no.
fact.
No, but if
Yeah,
you're
of course he won because everybody else was terrible because they all
no,
had
no,
a
no, no.
headache.
I'm not talking. No, no. I'm talking about the perfect storm.
Biden oped
He's
up
got.
and up
Hey,
the
hey, hey, hey,
border.
Ken. You don't know what I'm
And
talking about yet.
and
You
Trump
don't know what
closed
I'm
it.
talking about yet, Ken. I'm
Yeah,
talking about the fact that he's got the Supreme Court working his way. And
yeah,
of course, he's got three people on the Supreme Court. And then there were a couple of people that other Republican presidents got on the Supreme Court. So he's
right.
got the Supreme Court
Yeah,
locked up. I believe he's got the Supreme Court locked up pretty much. He's got Congress. He's got now the Senate and the House. So he's got the
So,
Senate.
so excuse me, when he ran in 2016, did he have the House and the Senate?
No, no. But what did
So
he
he
get
did
done?
better now in 2020 when people knew what he would do because they'd had 4 years of Trump. Then they
No,
had
no.
4 years of
Wait a
Biden.
minute. I'm
And then he
talking
had a bigger win in 2020 because the
no,
people
no, no, no.
said,
Ken, you're
thank
talking about
God
apples
put
and
Trump
oranges.
back.
You're not listening. That's not what we're talking about. You're talking about competence. He's getting things done.
Yeah.
If he was missing one of those factors, I don't know if he would have gotten half of what he's gotten done
You
already.
don't know.
I doubt it. Let's
He
put it.
doesn't know either. He goes and
That.
it's in his books and everything.
Yeah, well, he doesn't know
You push
anything,
for more,
and he never
settle
wrote
for
one.
less.
He never wrote one of his books, by the way. But what I'm trying to say is that no, he's not competent, and he's not that intelligent. But I didn't say he's like an
How
idiot.
many buildings? How many buildings say
I said,
Biden Incorporated?
I said he was the
Biden
idiot
built
boy
this.
of the
Biden
family,
party.
the idiot boy of the family. He was the
Yeah.
least smart person in his family. He
Well,
wasn't the
that's
one.
smarter than the most of the people in my family.
Well, I feel sorry for your family,
Yeah.
but then again, I feel sorry for your family anyway, Ken.
Well, you
Come
could feel sorry for
on.
anybody that's not, multimillionaire. The point
No,
is
I feel
he
sorry for
is
Speaking of
you.
whoever he
money,
is.
he's doing rather well in that area,
You think people support him because of
and the
his
family too.
viewpoint and his politics. No, people support him for the policy he's implementing. That's what they support. He's
Really?
trying to stop the elimination of Americans. Yes,
Trying to
he's
stop the
trying to
elimination
stop the
of
elimination
Americans?
of the middle class Americans.
Oh, really? Is that
Yeah,
what he's trying to do?
yeah,
Really?
absolutely, absolutely.
How is he doing? How is he trying to do that? I'd love to hear this.
He eliminate the DEI, which is saturated in all the universities.
Wait,
I
hold on.
just
How
saw
is
an
that?
article. I just saw an article that the National Teachers Union was pushing DEI doctrine in their social requirement for the syllabus of social workers.
Could you
That they
tell me
had to
what
come up with
Ken,
DEI
Ken,
answers
Ken,
and
How is that helping
CTR.
middle class Americans?
Huh?
That's what
CEI is not
Ken,
American. It is not
Ken?
American.
it's not American.
No.
What is it? It's from another country. It was imported from another.
Yes.
Which country?
Mostly German psychiatrists.
Oh, German psychiatrists. You mean
Yeah.
German Jewish psychiatrists, Ken? You're not getting
No.
into self-hatred.
No. 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 I'm not
German
a.
psychiatrists imported DEI. Germany is a
Germany and Italy, mostly Marxists. Marxism.
oh, the
But it's
Germans are
not
Marxists.
the Marxists. Yes, Marxists got a hold when they came over to the U.S. after World War II. They got jobs in colleges that trained college teachers. And that's
Wait,
what they implemented all
Ken,
these Marxist concepts of
Ken,
equity.
Ken,
Everybody should have the same plate of rice and beans.
a little
A
point of
hierarchy is evil, and white man is evil, and it's white privilege. All of that
okay.
shit.
A little point of information here. There were
Yeah,
Marxists here before World War II.
of course. There were Marxists before there were communism before Marxism. There was communism. There was communism in the U.S. with the labor unions.
Wait, hold it. There was communism before Marxism.
Socialism in the U.S. with the labor unions going on strike
Oh,
before Marx wrote his documents.
oh, okay. So
Oh,
going on strike
please.
is evil, is anti-middle class. The labor unions, you're
Yeah,
saying, were anti-middle class.
they were pro-workers.
And what are workers?
They
What
were
class
mostly
do they
blue
belong?
collar workers.
And what class do they belong to?
They don't belong to a class. That's communism. They were blue
You
collar
just
workers.
whoa. So you're a communist. You just
No, I'm
said
not
that
a
Trump helped
communist.
the middle class.
No, I didn't. Look,
You
yeah, I
just
said he's
said,
trying to protect the middle class, which is the average
okay,
American. That's right.
okay, the average American.
The, the,
So,
the full panoply, not just one category. The
okay,
rich,
so
the
how is he
poor,
helping?
Americans.
Is he helping them financially?
No, I don't know. That's up to the individual.
It is.
Yeah.
If the blue
Oh,
class is if the food prices in the supermarket double, is that the individuals to blame for
That's
that?
well, they're trying to handle that. That's all due to Biden. You know that.
Oh, sure. It had nothing to do with the
What
tariffs,
was
man.
the inflation rate during the Biden administration? What was
What's
the
the
inflation
inflation
rate?
rate now?
Huh?
What's the inflation rate now?
It's about 2%. What was it during Biden's era?
Three.
Hold it.
It was
It's three.
9%. 9%.
It went to 7, and it's only because there were a series of
Yeah, you're going to come up
very,
with
very.
excuses, excuses.
I'll
There
give.
was
I'll give you the
inflation because he printed money and gave it out. Right now, they're
That's
coming
not
up and
why. That's not.
demonstrating all
That's
the fraud that
nonsense.
existed.
Ken, get
Tremendous
a
amount of
real
fraud.
economist to explain to you how life works.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
need to get on YouTube and listen to some
Oh, I
real
know. I
economists.
understand. You can't let the country fall apart because of the pandemic that didn't exist. But you got to give money to everybody. So
The
whether they're
pandemic
Well,
working or
who
didn't
sent
not,
exist.
out the first checks?
probably Trump.
What do you mean probably? Now all of a sudden it's probably.
Well, it was, I guess, because the pandemic started in
He sent a
2019,
letter
2020,
afterward.
2020. We didn't get into office. Biden got into office in 2021, I
What do you
guess,
get out of
January.
people starving? That's the piece that I'm trying to
Oh, that's
still understand.
bullshit. That's bullshit.
Nobody's starving in the United States.
Show me the starving people in America. It's crap. I see the homeless people. They're overweight unless they're on drugs. Then they're skinny.
That
They
doesn't
get
mean
so much food handed to them by people and by the government and shelter and tents and everything. Nobody's fucking starving to death. They got food stamps. They got other
not
They,
for much
programs.
longer.
they
Not
got
for
Well,
much
food.
they
longer.
had. So don't give me this shit. They're starving to death. It's a lie. It's crap. Yes,
There are
certain
people.
people are starving to death. A woman who has a thing, what she refuses to eat, whatever that disease is, so she can die because she won't eat anything.
Oh
There are
boy,
people
you
who will
need help.
die for medical reasons because of diet, but
Ken,
it's not the population dying from starvation like they are in Africa. That's
Ken,
bullshit.
when was the last time you got out of the house?
Oh, I go out of the house every day. Come on. I
Well,
see
you got,
homeless people. I see people all over the city.
and are those homeless people? You think they're as well fed as you are?
Yeah, you got to look
Really?
what they're doing. Of course, they got a tent and another tent and another tent and boxes and shopping carts.
You're living
Not
in a.
not the ones that are on drugs. The ones on Sixth Street that are just drug addicts. They just eat whatever they can get from the garbage or what they get from the mission. The mission, they go to the mission, they get free meals, or people give them free food. I've given them free food. If
Have you
you
ever
got food
been?
left over, you hand it to the people, the homeless people, the poor people
Well,
living on the street.
that's good of you. But have you ever been hungry yourself?
Well, not every day, of course. Then I eat.
I mean, have you ever been hungry where you couldn't satisfy that hunger by going into the refrigerator, or by the time you get home there was
Sure,
something
if I've
to
been on the road hitchhiking somewhere or something, maybe I got hungry. But no, I've
eat?
never been destitute.
So, but do you believe that there are destitute people out there?
Of course, there are women who there's people, families got lost, went bankrupt because of medical bills. There's lots of people. There's a certain percentage of people that have had difficult times and traumatic events that have affected them, and they couldn't get any assistance from their family, and they couldn't get any assistance from the state, and so forth. Or they just arrived here, so they don't have any connections. They're illegal aliens. So there's
Uh,
lots of people who are like, distressed. That could
how is
be.
Trump helping them?
That could be. But the idea of saying, what about the people that are starving? You're talking about six people somewhere. It's
Oh,
not
six
like
people.
400,000 people or 40 people or 400 people are starving to death. Maybe 400 in the whole U.S. starving to
400 in the
death.
whole
It's so
U.S.
ridiculous. It's so
Okay.
ridiculous. You could go
400 in the
dumpster
whole
diving
U.S.
and you can eat. People do that. Dumpster divers. Haven't you ever seen those videos of dumpster divers showing, look, this is what I found. Look at the food they're throwing away.
Uh-huh.
You
And
know,
and you think that's a good idea for them to be eating
I'm
at a
thinking
dumpster?
that it's a lie that people are starving to death.
Well, you know something? First of all, Daryl didn't say they're starving to death. They're starving. let's put it this way. Let's use a different term.
Yeah.
They're food deprived.
That's just a euphemism.
Uh,
What do you
well,
mean they're deprived? They're also Rolex watch deprived, and they're also Nike sneaker deprived, and they're also color TV deprived.
yeah, but you don't need any of those things. You need food to live.
They're not deprived of food they need.
Okay. Are they getting enough food?
I don't know. We ask them. They
Well,
have to go get it.
how do they go
Or
get
they
it?
could sit on
Really?
if they sit on the curb, eventually someone will give them something to eat.
Oh,
But
really?
yeah,
So that's it. Well, I'll tell you what,
you
Ken.
live in New York. Don't you see the homeless people eating?
I don't see homeless people eating. No.
Okay.
And yeah, and I see a lot of homeless people, and I don't see them eating unless I happen to hand them some food
Really? Okay.
with eating.
You see
But
them dying to death, sitting there doing nothing about it. I'm starving to death. Unless somebody has the grace of a friend of, I rely on the kindness of strangers. If somebody walks up and gives me, otherwise I'm just going to die right here, and that's what I'm going to do because I can't do anything about it. I can't even get up and beg. I can't go to a store and say, "You got anything?" A restaurant, you got anything left over? Can I go in the back and see what got thrown out? They
first of all,
don't. They can't do anything about it. They're just starving to death. It's against the law for them to eat. Come
okay,
on.
Ken, I don't think you're living in the real world, or you're
I'm
not.
living in the real world. So are you. Go look at these people.
I have, and actually, I've talked to them. Do you talk
Take
to
them
them?
home. Feed them.
Do you talk to them?
Yeah. Take them home.
What? You take them
Bring them
home.
upstairs. Give them something to eat.
I give them something to eat out there,
Yeah.
and you said you do also, but not enough people give them something to eat. There are starving people in this country, Ken.
It's.
They're
I
out there.
know it's a romantic concept, but it's a lie.
Oh, that's very romantic. Sure.
Let's see. Let's
That's one
see.
of the
Let's
great
see how true it
romances
is.
to starve.
How many people? How many people died of starvation in the U.S. in 2024? Whoops. Why did it do that to me?
Now, why don't you try looking up how many people died of starvation in the U.S. in 2022 that we know of? That we know of. Because I hate to say it, but a lot of the people that died of starvation, if they died of
Okay, here
starvation,
you go.
probably wouldn't even know it.
Here you go. And it doesn't say starvation. It says in the U.S., approximately 1,400 deaths were attributed to malnutrition in 2022, according to preliminary data from the California Department of Public Health. This figure represents a significant increase from previous years, indicating a growth concerning regarding food insecurity and malnutrition in the country. So that includes people who died from eating ding dongs instead of eating any vegetables or fruits.
Okay,
Here's
and
one
so
from 2018. It was 9,300 deaths. So in
okay,
2024 or 2022, it was 1,400 deaths. 22,
okay,
1,400, 23.
and in
Uh,
2019 it was 9,300. This is from
Not
California.
93. Okay.
This is from
2018 to
California.
roughly. All right.
This is just California.
No, I'm looking about U.S. malnutrition deaths.
No, no, and you said it was a California. What were you? What
No,
was
I
the?
didn't say California.
You did say
U.S.
California.
Approximately 1,400 deaths in 2022.
And where was who put out those figures?
Uh, oh, yeah, it says the the Department of Public Health.
Uh-huh.
But it says in the U.S. were attributed to malnutrition. So they're giving it as a U.S. statistic, even though it's
Well,
coming from a California.
that's a bit confused there, but the fact of the matter is,
Okay,
uh,
here's another one. 10,000 people starve to death in America each year. Okay, so they starve to death. That's
mhm.
fine. 10,000 people to me is a very small number amongst 320 million.
So it's
And
a
I can understand that a guy is so stoned on drugs that he'll die of malnutrition. Because, let's say he's on coke or fentanyl or something. He's
Now,
not gonna pay attention to nutrition.
okay. Now, if you're talking about malnutrition,
Yeah, malnutrition is what it says.
how many people suffer from malnutrition?
I don't know. I suffer from the commercials that are on TV.
But
So I don't know
look,
how many
look
people
it up.
suffer from malnutrition. If I
Suffer from
can't get a chocolate covered macaroon, I suffer from malnutrition because I like
no,
them.
because they go to the doctor and the doctor says you're malnourished.
Yeah, they got a B12 problem, right? They don't have a good diet. They're eating McDonald's.
Uh,
So, or
well,
whatever.
well, in that case, Trump is suffering from malnutrition.
Yeah, right. But it's not of concern. 10,000 people die of malnutrition, but 90,000 die from fentanyl overdoses.
no, 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 no. How
No,
many
they don't.
people suffer from malnutrition?
Huh?
How many people in the United States suffer from malnutrition?
I don't know. I haven't talked to them. I don't know. If
Why don't you
if
look it up?
10,000 die, at least another 20,000 have a guess. 20,000
Yes,
have.
but look it up. I'm sure there's statistics for that.
Okay, wait a second. I want to see what 10,000 is divided by 320 million. 10, 1, 2,
Look,
3, divided
look at
by
how many people suffer.
320 million. 3, 1, 2, 3. That equals woo doo.
By the way, while you're doing this,
It's like it's 100th or 1,000th, 3,000th of a percent.
okay,
10,000 divided by 320. Okay,
let me
now let
just
me
tell you
check. Let's
something.
check the other thing. That's a good thing to check because
How
it's
many
like
people
stories
suffer?
are not that valuable, but statistics are. So the question is, how many
Well,
people
related
in the U.S. Suffer from
malnutrition.
suffer from malnutrition? Question mark. And the answer is approximately 13.5% of U.S. households experience food insecurity, which translates to about 47 million people living in conditions where they could not access an affordable, nutritious diet. This figure reflects a slight increase from the previous year. That was 2022, indicating ongoing challenges related to nutrition and food access in the country.
Right. Now,
That's
mal
another story. That's not homeless or people
oh no,
starving to death.
wait. Malnutrition.
Yeah,
Malnutrition can lead to other ailments. For instance, somebody, I mean,
absolutely.
to give you an example, if somebody's an alcoholic, they can have a heart attack,
Yeah.
right? They died of a heart attack. They don't say they died of alcoholism.
Oh, they don't?
Saying that people, if you're talking about people dying of, excuse me, food insecurity, malnutrition, or if you want to go starvation, if you're talking about people dying of that, then it's harder to pin down because they die of a heart attack or they die of an illness caused by malnutrition.
So, but would you call it if a guy's an alcoholic
Mm-hmm.
and he stops eating, or he doesn't eat any bread or something, he gets no B12, he doesn't get D or E, he doesn't get vitamins, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so he dies. Would you call that a malnutrition? Or would you call that alcoholic if you were in charge of adding these numbers up?
Well, actually, the idea it could be considered. I would call it malnutrition, but it could be considered alcoholism. Look. Here's the point: when somebody is on alcohol or drugs, they often die of other things. And
Yeah,
as a matter of fact, you can. I only saw. I mean, there. Let's just take actors, right? There are a lot of alcoholic actors. There are a
right.
lot of actors that were alcoholics.
Yep.
And that alcohol, I only saw one actor's obituary that said he died of chronic alcoholism.
Uh-huh.
And that was Oscar Werner, who was a
Who?
brilliant actor. Oscar Werner.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, well, if you've seen Ship of Fools or Jules and Jim or Voyage of the Damned, he was a big star.
All right.
Anyway, but the fact of the matter is, other people were alcoholics, and the alcoholism caused other ailments,
Yeah.
caused heart ailments, caused, in other words, the alcoholism led to that. In the same way, malnutrition leads to other ailments. And when they die, they don't say they die of malnutrition. They died of the whatever it was that killed them. If you're malnourished, and because you're malnourished, you have a heart attack, let's say, this is an example. They don't say you died of malnourishment. They say you died of a heart attack.
Yep.
But you wouldn't have had the heart attack if you weren't malnourished.
Okay, but you wouldn't have had the heart attack if you exercised. You wouldn't
No,
have
no,
had the
no,
heart
no, no,
attack
no,
if you
no, no.
stopped smoking. You wouldn't have had the
Put it
heart
this way.
attack if
No,
you
no,
lived
no, no, no,
someplace
no. They
where there
weren't
was
smoking.
cleaner air.
They died
Okay.
almost, the thing that caused the heart attack exclusively was the malnourishment. I use it as an example, but there are other ailments where malnourishment leads to those ailments. And there are people who don't get enough food, and because of that, their body reacts in other ways. And I'm not talking about, oh, I missed dinner the other night, or I'm
Okay,
eating
so
at
let me ask
McDonald's.
you now an honest question. You walk through the streets, you see collections of homeless people, not one or two, but like a ring of a series of people living together, right? Like five or six tents.
Okay, we
You
don't have
see
as many
that?
tents
You
in New
don't see
York.
that anywhere in New York?
No, New York, we don't see a lot of tents. Maybe by the river. Uh, but when you're walking down the street, there's no room to put a tent, Ken.
Well, that doesn't stop them here. But okay, so the homeless people you've seen, honestly, how many
Mhm.
of them look skinny and malnourished?
A lot of them. I would say most of the ones I've seen.
Most of them.
Yeah, or more than half. I
Okay.
mean, I didn't do a count. I didn't like say I saw 12 homeless people and 8 of them looked like they were malnourished. But I would say to make an estimation, an educated guess, it was I could pretty well safely say it was more than half.
Okay, so okay, so getting back to the main point of this,
And of course, they only look
you're somebody who believes you believe that the statement that we have a major problem in the US of people dying of starvation, that this is a relevant, important issue. It's more
I
important than fentanyl, more important than smoking cigarettes, more
I
important than
think
traffic accidents, more
I think
important than joining the army. It's the
and I,
most important thing.
oh, hold it, Ken. Nobody said, I didn't know anybody said it was the most important thing. Right now, I could say um, uh, mental illness or mental instability is becoming much more widespread and it's becoming much more widespread among Trump supporters,
What?
primarily.
What?
Yeah, because I think most of the ones I've spoken to, well, about more than half are mentally unstable, a little more than half. I know, and don't get me
According
wrong.
to Jankowicz's report of stability analysis.
Yeah, well, we're talking about the Ken Aaron, uh, your estimations of certain things. So what? It's okay for you, but not for the rest of us.
No, you can have your own standards. I don't know what they are, but that's fine.
Well, all right.
I
So
thought that one of the standards was
if you're taking
whether or not you
educated
believe
guesses,
there's more than
if
two sexes.
what makes your educated guesses any better than the rest of us?
Not
Than
mine, but just the standard of mental
no, no, no,
illness.
no. You're making educated. You're speculating. All
Yeah.
right.
About what?
You've been speculating for the past 20 minutes. Oh, no, this is it because of this and that's because of that. You're guessing.
No, well,
You have a right. You have a
I
right
don't,
to
I
do
know.
that.
When I see the waste of food in this country,
That's
Food that
another
goes
thing.
thrown out.
That's another
Okay,
thing.
and when I see the people and I know worked in food kitchens or free food, giving out free food to people who walked up. I walked up, got a free meal here and there just to see if they were actually doing it. There's places where they give free food. There's places where they deliver food, free food.
Yeah.
And so to get to, so I'm aware of those things. And when somebody, and I'm aware where the media constantly shows still little cutest little children in Africa starving to death. Look at those kids' eyes. He's looking into the camera. 10 cents
Mhm.
a day. You can keep this boy alive so he can grow up and have 5 more kids, and they'll be here for the next set of pictures we take. So you see that it's being pushed as this affects people emotionally when
Yeah,
they
I know
see
what you
you say
mean.
people are starving to death for poverty, and it's not their
Yeah.
fault, and they're just victims of society, which is oppressive to them. It's just a
Yeah.
political bullshit.
All right. Yeah, I remember that political bullshit when they show pictures of the concentration camps after they were liberated. Yeah, all that media hype.
No,
Oh, they
one
were
is
all
one
people.
doesn't equal the other. That's a
I
false
didn't say they
accusation.
equal, but
It's a
I'm just
false, a
saying
false
you're
analogy.
saying you're
False
saying that
analogy, which a
you're
lot of
you're
the people on the left do.
you're
If you
trying.
say something, that more Muslims are more inclined to be restrictive to the rights of women, they say, "What are you, a Nazi?" You
Well,
know,
you know something,
everybody eats Hitler and
Ken.
Nazi.
Ken, I'm
That comes
talking
from the
about.
left.
You're
But
talking about
like people are
the
starving
media
to death.
hype and everything like that. Oh, the media is. Oh, they show these starving kids. Just
Yeah.
because they're showing them doesn't mean those kids aren't starving.
So
I mean, what
what?
do you think? So what do you mean? So what? So you
So
think it's
they're
okay for
starving
kids to
over there
starve?
in Africa and Indonesia and in Russia and in Manchuria and in North Africa, North Korea and South Korea, and they're starving all over the world. The United States is not responsible for feeding everybody all over the world. You want to
Huh?
contribute to that, that's fine. You feel better, do that. I have a friend in, and he adopted a kid in Cambodia. You adopt a kid, and you get pictures and this and that, and so then that the people of Cambodia are being supported by the people of these other countries. There's people we used to adopt people from China. Now I think China is adopting American kids. So it's a concept. It's okay. It's fine. But it's not a principle. It's not in our constitution that we must be charitable to the rest of the world only to those people who suffer. No, we should also be charitable to intelligent people and give them free educations and scholarships because it benefits this country. But we also should, the people starving to death in Haiti, and I'm sure there's a high level of starvation in Haiti, but nothing in the Dominican Republic, but just Haiti. But so that's it. We got to be. I was shocked with this all of this stuff with USAID. When did we take responsibility for HIV in South Africa? Since when? When did we take that obligation? Who decided that? Where does this
Oh, let me
come
ask
from?
you a question, Ken. Is the United
So
States is the United States one of the leaders of the free world?
no, the United States is the United States. It became it unifies global trade after World War II because we were the only power that still existed that had authority and ability. So we guaranteed commerce. We did the Marshall Plan. We did all of those things. We lead in this degree where I see around the world where the U.S. leads is in cultural things like how do you design a highway? What's tall buildings, bridges, things that we have in our culture, basically technical things. A little bit ATMs, and then to some degree
But we
Coca-Cola,
don't have.
style, culture.
So, but do you believe we have any type of responsibility?
What?
Do you believe that we have any responsibility to help out?
People choose to extend their responsibility. They want to feel like they're responsible for If one person dies on this world, if one person goes hungry tonight, I am suffering. This is the kind of a thing Martin Luther King used to push and so forth. If there's one guy in jail in unjustly convicted, then I suffer from that. We are all being abused by that. It's a theory. Fine. I don't know. It's not true, but
It's not true.
go ahead.
No,
There's
because if
people
you,
dying because there's wars all over the world. Are we responsible for the new wars that just occur in South Africa or in Asia or in South America? Are we
well,
responsible
there's
for everything?
well
Are
that's a
you responsible for everything?
that is a
Are
topic
you?
of debate.
That's the
Um,
topic. Are you responsible for everything you become aware of? And what about the
if I'm
things you're
aware,
not aware of?
if I'm aware of something that's happening
Yeah,
and I don't do anything about it, and as a matter of fact, I support not doing anything about it.
you do.
In other words, I'm supporting. In other words, let's say I vote for the person that doesn't want to do anything about it
Yeah.
instead of the person that does want to do something about it. Yes, I'm responsible.
Okay, so that's a morality that you've selected. And I know a lot of people have that kind of a thing. It's a very Christian thing, and you can go ahead with it. And
Well, I don't know.
other people go like, "This is the world. This is the way it is. People are only going to live to the most 120, and most of them are going to
Well,
be dead by 40 or 50. Enjoy yourself while you're alive.
first of all,
Don't worry about everything. Go
I have
ahead.
to say it's not only a Christian thing to do.
It's
It's a
mostly
Jewish.
Christian.
It's a Jewish thing to do. It's a
Now,
Muslim thing to do. It's a Hindu thing to do. All great religions
yeah,
have in them. There's good and bad in all religions, but all of them have within them something about charity and philanthropy,
yeah.
that you should be charitable and philanthropic. You should help those
Yeah. I
in need.
understand that. That's fine. I think the most important thing is to support the people that are supporting civilization, the people that create and provide benefit to society and everybody involved. Those people are higher importance than the people who are decayed and fallen apart. You
Really?
could call that crude. Absolutely.
So you
Much
say
more important.
survival of the fittest.
The doctor is more important than the patients. Absolutely. The doctor cures
Really?
people. The
And what is the
patients
doctor? What is the doctor purpose of the doctor?
to help his patients.
Right.
To get the
So if it,
patients to get to help the patients and get the patient to stop doing whatever it is he's doing that's destroying himself. If there
ah,
is that.
so patients are all patients are destroying themselves. All right. Look,
For the most
the
to
purpose
the
of the
greater degree, to the greater
you've
degree.
got the you've got the cart before the horse.
Yeah,
Okay.
fine.
The patient is important. The
No, the
doctor is
patient is
there,
not as important as the doctor. The
and
patient's
if
not
the
curing
patient,
anybody.
okay,
The
wait a second, hold,
patient is not curing
whoa,
anybody.
wait a second.
If the
If the
patient is an architect, if the patient is doing something
oh
in society, then he's important. He's
oh
important to
okay,
the degree that
let
he
me ask you a question,
contributes.
Ken. What are you doing for society?
Oh, me?
Yeah,
I've done it. I've done it for 20 years.
what?
I don't want to
What?
go through it.
But what?
I
No,
worked for free for 20 or 30
I
years.
mean, but doing what?
Counseling,
Counseling what?
spiritual counseling.
Spiritual counseling.
Yeah,
Now, do
sure.
you think that's as important as what an architect does?
The people we were doing, yes.
You do, huh?
Yeah.
Well, do you know that there are people out there? I would say, I would hazard a guess, it's just a guess, that most people in this country, at least, think that what you were doing was far less important than what an architect does.
Yeah, that's fine. That's true. That's
So,
good.
therefore, that would make you less
I
important.
don't care. I'm not important. I don't judge things by what I did or didn't do. That's a big failure. If you have to be responsible for something, you can't say, I'm going to bring everybody up to my standard of performance and that's it. No, you don't measure yourself and say, I can only get people to be as good as do as well as I did or as honest as I am. You have to go,
Sure.
you have to be
If,
responsible.
if you're talking about survival of the fittest meaning those who are contribute the most to society, if the society decides that you are among not only not among the fittest, but among the least fit, that you're contributing the least to society,
Yeah,
that means you can just die.
yeah,
You're expendable.
that's right.
So basically, you think that people like yourself are expendable if the society decides so.
Well, it, I think I'm more valuable than somebody likes to twist things around to validate what they believe.
Well,
What
what
I
you think
said
doesn't
was,
matter.
I said what I said. What I said was the
What
people who are contributing and solving problems and building buildings and curing illness and cooking meals and cleaning roads and raising children and growing food, those people are more important than the people who are drunk or degraded or defeated or they've given up or they're failing or they have a very low IQ. They're just not as important. You could spend
so
your life dedicated to that. Go work at a hospice or go
okay.
work in an insane asylum
Then let me ask you.
and feel like I helped the poorest of the poor. Now I know that this is it's a
All right,
Christian thing
Ken.
because I had a Christian preacher. I wanted to do a detox thing with him. He says, I said, well, when we do the detox thing, we should start out with people that are just moderately addicted. We don't want to start out with the worst case. And he said, no, I want the worst of the worst, the guy who's been through 3 rehabs and he's failed. I want the bottom of the barrel. And that's what he wanted to do. And that's a dedication to a certain religious principle, which I think is ineffective, doesn't work.
Okay.
It's just
Well,
a
let me ask you
dream
a
thing.
question.
It's out of a movie or something. Well, he
You
was at
know
the
what?
bottom of the bottom, and now he's look what he is. We rescued him from the bottom.
Okay. So
Hero.
wait a
It's a
second.
heroic story.
So
Yeah,
children, let's say those starving kids in Africa, they're
yeah.
children. They're not really contributing, are they?
What caused them to be starving? What's
Wait.
the
Answer my
cause of them
question.
starving? Why are
Wait
they
to my
starving?
question.
That's the question. Why are they
Answer my
starving? If you don't
question.
handle why they're starving, they're
Answer
going to
my
continue to
question,
starve.
then. I don't care about your interruption. I
Yeah,
want an
okay.
answer to my question.
Yeah,
Are those children in Africa,
who's
are
starving
they
to death?
contributing to society? How are they contributing to society?
They potentially can be contributing. Children are an exception.
Uh-huh. Oh, children are an exception. Okay. What about their
Well, yeah,
parents?
children are an exception to a degree. There may be children who are, not as important as others. The
Oh, really?
parents, yeah, of course. You don't have
Oh,
any kids. You don't know. You don't work with kids. Some
so
kids are
you
nasty and they're destructive,
and if they're
and some
nasty and
kids are
destructive,
severely handicapped.
and the
And
kids who are severely
you can have that empathy and help this kid and so forth and so on. But it's more important to make sure that the brilliant kid gets advantage and assistance to
really,
help him
really
to help him become a functional contributor to society. Absolutely.
contributing to society. So this society, which
Yeah.
is devoid of compassion,
I didn't say that.
of course you did,
Nope.
because you're saying if somebody's disabled, they should get left behind.
The
They
the
should we
thing
should
of
not give them the help first.
the
They are
thing of
not
having
entitled to
what is the phrase of the connection to people, it starts with an E. I've forgotten the word, but if you have
empathy.
empathy can turn into a disease where you just look for the people that are
Ah,
dead and starving,
okay.
and you can spend your whole life working in a hostage or working with people that are starving to death and addicts and doing that. And some people really, I knew a woman who had the terminal cancer and loved to do that. She felt elevated because she could help these people that were
You
depressed and
feel that we
alone.
shouldn't. You feel that we shouldn't be doing that.
I
We
said
shouldn't
it's
be
not the
helping.
most important thing. It's not where you
Ah,
start. You start with
Wow.
making able people, making sure that they're
Uh-huh.
functioning. If you take, do you have a friend who had some ability but was thwarted because of his parents or his girlfriend or school, and he didn't have a career because he wasn't supported? Did you ever
Does
see
that
that?
person does that person deserve to live more than the other person?
That Yeah,
Uh-huh. Okay.
I don't
So
think everybody. Do you think everybody's equal? Think
so
everybody's equal?
I think everybody's equivalent.
What do you mean? They have the
Equivalent.
same level of intelligence and able
No,
and
no, no,
wit
no.
and
That no,
talent?
no, 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 Ken. I
What do you
said they're
mean by equivalent?
equivalent means you have the same the the same amount of things. For instance, one person may be good at one thing, another person may be good at another
Yeah.
person may be good at something else. If you add it all up, though, I would say on the whole, people are equivalent.
Okay, so adding up the scores, everybody comes to the same 85%,
Every
85
human
points.
life, every human life is
Yeah,
important.
there you go.
Now,
Okay. What
if
book
you're
did you
talking
get that
about,
out of? Every
well, wait,
human
hold
life
on.
is important. What
If you're
about the guy?
talking
What
about
about the
people
guy,
who are
the
taking
serial
human
killer?
life,
What about the
yeah,
serial killers?
that's what I'm getting to. If you're talking about people who are taking human lives,
No, no,
then
no, no, no. Every life is equivalent and worth something. What about the
wait a
serial
second. Whoa,
killers?
whoa, whoa, whoa. If you're talking about people who are taking your human lives, they must be stopped. But I'll give you an example of somebody who was a killer, who killed somebody and was given the electric chair,
Yeah.
right? They were sentenced to the electric chair. This guy was a career criminal and he killed several people. He killed enough people that he was given the electric chair. All right. He killed them in the course of doing crimes. It wasn't like he just killed them out of pleasure, but he got the chair. He left a will. And because shortly before he died, he read about a girl who needed a corneal transplant. She was going blind, a 7-year-old girl. So he left in his will that he wanted his corneas to be donated to that girl. Now, that's a guy who killed a bunch of people, but he did do something worthwhile. Now, I'm not saying that made it right for him to kill those people, not at all. And I'm not saying the state, whichever state it was wrong, had unjustifiably electrocuted him. Although I don't believe in capital punishment, but if there is capital punishment, that's he may have fit the bill, but he wound up, if you might say, morally speaking, pulling a rabbit out of a hat. Now, did he do it because he thought it would get him into heaven? Who the hell knows? But the fact of the matter is, he made a contribution to society. So I rest my case. Um, okay, I think it's only Daryl. Are you still there?
I'm here somewhere.
Yeah. Well, if Ken comes back, he could jump in. But I think we're at the point where it's just the three of us. I I came on late just to say hello. Um,
Oh,
so I got sucked into this. How are you doing, Daryl?
uh, I'm resisting healing. Oh, God.
What?
I said I'm resisting healing. I need to get my finances straightened out, so I'm going to the hospital for a little bit
You got
to
to
get
go into
some supplies.
what
And
do you go on?
yeah, I got a situation. And I don't feel like tackling it. I don't feel like doing anything, really.
Well, wait a second. What do you have to go to the hospital for?
I'm still having trouble regulating my blood sugar, so let's
Oh,
say I was doing something relatively difficult. If it gets to be too much of a strain, I sort of just pass out.
wow. Okay. All right.
And then And then I've got this wrist that I'm hoping I can exercise back into shape. But now I need to do some really like serious professional exercise. I'm losing strength in my right wrist, and it's sort of crooked. They told me it was broken at one point, and I just said, "Yeah, okay." I see that the thing is the system that I believe in isn't the system that I have to go to for help.
Huh. Yeah. I know.
So there's a certain amount of subconscious, and then you gotta pay, and even though I have insurance, it's like I got bills here up the yin yang. It's like, what's the point? Well, the point is you're in this situation. Are you smart enough to figure out the best way to resolve the situation and benefit from the experience? Hopefully, passing on your wisdom to other people so that we can move on to something that works. I'm still stuck at there's 100 billionaires living in New York,
Mm-hmm.
and yet we're cutting under the Adams administration anyway. We were cutting everything that made any kind of sense. The
Yeah.
school, right? And as you were saying, I'm getting really concerned about this infrastructure thing. I'm talking about nationwide. And
Yeah.
then, more important than that, I want someone. Did you hear anything about an interview by
With
the ex-Southern commander? What's his name?
the
Alex Bruce, something or other, who, he saw this whole thing coming with the invasion of Venezuela or whatever they're going to do to Venezuela, and he couldn't do it, so he resigned. And so I'd like to get a panel of all officers, general officers, um, who've left since the beginning of the Trump administration, and see what they think that the military is going to be able to deal with some of the insane things that Mr. Hegseth has in store for them.
that's
Mighty
a
warrior that he is.
that's a good question because I have to tell you something. I read up a little bit more about, when they killed the two guys killed clinging to the wreckage.
Hmm.
War crime, no doubt. Absolute cut and dried.
Well, that's probably why the president changed his position.
Oh, he
His
did
first
change?
position, yeah, his first position was, yeah, we'll release the tape, sure, yeah. And
Oh,
then
releasing it, yeah.
And then I heard that the admiral said that the boat was headed to Suriname.
Yeah. Yeah.
So all this talk, and not that the boat could get to the United States anyway, but this is like weird stuff. And then they make up these explanations that people are supposed to buy as being factual when they don't sound, oh, we got a rule here, or we have sanctions. Well, yeah, that's nice that you have sanctions. Are those sanctions legal internationally? And do you have a right to do what you're doing? And now you're seizing boats on the high seas.
Yep.
Seems a
And
little.
but you're doing, during the Second World War, if
Mm-hmm.
if let's say the US or Royal Canadian Navy sank a U-boat and
Uh-huh.
the U-boat survivors, now this is we were fighting Nazi Germany.
Right, I know. I
Those
know.
U-boat survivors were in the water and you machine gunned them. Yeah, it was a
You
war.
committed a war crime.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't
Didn't
care.
some didn't some Nazis go to get the death penalty for
Yeah.
doing something quite similar?
Yes.
Oh,
Because
okay. So now here you are, whether you're running drugs or not, they don't know. You
Right.
know, I mean, I really like it when they say, and see, they're trying to hold on to the drugs. Come on, man. What are you talking about? You don't know what's in that boat.
And not only that, they were holding on so they didn't drown. I mean,
Uh,
it's, I mean, the idea is they weren't firing back.
Tom Cotton, Tom Cotton didn't see that way.
Well,
Tom Cotton said it was a clean kill.
yeah, sure.
So, I mean, you got people who were in the military who are, I don't understand. First of all, I'm still tripping about how much money is being spent. Um, how much does it cost to open up an airbase
Oh
and then
God.
refit it, right? And then you put a couple of squadron of F-35. Hello, you can't give me health care. You want to cut the food stamp budget because we're not starving. No, we're not starving. I know people who, if that check doesn't come in, they ain't eating for a week. I mean,
Yeah,
it's ugly stuff and it's pointless. You know how much money people could make off of my brain if they would hire it out? I mean, it's like, what's the point? Why are we stuck in the 18th century,
and
right?
that's what a lot of people want to be. They don't. What they forget is, I mean, I actually spoke to somebody years ago who said, I want to go back when it wasn't the 18th to the 19th century. Things were great. I said, what do you mean? Yeah, like 1830 or something. I said, oh, when slavery was around.
Whoa.
Well, I mean, well, maybe 1870. I said, oh, when Jim Crow was around. He says, well,
Not
no, but
not not yet. Not yet. Crow didn't
well,
start until 76.
all right, that was a few years off. But they say,
70 was good.
right, relatively speaking, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
18, yeah. So I would say the late 1800s. But I'm going, I said,
Ooh.
so 1870. They said, well, I'm talking about in your personal life. I said, oh, in your personal life? I said, so you want to go back when there was no toilet paper? And all of a sudden, he shut up. People don't think. Oh, the good old days.
There were no good old days.
Right.
Not in my lifetime. There's nothing back there that I'm interested in repeating, right? Even though I had a stable childhood and I had two parents that worked and blah 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 blah. Matter of fact, we lived in the projects, and at one point, my mother and father had a car,
Really?
and yeah, they each, and my father had a Sunbeam Rapier.
Oh,
And my
wow.
mother always had Pontiacs. So we're talking Bonnievilles usually.
Right.
But they also worked their asses off. I mean, my mom would put in like, I don't know, bizarre hours. Put it like this. It wasn't 9 to 5. She would put in 12 hours on a normal day.
Yeah, you know,
And she wasn't paid any overtime. I mean, that was just she was dedicated to making sure she worked as a registrar for nurses.
uh-huh. Yeah.
And what was really interesting is usually only a registered nurse would get that job. And she came up here from Kentucky, and the owner of the registry saw something in her and gave her the job. So one, she was an African American. Two, even though she's very light skinned, um, and I shouldn't say very light skinned, she was light skinned. Um,
Lighter skin. Yeah.
two, she got a job that totally unqualified for by traditional means, and just because of how she spoke, because it's all most of it was phone work, so and
Right.
she worked it for 68 years. The owner of the registry died. The husband died. No, yeah, the husband died. The wife died, and the person who took over The business changed so much that he wasn't able to navigate it.
Wait, Daryl, hold it. Did you just say your mother worked that job for 68 years?
No retirement, no nothing. Yes,
68 years?
that's a fact, Jack.
Whoa.
She retired. Let me see. When did she? 28. Yeah, she was about 85 when she retired.
Whoa.
As a matter of fact,
68
we both
years.
stopped driving around the same time for different reasons, though. Yeah, she used to drive to work. She used to work on 73rd Street mostly. She was in the Westbury Hotel at 72nd, 74th Street, I think, between Lexington and Park. And then they moved to a building on 73rd Street between 3rd and Lex. And she worked there for, yeah, 68 years.
Oh,
And she was
68.
good. She was getting calls after she left. Nurses were calling her up saying, Snowman, Miss Snowman, could you find something for me? She said, I don't do that.
You know something? That is a
Mm.
testament to how good she was at her job.
Oh, yeah. If she had taken in 1955, I think, somebody from the phone company tried to recruit her into New York Telephone. If she'd gone into New York Telephone, she would have A, retired a whole lot earlier,
Oh yeah.
and B, probably been in management or something like that. It's
Yeah.
interesting. A friend of hers got a job at Alexander's after
Oh,
her children, got of a certain became a certain age, and
right.
rose up in management to the point that she was actually talking to the owners at one point. It's like
Wow.
I was living in Eden Mall projects back before the drugs hit Eden Mall, and it was like there were stories, in which people came to New York from
Kentucky.
wherever
Yeah.
and and made really interesting progress. I mean, I lived in a building where um uh one of the premier dancers for Alvin Ailey,
Mm-hmm.
um not when he was, because Ailey didn't come out until afterwards, but I mean he lived in my building, and we were, I knew of him because he was so much older than I am. My sister got into the business.
He was
um I used to hate walking with my sister because she used to, walk down, but hey, Sandy, it was like she knew everybody, and everybody knew my sister because she'd been in the business, got a little
she
bit
was
of Broadway in.
really.
Yeah,
She did.
she
I mean,
she was in Hallelujah Baby, and
really.
she was in Colored Girls, the second or third cast when they
Hmm.
were on. What was the old name of that theater? Uh,
I don't remember which the.
let's say 40. What's oh, now Juniors is on the other end of the block. Theater Alley there, Hubert Alley, I should say. The little
Schubert Avenue
court. I think it was the court theater that
Theater. Okay,
Colored
yeah,
Girls played in. That it's not the court theater anymore. It's something else. They named it after somebody. But
probably.
she did a couple of movies. She was in The Wiz because she was basically a dancer. Um,
What was her name?
Sandra McPherson. That was the other thing that got her in. She
Wait,
would
wait.
show up and they were looking for the Irish girl. Not happening. Or the Scottish woman. No, no, no. She was fine, but hey, it was that time, you could get a break and move up. It was the early days, let me say. So that would have been Mm, early 60s into the 70s.
Right.
And
That's when the window was open.
yeah,
I should say. Yeah. Yeah.
and she danced. She didn't dance with Ailey, but she did dance with George Faison and a whole bunch of other people.
Whoa. Whoa. So
Yeah.
she was
My
actually,
sister was in it. She wasn't a star, but she knew people.
she was on Broadway. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. More
In
than
the
one.
60s.
Yeah. That
She was
is,
a Hallelujah Baby. She was in Colored Girls. She was Chicago. Not
oh, really?
Chicago, the other one, with Joel Gray.
Oh,
Um,
Cabaret?
yeah, she was in Cabaret.
Really?
Yeah, she didn't open it. She substituted somewhere down the line. But yeah, I met a whole bunch of people. And she used to play back in the day, she would play the Apollo and you go backstage. Well, see, I was sort of shy, so I didn't get to see anything. Or I was
Well,
babysitting the kids or something. But
but
we're 7 years apart.
your sister was a successful working
That's
performer.
right. She fed her family off of
That that
that
is a
stuff.
I can tell you from my own life, that is a
Hmm.
major accomplishment.
Oh yeah, I know. No doubt about it.
And she must have been
It's
one hell of
interesting.
a dancer.
It's interesting. I was watching the Rockettes.
Hmm.
I'm not sure whether it was the Macy's Day Parade, and you
Hmm.
had two African American phenotype Rockettes in the line. I said,
Right.
"Wow, it's 2025, but at least you got two." But I mean, they were dark. I said, "No," you know, because
Well,
I
you know,
remember when Duke Ellington's daughter became a Rockette.
right. And I
Yeah.
remember in the um in the late '60s. I no wait, what was it? I saw some movie at Radio City, and the Rockettes would come on afterwards.
Hmm.
And I remember thinking, because it may have only been one woman, really good-looking
Yes,
woman, who was African American. And I
that was
remember thinking,
Duke Ellington's daughter.
probably,
I'm trying to remember her name, but
but I
yeah,
remember,
it's like silly stuff,
yeah.
you know.
Hmm.
And I'm tired. I'm attempting to get back into jumping through hoops, but I know that's what's keeping me from going back to work. Because you got to go back to work because the amount of money that I owe, you're not going to be able to work your way out of it.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean, Daryl. We're all, I mean, 90% of the population in this country is going to be in a hole. And my father, I remember, warned about this. He said, we're going to become a country of indentured servants because people are going to owe money and they're going to be spend their lives working their butts off to pay those debts. And we're going to be in thrall to agencies and corporations and things like that, owing money. That's why he always felt that there should be something called debt forgiveness, and he felt that when they changed the bankruptcy laws, it was going to be really bad because it meant nobody would get a second chance. And I said, but Dad, it's all these rich people with the bankruptcy laws. He said, I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about people who are struggling, have a business, and they have to declare bankruptcy. If they can't do that, I mean, in other words, talking about individual owned business, somebody who owns a laundry or a candy store or something like that, and it goes bankrupt, they can't pay the bills. If they're going to be owing that money for the rest of their lives, they're never going to get ahead. And our society has become that. it's a debtor's society, or a debtor society. And that's, you want to know one of the things that spells the end of a democracy or the end of a republic? That's one of them. I don't know, because you've got debts to pay. Now I got things from, um, I don't know if I told you this, but I was on Medicare and Medicaid, and I got cut off Medicaid, but they didn't tell me. So now I've got bills coming in from doctors, medical things for like $20 here, $50 there, or something, because I'm on Medicare. So most of the bill is covered, but the rest of the bill is coming in. I'm going, what the hell is going on there? I didn't even know. I might not have gone to that doctor had I known that. They don't even tell you. We're in and I mean, these are minor amounts, but the fact of the matter is, I've got people who are owe money from credit cards. I'll tell you one thing somebody once told me. They said, put your credit card on auto pay.
Sorry about that.
Well, I said, well, why would I do that? I said, because you'll never. He said the credit card companies want you to go into debt because
Yep.
they're charging interest. So he said, but if you're on auto pay, you can't go into debt. It's auto pay. The only time you can go into debt is when there's not enough money to cover it. But with my credit card, I would get these warnings that said, you are, in other words, you went over here, or you're in danger, you're going over your usual amount or something like that. So I would just stop charging on my credit card. But the fact is, because I know people who the interest, it's like loans, or student loans also, the interest they're paying is far more than the original amount.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, I think the whole idea of interest, we're not getting interest from the banks anymore. We used to get, what was it, 5% back in the day. But if you
Right.
had money in the bank, 5%. Now you're getting like 0.05%.
Well,
But
actually, if you're really good, you can find something that'll give you up to about 3, and
yeah,
depending on how much money you have. But the game has changed. That's all.
yeah,
You traded in high interest rates and high return on your more conservative situations. Because when I retired in 2003,
mhm,
they were looking at 8% return in order to meet the retirement, goals and what have you, and you could get up to 12% if you would. Now, come on, man.
mhm.
Whew, not happening, not in this room. But the way
Well,
that you play the credit card thing is you get a credit card with, well, they may be changing that again. You get a credit card with cash back,
mhm,
and rather than using your cash, you use the credit card and then just pay the credit card.
right.
Besides, the credit card has more protection than using your debit card. They never fixed that law, which I never understood.
No, you have more protection. As a matter of fact, if I dispute, if I get a charge, I have 90 days to put in a dispute about it. And when you dispute it, it's almost, I don't want to say it's the same thing. It's almost like having an attorney, because
Hmm.
the card then goes to them and says, well, we have a dispute on this. You'll have to show us your receipts and everything. They can get things from the person that, from
Did you wrong that you ain't getting.
that you can't get, right?
That's right.
So I think that's an advantage. But the thing that bothers me is we're getting such low interest on our savings and our whatever, but they can charge interest, incredible interest rates on what you owe them.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the gap is becoming wider and wider. The interest only counts to the interest only works for the corporation now. We don't get
Well,
it.
as far as I know, that's the way it always was.
Yeah,
Um,
but we got some interest on the other end. So, in other words, if you take out a loan and you're being charged, let's say I'm just making up 10% interest, but you're getting 5% interest on your money. I'm not saying it's fair, but it's somewhat offset it. But now that gap is,
because they were driving people to the market,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
And bonds, I don't know what the point of them is, but I was listening to this guy. I have to go back to it. There's a group. Name of the podcast is Moonshots. It's Peter Diam, Diamandis, and these other guys. They're all into AI and cryptocurrency and all this stuff.
Mhm.
Guy was talking to his AI, setting up a couple of businesses and financing it with um cryptocurrencies that he was going to issue. And and at first you listen to it and it's like, are you serious? And then you see that they've already done it and made money at it. And it was just rolling along just fine, providing whatever service it is that they were providing. And everybody was a happy camper. The only thing that matters in business is trust, right? That's
Yeah.
it. If they trust you, you can have as much as you want. You can say all you want about stupid Donald and dumb Donald. Donald is making billions out of that presidency. Billions. He wasn't a billionaire when he went in.
No.
And now he's doing quite well, thank you very much. I mean, the
Well,
suits alone. Go ahead.
well, that's why he wanted it. I mean, there
Right,
were, yeah. I mean, his business was doing. People don't remember that the first of all, there were two times he was like practically broke. One was he got out of it by doing the show The Apprentice, right?
right.
That was the only thing he was ever good
That
at.
was after the casinos, right?
Right. He botched everything, but The Apprentice took off because actually he wasn't running it. He was just the front man, so to speak. So
Right.
it was successful. But then after he left The Apprentice, it started going downhill again because he tried to start running things again, and they started failing all over the place. So what did he do? He said, "I'll run
WWE.
a WWE." Right, that was another one. But he said the only way he's going to get his money back is by running for president, and that's how he got his money, and that's how he's getting it now.
Did you
So
get his? Did you get his? By the way, did you get his rifle? You know he
he,
has an AR-15 style rifle. He
he
has
didn't.
hats. He has gloves. He has mugs. He has you name it. He's selling it.
Well, I got to tell you something. My brother and sister-in-law, who are my brother and sister-in-law, and I love them, but they voted for Trump.
Uh
So
huh.
they took the Kool-Aid, and I'm visiting them in Las Vegas, right? And I'm riding in the car, and they have one of the I don't even think it's Fox. It's one of these Trump channels, And this commercial comes on. I couldn't believe it. So I'm listening to this stuff, and I'm like, I'm like saying to my brother, I said, "You're not buying any of this shit. You're not getting, any of this shit." And then I hear this guy hawking Trump watches, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
And he's talking about Trump watches. I'm going, this guy sounds awfully like Donald Trump. The reason was it was Donald Trump.
Oh.
He recorded like a dozen different commercials with hawking his
Hey.
watches. The wording changed.
Mm-hmm.
He is supposed to be in the White House doing like presidential stuff, and he is given priority to making infomercials for his merchandise.
Right.
I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. And it was so, I would say, it was so humiliating the way he was hawking them, because he was like saying, "You got to buy my watches. They're really good. They're really good. You got to take my word for it. But, go. You got to buy." I'm saying, this is pathetic. I mean, it really was pathetic. If you heard one of your relatives doing something like that, you would talk to him and say, "Have a little dignity, buddy. Come on.
Hey,
Come
not if
on."
it separates me from a dollar. That's his
That's
position.
exactly it. The guy has no dignity whatsoever. And it was so evident. I mean, I'm listening to this commercial. I said, who wrote this shit? And the way he was, trying to hawk it and everything sounded so desperate. And I'm going, oh my God. And this was a couple of months ago. Not even a month ago. It was 1 month ago I was there. And I'm listening to this and I'm going, the guy's president of the United States. Does he know that?
Well, if you still might have time to get an AR-15
Yeah, with
signed
his
by
name on it.
Donald Trump.
Yeah, right. Signed in gold, and it costs twice as much. These watches and all this stuff is expensive. I mean, it's not worth it. It's made out of shit, and it's not worth it. Those are probably the worst AR-15s built, but they put Trump's name on it. They double the price. I mean,
Hey,
uh,
all I know is
uh,
that he's doing quite well.
because he's dealing. He knows he can't market to the highest common denominator, but he can sell to the lowest common denominator. He can sell to the people that would buy anything. He could sell to the people that bought pet rocks. Do you remember the pet rock?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, he could sell to people that would, buy a light bulb that had just burnt out. Say, but look, it's valuable because how many burnt out light bulbs are there in the world? This is the people that he sells to. The people
Well,
that you would be too embarrassed to take their money, to take advantage of. He'll take advantage of them.
there's a whole bunch of charities around the military,
Yeah,
that I'm not talking about the real ones that actually do things, but send a blanket to our troops in Poland, and it comes with a little patch.
yeah.
Uh, I'm trying to think of. There were a whole bunch of them that it was just so obvious that it didn't make any sense if you're in the military, especially. But there are people who support our military, will do it, and they'll send that money off in a heartbeat. And I don't know what happens with that stuff, but gee
Well,
whiz, I missed my chance to get a degree from Trump University.
yeah. Oh, yeah. That was that'll get you a job with the Trump administration now. Um, but
Hopefully.
something. I once saw an ad for something. This is about 20 years ago. That said, get a flight in like a P-40 fighter plane or a ride
Wow.
in a tank, right? And I'd
Uh-huh.
done, I got that, for free. Well, I mean, I rode in a B-17, things like that. But they were charging all this money, and they said that way. This was the ad, the way they phrased it. That way, you could look your father. If your father went through the war, your father went through, World War II or Korea or Vietnam or Gulf War. If he went through any type of war, this way you can look it in the eye and say, I I went through the same thing, and I'm sitting ride in a plane. You went through the. I mean,
Oh,
people fall.
yep.
People fall for this stuff, and they spend a lot of money falling for it.
I was watching Combat this weekend.
Yeah. Yeah, the
Oh,
my channel. Yeah,
no, I
but I
shouldn't say
mean,
Combat. I should say 12 o'clock high.
Oh, 12 O'Clock High, but not not the first season with Robert Lansing.
No, it was the second one.
Yeah, that I didn't like it after Lansing left. But
He was
I
good.
yeah, well, it wasn't up to the movie, of course. The movie was far above it, but I like 12 O'Clock High. I like Combat, but I never sat there and said, "Gee, I saw 5 episodes of Combat." Now I really know what it's like to be in Combat. I mean, even when I was 7 years old, I didn't think I wasn't that dumb. You know,
Well,
I, you
there's a
know,
need.
well,
Folks have a need.
people want to feel like they're just as good as anybody, and that they are the equal of anybody in
Hmm.
and I'm saying that's why I say it's equivalency. I said, no, you're never going to be the equal of somebody who's been in combat as far as knowledge of combat if you haven't. But you might be good at something else. I mean, been writing about these plays about the Canadians in World War II. I said, people said, "Oh, well, you're right up with them. You're like doing the same thing." I said, "Are you out of your mind? These guys were sitting in a slit trench, with watching their buddies get blown apart and blowing away other people on the other side." I said, "Do you think writing a play is the equivalent to that?" I said, "You got to be crazy. I'm just honored to be able to write about them." Uh, I mean, people just want to feel like, hey, I know just as much as you. It's not even a matter of feeling equal. It's a matter of feeling like they know just as much as the other person without having to go through it.
Can't do it. Did you go to the meeting yesterday in which they were talking about the Soviet tank?
No, I didn't, because it
I
was
didn't.
on
I wish I
Tuesday.
had.
Yeah. Well,
Sounded like
Greg,
it was really interesting.
did you go to the other ones on Saturdays?
I heard you ask a question.
Oh, okay. Okay.
No, no, not Saturday. I did Friday.
Oh, that was the NIMAS
Was the
talk,
was the yeah,
the
that was
film.
the film guy.
Yeah. Oh man, that was such a pain in the ass. Those things. They give me I'm supposed to introduce it, and they give me the thing I'm supposed to say like half a minute before I'm supposed to say it. And I'm going and I have to ask the guy, I said, "You really want me to read this?" And then they don't tell me where to, if I'm on camera up. When we did that talk on Friday, right
Hmm.
up last minute, we took a 7 minute delay in starting. Right up to the time, just about I opened my mouth, I was dealing with all these technical problems. Oh, the sound's not right. Oh no, they can't hear you here. Oh, they can't. Oh no, we don't know if we can get the speaker. Where's the speaker stand? We're dealing with that, and then I have to go on and say welcome, and I felt like saying welcome to I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I felt like saying that right on the head. I mean, I was all over the place.
Hey,
I was a mess. It was hilarious.
nah, you sounded good. I'm trying to
Well,
think of the question you asked. Boy, am I
you ask
blitzed
a
out.
question.
Yeah.
Um, I usually save my questions to where there's looks like there's going to be a gap, like nobody has
Hmm.
a question or something. So I save mine to the end. But I'm much better on Greg's thing, the things on Saturdays and Tuesdays, the Zoom talks,
Oh, he
because
does it twice a week. Oh, I didn't know that.
no, he does it on either a Saturday or a Tuesday.
Oh,
But
okay.
they're mainly going to be on Saturdays at 1. And
Yeah.
he's good speakers, and they were pretty good. But I got to tell you something funny, Daryl. The other day, Jim had somebody on. Now, normally, Jim gets really good people. Jim Dingman gets really good people, and they're really knowledgeable and talkative and everything. And we had this guy on, and I asked him a couple of questions. I'd say, well, I have 2 questions for you. And it was actually 3. But Jim wanted people to ask questions. So I asked this kind of complex question, and the guy's answer was, I don't know. Okay, next. And I was so tempted to do like a Don Rickles thing and say, okay, let's get on the party hats or something, try to, at least make people laugh. But Jim had told me beforehand that he was not in great health. So
Oh, okay.
I gave him, I said, that's probably the reason. But then later on, there was a big gap because nobody wanted to ask him questions after that because they didn't think he had anything to say. So I said, let's give him another shot. And I asked him another question. It was about the fall of Singapore in 42. And I said, well, why do you think this British general, this British colonel did that? And he goes, because he was a moron. I go, you think there might have been another reason? No, just because he was a moron. And I'm going, oh my God. Oh my God. And I'm laughing. I had to mute
Mm-hmm.
my because I was laughing because I said, this guy's
Mm.
he was something else. So sometimes, and that's what I like about Greg's things, he gets, when you ask him a question, they usually have, even if they don't agree with the answer, they're usually, lucid answers. But
Right, detailed,
yeah,
researched,
right.
cogent. Um, when did Jim start doing um forums again, or has it just been ongoing and I just haven't gotten the?
You didn't, I'll tell you what happened. And I told Jim this and he was going to look into it. I happened to be talking to him on, this was on Sunday. Yeah, it was Sunday at 1 that the talk was. I happened to talk to him on Saturday,
Uh-huh.
um, Saturday afternoon. And I said, I just said, when are you going to start up doing these things again? He said, well, didn't you get the email? I said, no, what email? He said, we got one tomorrow. I said, I didn't get the email. So he tried sending me
Oh.
and and it wouldn't go through. And I said,
Mm-hmm.
"Jim, you better check because I don't know if I didn't get it, maybe other people didn't." And as it turned out, I found out not only just you, but a few other people, they didn't get the email. So
Mm-hmm.
I told Jim, yeah, you got to find out what's going on there. I mean, a lot of it has to do with, how many emails the server allows him to send or whatever. I don't know. But
Mm-hmm.
he finally got one through to me where he put the information in a in other words in a download, in other words where I had to download it, but I think there was a problem with this again. And when I went on the talk, there were only like 7 or 8 people on, and normally we got at least twice that, if not 3 times that. So um yeah, something happened. So the reason you didn't know was,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, because it wasn't from your end. It was so Jim, I hope, is working on that. And I told him, I said, look, send me a text. And you know what I'll do, Daryl?
Well,
If I get another email, I'll forward it to you. Do I have your
okay.
email?
I need to get in touch with them anyway because I'm trying to get some. I really think that it would be really interesting to interview all these generals who are either
Yeah.
fired,
Yeah.
generals and admirals who are either fired or um
Or resigned.
or resigning because of what's happening. Because they can't imagine that the Department of War is real happy about Mr. Higson.
Oh no. Oh man. I would imagine that the vast majority of are quite unhappy, but they just don't want to jeopardize their jobs by articulating that. But you know what? A lot of them are probably going to be in demand for like at MSNBC or something like that. However, if Jim could get a couple of them, that would be great because you're talking as far as the resignations and people who were fired and who resigned, it's got to be like at least a dozen of them. And even some lower, I mean, even if it's like a colonel or a
Uh-huh.
general, but if he can get like 3 or 4 of them on there, that's an excellent idea. Tell Jim that.
I did. As I was saying earlier, someone interviewed the Southcom admiral who just resigned. I'm gonna see if I can do a search to find out, whether it's posted or not. But that was a surprise. What's his something like Holcomb?
Yeah, yeah,
He just resigned,
yeah.
and it's just interesting that most of them are either people of color or women.
Yep.
So
I noticed that myself. I said, because when it comes to this administration, I always suspect some racism.
well,
And
I'm not calling that card, but I know that the reason that Charles Brown went was because he was high into diversity, equity, and inclusion.
right.
You know, and
He
that
was,
was out of his own personal experience. And I'm tripping because you're talking about the '90s
yeah.
and early the aughts, in which he was talking about, he'd go into an officers club, and like it would be like, "Are you sure you're in the right place? This is for pilots." Come on, man.
And you know something? It's funny because I remember in what was it, the 60s, 70s, 1970s. There was
Yep,
another who was
Dappy
in,
James.
yeah, that's right. And White, General White. I mean, these were all
Who's the
guys.
cat that was the Marine? There was a cat that was a Marine who, I think he flew F4s also, and he was
Well,
off the chain.
my
But
father would always tell me about the guys from the Tuskegee Airmen because my father was in the 8th Air Force and everybody knew about the
wow,
Tuskegee Airmen. Yeah, because they never lost a bomber to enemy fighters. And my father was also, proud of the fact that it was an African American unit that was, um, breaking through well, they were still segregated, but breaking through some racial barriers. But the fact is that, but he would always tell me, he'd tell me the stories about Chappie James. Daniel Black was another general. These guys who became lieutenant generals, some of them became, well, at least they were generals, but some of them were lieutenant generals in the Air Force. I mean,
uh-huh.
they would. I think one of them, either White or James, was running the Air Defense Command before it was disbanded, and but one of them was running the military air transport, and they, you know. But I remember you had these guys, and I said, "Oh, great, yeah." Now it's we're finally overcoming that sordid history we had, and then I'm reading about now, and it's like there's just as few. I mean, there's just as many as there were in 1973. It's not. It hasn't, you know, progressed. And
And those people who were there are there because of DEI.
mhm. Well, that's what they're
Yeah.
saying. Yeah, bullshit.
Please, come on, man, get a life.
I mean, these guys. What was it? I remember who was it? Was it James or whatever who had fought? He was with the Tuskegee Airmen, and he shot down like, he was. I think he was an ace with them. And then he was in Korea. He was commanded a squadron or a fighter group in Korea, and then he was in Vietnam, and he served in like 3 wars.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this guy knew his stuff, and he was I mean, probably one of the best generals the Air Force ever had. Um, these uh, this DEI bullshit that the DEI. Come on. I mean, why are they saying Colin Powell was a DEI hire also?
Yep.
Oh man.
It's
God.
you just get used to it because that kind of sickness, that's what scares me about Ken, man.
Mhm.
I back out when, he goes off because I don't know what he's getting out of the program, but you know,
You know something? I'll tell you the truth, Daryl. I don't know. After
yeah.
I used to think he was doing it to just to shake things up, right?
Nope, he believes. He's a true believer.
I that worries me because
No, he has a right. You just have to figure out how he comes to the conclusions that he comes to, and then present him with information that may or may not give him a different perspective.
Daryl.
But I mean, I was listening to, I don't know, you were probably weren't on, but they took the name of the Surgeon General, one of the first Surgeon General that was a transgender person, and her they put her old name underneath her picture. They literally took her name down and put in the name that when she was, I guess, when she was a man.
Oh
And you don't do that. That's like totally disrespectful.
no.
And
That
yet, you know,
well,
that that's where we are. So I'm just
well, you know,
after that comment about the Somalis, I mean, yeah, Somalis, I just like, oh, don't come from Finland, so I guess I need to get out of here.
yeah, you know something. To me, it's like it's gone beyond. I used to say, "Hey, if you don't respect somebody else, don't expect respect." But it's gone beyond that. And by the way, I have to say about Ken. I know Ken.
No, he's a good guy. It's just
He's a
that,
really good guy and a very intelligent guy and everything like this. But then again, Daryl, my brother and sister-in-law are very intelligent and good people.
right. It has
But
nothing to do with that. It has to do with where you were brought up and what you believe. And in
but my
many instances, it's someone is getting something for nothing, and therefore, what it's my money. Why do they get it? That kind of a thing. And
well, I
I'm
got
saying your money is going to Elon Musk and the
yeah,
17 contracts he's got,
yeah.
or young Donald who just got a couple of contracts with the
Right.
federal government. That's where your money's going. You ain't feeding no people.
But here's the thing, though. My brother and I were raised the
Hmm.
same.
Doesn't
Okay.
matter.
Where did he come? And by the way, no one in my family, no one in my family was anywhere near. I mean, first of all, I don't know if any of my in my family I think they were all Democrats. But no one was anywhere near as far over to the right, if I could say that, as my
Hmm.
brother is now. And I'm saying, what is it? Was it rebellion against the family? What is? I mean, what's going? And again, there's like a wall. There's a firewall that goes up. So I said, yeah, but I said I would say to him, Stu, you were a prosecutor, and you voted for a guy, and you were talking about no, all these people that have been prosecuted, they should be in jail, and you voted for a guy that it was convicted and didn't serve any time, and you voted for him for president, and the wall would just go up. You'd say, nah, doesn't matter. And I'm going,
That's
what?
right. He called it a long time ago. I could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and they wouldn't care. Maybe
Well,
they were all apprentice rooters or something.
well I
What
think,
I see is that Donald Trump is is the abused person that now this is just a projection. He is he's common and he's abused because he's common, and therefore he's representing someone who feels that they have been abused by the system, and the reason that the system is abusing them is because someone of color has taken their toys or something. I don't know.
I don't. You know something. I don't know either. And again, because I'll give my brother and sister-in-law one thing. They're not they're not racist, but at all, because that I couldn't talk to them.
Mhm. You have
That
to talk to him. If you don't talk to him, who's going to talk to him? Who's going to bring him around to some sense of understanding that what they're thinking isn't very rational in 2025,
there,
26,
but the
whatever
thing
it is.
is, they don't want to hear it. Now again,
Right.
they're not racist, and in other words, because when I say, hey, look, I actually said to them this a few weeks, a month ago, I said, all the generals, all the people they're firing, they're all African American or women, and he would go, no, 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 they have other people. In other words, they would find some African American guy that's still there, and that would like justify the argument. They don't they don't see it because they don't want to see it. But
Right.
what they're supporting is, I don't know. I think it's a backlash against what they considered, everything's gone too far the other way or something like that. But it hasn't.
What is
They've
this
just,
white privilege stuff? What are you talking about, white privilege? I worked my ass off my whole life. I got 27,000 businesses and still got wiped out. And hey, that's true. I'm not
right,
arguing with you on that. But when you went in to get that loan, to get that business,
right.
it wasn't the same. Let's
Well,
just put it that way.
you know what it is, Daryl, because it's like sometimes did you ever have it where you say to yourself, ah, Jesus, the whole world's again, like I'd be saying, the subway's messed up, or I'm knocked off Medicaid. Like for something, if I'm knocked off Medicaid, I'm saying, I'm a real victor. What are they victimizing me? And then I go, me? What about people that don't have Medicare also? What about people that have far less? That have nothing in the
Every
bank.
day I wake up and say I'm not in Gaza or I'm
Yeah,
not in
exactly.
Sudan,
Exactly.
right?
I'm not being bombed or something like that. And it doesn't mean that I don't have justice on my side, that I'm not
Right.
justified, but it just means that it's not like it's only me. And so, I mean, that, you know, that like I remember my grandmother once saying to me, people who have been through bad times, who are like poor, when somebody, when they get out of it, when they're no longer poor, they got to remember the other people who are. And she said, this is not brain surgery. Okay. This is just like you went through it. So you say, now I'm better off now, but that guy's still going through it. I got to help. This is not like some great philosophical elitist, intellectual thing. This is just like, hey, I know what you're going through, buddy. Let me help.
Right. And that's the piece that I don't understand. You could be making a whole lot more money by making sure that all the children ate, got educated, lived in a home, were clothed and fed, etc. Than if you spend 63,000, what is it, $63,000 a year keeping them out on Rikers Island or something like that.
Yeah.
I just and now that we have the tools to actually mentally challenge people so that they can deal with some of the pain that they went through when they were younger, or whatever misperception they have which caused them to get into trouble, why spend the money on Rikers? You know, why
I mean,
not? I don't get it.
well, if you took that $63,000 and let's say you gave it to this guy for to help his education, just what you would pay 1 year keeping him in Rikers, and then he goes after and he's making a living, right?
Right,
Well, he can buy your product, but he
right,
can't buy it from Rikers Island.
right. That's the piece that I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, I can't.
I mean, if I'm thinking that, what is Mikey Bloomberg thinking about? Right?
Uh,
Him and the 99 other
yeah.
billionaires who live in this city. And once again, I don't want your money. I don't even want your taxes. Right? I want you to explain to me why it makes sense to have a dirty, crazy city in which less than a tenth of 1% are lunatics and less than a tenth of 1% are living so high on the hog you can't even see the hoof.
Right.
Um, you know, I don't get it. Just explain to me what you get out of keeping that money or using that money the way that you're using it as compared to making sure that the place where you live, everybody is functioning so that they could buy a Bloomberg, or at least you can't buy it. Enroll in Bloomberg.
Yeah.
I
And
don't get it.
I don't get it either. I mean, I do know one thing he did. He was spending all this money on bike lanes. And I'm saying, why is he doing that? And I found out shortly afterwards because he likes riding a bike. He's
Hmm.
Bloomberg. This is he thinks everybody is in the same situation he sees it from his situation, which is what Trump does. He can't understand why people can't afford whatever they want to afford. He can't understand that. He's never been in that situation and he doesn't want to try. He thinks, hey, if in other words, it's a big deal. I was born into money, and I have my father's money, and my father gave me everything. Well, why can't people who weren't in that situation afford the same thing I can? I mean, it's like it's ridiculous, and like you say, it's counterproductive because you lose customers. If the entire world, if we get into a polarized enough economy where most people are either poor or on the verge of being poor, who is going to buy these products? I mean, if they can't afford it, if you're a real estate mogul and your apartments are all empty, where are you getting the money from? Who's giving you? I mean, what good is it? I
Once
just
again, I believe what they're betting on is that the 1/10 of 1%, because this is New York, will it'll be enough. And my concern is that unless we improve the infrastructure, uh, and I'm still tripping on the rules to get in the country. I
oh
mean, I don't know how you're gonna do tourism under those rules.
no, we're losing money already. We are losing a lot of money already because people, the word's out. Don't
Why
go to
would you
the
want to come here?
yeah. There's in other words, they say, "Oh, I want to, go to New York and see all the sights." Yeah, but you could be stopped at the border and put in a holding pen for 3 weeks, and you go, and I mean, I told this to when I was up in Canada, before I went to visit my brother. I'm up in Canada. I'm telling them. They're saying, it's a shame. I got second thoughts about going to the United States, but there's a lot I'd like to see there. And I go, it's not worth it. I told them, I said, it's not worth it. There's nothing in the United States that you're going to see that's worth risking spending 3 weeks in a cell because your papers weren't in order. I said, it is not worth it. I said, go visit another province of Canada. Go to England or something like that. I was telling them. They were saying, but you're an American, Mike. I said, yeah, I have to live there. So take my word for it. But people, you're right. The economy is going to, but you know, Daryl, I'm beginning to think that Trump and his cronies, first of all, they don't really give a damn about the United States. And I don't think they care if the country tanks as long as they keep their business, as long as they have their investments in whatever other countries they got it in. They'll say, so the country tanks. So we lose that market, but we'll be set up in these other markets. I just don't think they care. That's probably it. The real estate people, they're getting tax write-offs. There are buildings in New York that are 50% empty
Right.
because they're getting tax write-offs for it. Or they get, in other words, somebody from Saudi Arabia or something who will buy the apartment as an investment. They're not living there. They don't live there. It's
Right.
just an investment so they can do a turnaround. Meanwhile, the small businesses that depend upon people living in New York, they're beginning to tank because there's nobody. The population of these neighborhoods either either aren't there or they don't they don't shop at the small businesses or anything like that. They shop at high end places. It I really think, Daryl, we're heading for another 1970s New York situation. Remember
Yeah.
New York dropped
And
dead.
the sad part is there's no reason,
Uh-huh. There's
because
no
it wouldn't take that much to. It's interesting how easy it was, how Ken's reaction to the quote unquote free checks that people got either during COVID or after.
yeah,
And he's getting ready to do that with the farmers because of the tariffs and how they screwed around.
right.
And nobody's buying his. Oh, yeah, but there's a timing thing there. If you don't get the money in time to plant, and no
Right,
one's willing to trust you to give you the stuff to plant,
right.
it's like, hello.
He
But
he he
that's
just
where we are.
yeah, he says, I gave you the money, and he doesn't know what the term too late means. He gives it, in other words, if your business tanks, right, and
Right,
and it goes under and you lose your business, and then you get a check a year later of, $20,000 to save your business, it's too late.
right.
It
It's like all those restaurants. There was no reason for those restaurants to be closing. They
no,
could have easily provided better than PPE. Was it
right.
PPE? PPP.
Yeah,
Um,
right.
for
PP,
for those people until the um
the
after the
lockdown,
pandemic.
right.
And then if you were interested in getting something, then have them cook for people who were unable to get out and go to restaurants and stuff. There's all kinds of ways you could have done that, other
Yep,
than to give the banks the money. And if you didn't have a relationship with a bank, you didn't get any money.
right,
Like,
right. That was, I mean, that was ridiculous. And one third, supposedly one third of the restaurants in New York went under.
yeah, I could believe that. And
One,
and other stores that just
uh-huh. Yeah. Do you know, this was during Bloomberg, it got worse. I remember under Bloomberg, I walked down, I was in Brooklyn Heights,
hmm
and, and I walked down a block, and the pandemic only made this worse, far worse, but one out of every three stores was closed, and nobody else was renting it. It was just a gated storefront. Nobody, and I mean, I'm talking about for months. As a matter of fact, and then the pandemic hit. When the pandemic hit, it got worse again. And these things stay empty for years.
Yeah. Partly because of the way rent protection is for commercial business.
Right.
Gary Noll was talking about walking down Broadway the last time he was here, and just, what do
Yeah.
you got? A bank or a chain
A chain.
drugstore on every corner, and nothing in between.
Right. No small businesses. Look what happened. I remember this started under Nixon. All the candy stores. Remember, you used to have the candy stores or the luncheonettes. Every 3 blocks there'd be one. You couldn't walk a mile without seeing 6 or 7 of them. And you could go in and get an egg cream or something.
Mm-hmm.
I could walk 6 or 7 miles and not see a candy store or a luncheonette in New York. I mean, you can't the soda fountains or just a candy store. These small businesses. The only place I could see them is in a kiosk in a transit hub. That's it. I don't see any of these stores, and they all got bought out by chains. And the chains then turned it into. I remember you had the corner candy store, then you had Friendlies all over the place. Now Friendlies is gone. You got these bigger chains, and it got more and more corporatized. And the small business, the thing that would have saved capitalism, the only thing that made capitalism work was small business capitalism. Now the John F. Kennedy administration knew that. They said, if you're gonna save capitalism, you better save small business. But after he was gone, and after I guess Johnson or whatever, and starting with Nixon, they said, screw the small businesses. We're going to have big business capitalism. And I don't know what they were. Well, that's what we got now. It's all capitalism is corporate capitalism. If you're not working for the corporation, you're a long shot. So I don't know. In that sense, I could say those were the good old days, but there was a lot of other things going wrong. I mean, I was sitting there talking about how great the early 60s were. I was a little kid. Of course they were great. I wasn't going through what the adults were going through. I was a little kid. We didn't have any money, but I could play on the streets.
There you go.
I mean, there was things I could do or something. But we also forget that we were in the middle of a Cold War, where we just were beginning to have a nuclear test ban treaty, and there was a threat of nuclear war. We forget. I remember playing in the street. I don't remember, but if I think about it, I remember being, frightened that, we could be going into a nuclear holocaust, which of course we're now almost back to that situation. But yeah, I don't know. To me, mankind, human beings, have to evolve morally and ethically, and we better start doing it soon, or we're fried toast. But that's just my more cynical opinion. The main thing is because it's 1:30 in the morning, and we should try to get some sleep. But I want you to do me a favor, Daryl. Do me a favor. If I hear anything from Jim about anything that I think one might be interested, I'll send it to you. But you got to do me 2 favors. The first one is text me your email so I can just forward you emails because I don't think I know. And the second thing is take care of your health, whatever you got to do. Please, Please, whatever it
One
is.
is no problem. Two, psychologically, we're working on it.
Okay,
It's
well,
getting
look,
there.
I didn't say they were both easy favors. Okay, I made one easier. The second one, all right,
Not so much, huh?
all right, because
Oh, I'm doing it right now, Michael. I'm doing it right now.
um,
See, Michael
yeah,
Michael Jankowitz. There we go. Do that.
mhm. It
And we'll
may take
miss this.
a while for me to get it. Oh,
Yeah, I need to take some time and do my phone, learn how to use my phone. That would be really neat.
join the club. I'm
Um,
here.
no, I mean I can make money with this thing. That's the piece that I'm
Oh,
trying to understand.
oh,
Um,
oh, yeah. That's.
and is that it? That's it. Come on. What do you need to? Ah, there we go.
So did
Yeah,
you
I
text?
sent you some stuff.
Did you? Do
April
you have my
12th.
email? Wait, do you have my email?
I believe I do. Hold on a second. Let me just.
I wonder if I've got yours.
What am I? There we go. I'll give you just. I'll give you the Gmail.
Whichever one is the best one. Wait, hold it. Oh, wait, hold it. I got your
Huh.
email.
Okay.
It's
I
Daryl
just
DC McPherson, right?
tell me
That's
whether
the.
you got the. Tell me whether you got the text or not, because I got a note that they couldn't send it and then they sent it. I don't know.
I haven't gotten it yet, but I have to tell you, my text sometimes takes like 3 hours. I mean, in some cases. So I haven't received it. But is it? I just want to know. Just
Daryl McPherson, MCPH at gmail.com.
hold it, hold it. Let me just because I got two of them for you. Um, yeah, mcph at gmail.com. Okay, I've got it. So
Okay.
I will, if I get something from Jim, because you're getting the emails for NIMAS and the one from the
Yeah.
World War II discussion group.
World War II. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But if I get something from Jim, I'll forward it to you. Now, I should warn you, I'm not getting all the emails from Jim. So, you know, we're both
Yeah.
kind of in the same boat.
Well,
Um,
once again, once I get some time, how's his health doing?
yeah, Jim, he doesn't talk about it. I ask him, he says, "Oh,
Okay.
yeah, I go to the doctor. Yeah, I'll let you know." And of course, he doesn't let me know. But I imagine it's somewhat stable. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but I can't, he
Yeah.
doesn't talk about it. So what are you
And
gonna
you
do?
haven't gotten the text yet? Come on.
Daryl, I'm telling you, it's nope. But
Okay.
it doesn't matter. I've got your email, so I didn't realize I had your email.
Yeah, but I sent you a whole bunch of stuff that I thought you'd
I
be
know.
interested in.
And when
And
I
if I'm
saw
not
and I
reaching
read them,
you,
no, I looked at them, but I didn't. But when I was telling you when I told you to send me your email, I
mm,
I didn't remember it, and that's something I've been having some memory problems. I even asked my doctor. I said I'm having some memory problems, and I know I had a concussion about a year and a half, 2 years ago, and she said
oh,
it could be some residual thing, but it's probably just information overload. Because she said you don't have Alzheimer's or anything like that, but
mm-hmm.
but there's this thing where somebody told me to have some honey and hot water or tea and honey, in at night.
Lemon water, lemon's better.
And I
Lemon, apple cider vinegar,
apple cider vinegar.
honey, and then if you want to really get good into it, you can put in cinnamon and cayenne pepper.
No, I like cinnamon. I like lemon. I have a lot of lemon, but what
Mm-hmm.
doing is it's not even tea. I just make some hot water, put in some
Mm-hmm.
honey, lemon, and
Right.
an hour or
And
two.
just throw some apple cider vinegar in that.
Well, I have to go buy.
Oh, okay.
I used to have it. And I used to use it, but
Well, eventually, the next time you hit the store, I'm not going to the store ever again in life, and there is no such thing as a food desert when you can get delivery. And
well,
they
that's
take and they take EBT cards now.
oh,
So yeah, they take EBT cards, and I think the insurance companies are probably working so that they'll take over the counter cards too.
oh, okay. Well, that might
Holy cow.
what?
Oh, today's my nephew's birthday.
Oh, you
A
oh
big time
today?
drummer. He's a big
Today?
time drummer.
Oh, is he really? Your
Yeah.
family's doing well.
Starving. Running to Europe to pay the bills. Yes.
Yeah, well, that's
Eric
unfortunately
McPherson.
Eric McPherson.
Yeah.
I'll have to look up your family. So your family is very successful, artistically at least. They're artistically.
Yeah. There was, yeah. My niece, she was a bang up lawyer before she decided I ain't doing that. I'm doing capoeira. And she bought a house in Philly, and after she got the mortgage and stuff, she quit the law firm, and she's now getting into film. But however, her daughter is a dancer, taking after her grandmother. So it's
Oh,
there's folks and there's folks.
well, if she gets really well in film, tell her you know an actor. Um, like she
Yeah,
does
I
1,000.
definitely will. I'll pass you along. Of course, I
Okay.
haven't heard from them in a minute or two, so I don't know. We have a very strange family.
Now, wait a second. Hold it. How does your sister spell her name?
Saundra,
Okay. S.
McPherson, Mcpher. It was Sandra Laverne McPherson. Um, what? I guess you could look it up in Hollywood. I mean Hollywood. Broadway BD.
She never
Not
knew.
movie database. What is it? They've got the same thing they got for film. They have for Broadway. I just don't remember what the initials are. What the name
So
is.
it's Sandra Saundra
Right.
and McPher Mcpherson.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, hold it. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Now I see it. She came up as dancer. Oh yeah,
Mm-hmm.
oh yeah. Hallelujah, baby. Jeez, I remember when that first opened with Leslie Uggams.
That's right.
Yeah,
I paid some bills. Thank you very
yeah.
much.
My parents saw it, I think. Um, but
Everybody eats.
well, we hopefully.
Oh,
Well, yeah, she was in. Oh wow, I'm looking her up. Oh wait, I just lost it. Um, I was looking her up in Playbill. She's done quite a bit.
yeah, she was around for a minute. She was from, let's say, uh, biggest thing, interesting enough, was probably the Tommy Johnson Trio. Because they did a lot of work before, like, she got into the Broadway thing. But they did a lot of work. They played
Yeah,
like, I guess the chicken.
she was in the musical Jimmy also.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
What
but they
year
don't.
was that?
1969.
Yeah,
It was
okay.
Hallelujah,
That's
baby.
why. I wasn't here.
Mm,
I was serving my country
right.
on a platter.
Yeah, well, your country was serving you on a platter. Yeah, but they have.
Uh,
She has roles. They have 4 roles for her, but they only have 2 listed. I wonder why that is. Let me see. I wonder if she's got a Wikipedia. She's got an IMDb. page. No, IBDB.
You're right.
Uh,
That's what it is. IBD.
let me
She only
see.
had one film. It was Cool World.
Oh, I remember
Oh
Cool
no,
World.
two films. I'm sorry, two films. Cool World and The Wiz.
And she was in The Wiz also. Well, both
Hmm.
of those are well-known movies. Cool World was a highly acclaimed movie. Yeah, they have her here for Color Girls. Yeah, because I was wondering why that was missing. Um, but they have
You heard
for
of
Color
Cool
Girls.
World?
What? No, no, I'm just looking on IBDB. That's just
You
Broadway
said you
shows.
heard of Cool World. That's interesting because
Yeah, I saw it, I believe. Yeah, of course I saw it years ago. Um,
I don't think I saw it,
yeah, no, it was a good
which is
movie.
interesting. I'm trying to think of whether I was in the country when she did that.
You, you might not have been. You
Because I
might.
was in and out from 60. Let me see. I went in the military 67. Yeah. From 67 to 74 when I was asked to leave.
Oh, now
Another
this,
tragic.
this Broadway world only has her in one show. That's ridiculous. But they have her as appearing in the West End. Um,
Wasn't familiar with that one at all.
no, and I didn't say in what. Um, but yeah, no, it's mainly play. I looked in Playbill. They didn't have. Yeah, they. No, they have listed in the. Yeah, she's she's done well though. I mean, the only thing is, it's a funny thing is people say about acting. Um, you know, actors, for instance, they say, "Oh, wow, you were in that movie," and then a few years later, you were in another movie, and then about 5 years later, you did another movie. Wow, you must be rich, and they go, "No, because
Yeah.
the money from the first movie that was used up within a year, and then I was struggling for 2 years before the next one." They don't get it. I was once
Hey.
sitting. I once had like 4 lines on an episode of the Equalizer TV show. And that night, I was living in Brooklyn. And that night, the next day, day after it aired, I was sitting in a coffee shop, right? Just,
Hmm.
have, lunch or whatever. And this guy and his wife came over to me and said, "Wow, wow, I just saw you in the Equalizer. Wow." And he said, "What are you doing sitting here?" I said, "Well, I'm having lunch." And they said, "Yeah, but I mean, this is like a coffee shop. You should be at 5-star restaurants." And I said, "How much do you think I got paid for those 4 lines?" Now, this was in the 1980s. They
Hmm.
and they said, "I don't know. It had to be at least like $50,000." I mean, I got paid like $620 for that. I
Really?
go, yeah. I said, "No, that's not how it works. No, no."
Definitely not. That's a
Yeah,
fact.
people don't. They don't.
They don't know. Not
No,
even a clue.
no, no,
Not
they
even
don't.
half a clue.
So just the fact that your sister made her living in the arts puts her in like the top 3 percentile, or like the top 3% of performers, because I think it was 97% of my union doesn't make a decent living. When I say what is it, a
Right?
above poverty level living?
You gotta bust your ass just to get your coverage
Yeah,
for healthcare.
yeah, yeah, and that
So
is
that's no joke.
yeah, it's extremely difficult. They don't seem to realize it. They read about 100 actors that are in the news. They don't realize there's like 100,000 actors and singers and dancers who are not only not in the news, but they're hardly working. So it's
Once again, we could set the system up so that it actually worked for everybody.
and
I mean, there was a time in which you couldn't, but now you can.
but in Holland, back I don't know if Holland is still like this, but in the Netherlands,
Uh,
every this was back in the 90s, I think. Every artist, actor, dancer, painter, singer, whatever, musician, they would get a guaranteed minimum income from the government.
right. Universal basic income.
Right. But if there was a job, in other words, if they weren't working at a job, they were
Hmm.
contributing, and the government said, we want you to do this show for this, high school out in wherever, um,
Right.
they would have to take that job
Right.
unless they had another one. But that wasn't a problem for artists. I mean, if you're a musician and you say, well, you got to play for these kids and these third graders, fine. You're going to pay me? Yeah. Still
Right.
my music and I'm playing for kids. Well, they got to do it in the senior community. Great. That's why I'm in the arts to give this to people. So I mean, if the Netherlands can do it, why can't the United States? Well, the same reason the United States doesn't do 90%.
Anything,
Yeah, that it should.
you
Right.
know, it's the whole entitlement thing,
Yeah.
right? Oh, we spend X amount of money on entitlements. You damn well better, because I'm
Yeah.
entitled to my Social Security. I'm
Mhm.
entitled to Medicare. I paid for it.
Yeah.
What's the story?
I mean,
And I didn't even get decent interest on it, considering the time in which I worked. Can up to it's all. And then when you really look at it, Mike, this whole paper and rock
yeah.
symbolism for money, this adoration of gold, this is stable. Hello, it's only stable because everybody accepts it. I mean, it's no different than the tulips. I mean, get
Yeah.
a life. The only thing you have is your work.
Yeah.
That's what's valued. And when people don't value your work anymore, what are you supposed to do? Starve to death? Well, it appears that that's what you got in mind
Yeah.
because you're not making any other provisions. So,
Yeah.
so we need to have a major change in how people think so that all this talk about free this, free that. No, it's not free.
It's not free. We pay.
Yeah, you paid for it, and you want to pay forward to make sure everyone.
Hmm.
So, for instance, right now, I could be contributing something to somebody. I just need a hookup. You know,
Well,
and
you got,
and why make it hard? Why not make it easy? You got all these networks and all this stuff.
and it's
You know.
funny what you were saying before because about gold. One time I said to my father, because my grandfather he had a job delivering comic books. It wasn't much of a living, but
Hmm.
comic books left over and he'd give it to my brother and me. So we had like 3,000 comic books. Well,
Wow.
when I turned 12, my brother was 16. My father said, okay, from now on, you read books. We don't need these comic books here.
Oh
Well,
no, he didn't throw them out, did he?
he left us with about 100, maybe 150, threw the rest out. And years later, decades later, I said, Dad,
I
you
hope he
realize,
didn't live to see it.
oh, yeah, he
He
lived to
did?
see. I said, Dad, some of those comics, I mean, most of them weren't worth that much, but still, I said, 3,000 comics, you probably threw out, $100,000 at least.
Mm-hmm.
I said, you know what they were?
Mm-hmm.
But my father made a good point. He said, look, if everybody didn't throw them out, they wouldn't be worth anything. He was right.
He's right.
The only reason they were worth something is because
It's
people threw them out.
yeah.
There weren't that many left. So, gold and all this stuff is only worth, something that's rare is only worth money because it's rare. It's not because it has some innate worth. Now, comic books, you could say the artwork was good. Coins,
Mhm.
there's some silver in them or something. Stamps, there are people who really value stamps, but there's some people who just collect this stuff because they're going to resell it and it's worth something. And they do the same thing with apartments in New York.
Mhm.
Just buy an apartment. They're not going to live there because they're going to turn it over and try to make a profit on it. It's just a commodity. But that's not what it was designed for. It was designed for somebody to live in it. And people forget that. They forget the purpose of the thing, the purpose for which it was made. And that's where I think one of the areas we got all screwed up. Because when it's all about money and it's not about the thing itself, or like you said, the job, the work, when it's just a commodity, I mean, we're sunk, we're doomed. But again, that's my opinion. But anyway, now I'm beginning to ramp. Um, it's getting towards 2. I want you to get some sleep. I want
Yep.
me to get some sleep also. But Daryl,
Been a
I got
pleasure.
your email. So all you got to do is the hard one. Just take care of your health, please.
I'm getting
Please.
interested. I'm getting interested. I'm getting closer.
All right.
So it's
I
all
mean,
good. It'll happen. I
okay.
may not be going. I may not. I may not take the step of going out anytime soon until spring, but
Well, if you get a lighter day, an easier day, yeah, I know the weather hasn't been exactly conducive here, but
I had the
I
whole summer, and but
you didn't.
it's all good. It's mostly it's the exercise, and I have never in my whole life. Kids used to rib me. I would like stay up late at night and get up, and they'd say, "Come on, man, it's time to play football, man. Come on, come on, come on." And I just say, "Yeah, yeah, I'm coming." Watching Navy Log and West Point on Saturday, and on one of those channels, channels 2, I think.
Navy Yard,
5 o'clock in the
Navy Yard.
morning to watch the Army. Did you ever do that, or was it on back
No,
when you were young?
I used to get up at 6 a.m. and
Hmm.
watch the big pic. I'm coughing on something. The big picture. You remember the big picture?
Yeah, that's it. The big picture. Woo. Hello.
It's on at 6 a.m. I remember or
Hmm.
6:30, and then I used to at the end of the day, sometimes if I would stay up because remember that it used to be that TV stations would go off the air at 1 or 2 in the morning.
Yep.
I would stay up, and when they went off the air, sometimes they would show footage of the Blue Angels, because they would play the Star Spangled Banner or something, but they would show
Hmm.
Blue Angels or the Thunderbirds, and I would like stay up so I could see it, see if I could.
Hmm.
I remember Navy Log and of course Victory at Sea. Um, yeah, I used to watch those things.
I used to have that album.
Victory at Sea, yeah,
Yeah,
that was a popular album.
that
Because,
surely was.
yeah, I think Richard Rogers wrote the music, and yeah, I think we had that album also. Um,
Yeah.
it was, those and some of them were pretty good. They had some good episodes.
Yeah.
I mean, the
West
big
Point and what else?
they
It's
were,
a whole bunch of World
yeah.
War stuff.
When I was a little kid, there was a show on. called Air Force. It was only on for one season or something, but it was like a half-hour documentary show, and they would show something about the history, like World War I or World War II or Korea
Mm-hmm.
time. There was no Vietnam then, or we were just getting into it. Um, and and then they would show the modern Air Force and something. And I loved that show. I was just a little kid. I was like, 5 years old or 4 years old, and I'd say I want to watch Air Force. My parents are probably saying, "What are we raising?" Um, we were
Oh, all right, Michael.
all right. Get some sleep and think about the doctor. Think about it.
No, I know who I want to go to. I can't afford to go to that person, so
Oh, okay. Well,
um,
yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna settle and move through. Stay well. If you get a chance,
Hmm.
I should send it to you and see if you get it. I was listening to a John Mersheimer
Yeah,
earlier, and he was
yeah.
talking about the Chinese Navy. Ah, come on, don't be like that. See, it was showing oh, I know how I do it. I go here and I go here, I go here, and I'm sending it to you in messages. Anyway,
Mhm.
the Chinese did this maneuver with two, maybe three destroyers through this really narrow strait, and it's someplace that people avoid and all that kind of stuff. Done.
When was this?
I'm not going to take a couple of days ago,
Really?
and what is it? Who's got South China Sea? What is that CENTCOM? Anyway, they were freaking out, and the Australians adjusted their naval deployments. And hold on a second, let me see if I'm gonna take a picture of this because I'm not gonna I'm not gonna be I don't key fast enough to make
Hmm.
it worthwhile. Let me see if I got it all. I think I can include the picture and you'll get the drift. It's in you. This app doesn't allow screenshots. Oh, come on. Anyway, it's what China did at sea has the U.S. stunned. John Mersheimer, and it's dated today, December 10th. Doesn't say when. Doesn't even say actually. It doesn't even say where. Because I was thinking about the strait, the strait
Yeah.
between China and Taiwan,
Right, right.
but well, let me let you go. I wish I could take this picture. Anyway, you'll find it. China just did this. Is the breaking news, John Mersheimer? If you, but I'm sending you the URL without
Okay.
any caption because my keying is. Oh, I could record it. Where is it? How do you record?
You
Come
you you
on.
you're way above my pay grade.
No, yeah, my nephew showed me this. You can record. Let me see. Hold on just one second and I'll just send it. I see I've got the place where you can pick up your gallery and I can take a picture. Let's see, what is this plus? Ah, here we go. Where's record? There's so many things. Voice recorder. Can I do that? Well, let me do that. Disney app.
But you got me
I got,
I can't
I
help
got
you.
unable to record during call. You stink.
Do it.
I'll just
Do it.
send it to you and you can figure it out. Tell me whether you get it or not, though. Send me a text back. Like I said, it's breaking news. John Mersheimer, China just did this,
Are you
and it was
emailing
yesterday.
or texting it
I
to me?
I texted it to you.
Okay, wait a second. Hold it. Don't go anywhere. I have not, my text may be held up because I'm on the Zoom meeting. I don't know. Because I still haven't gotten your first text. Are you sending it to 646-506-6184?
Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
646-506-6184.
Yeah, that's me. Um,
Yeah, but it could be that I'm sending it someplace where you're not looking. Are you looking at messages?
yeah, I'm looking at my
The
text.
old one or the new one?
You know what? It could be because I'm on the Zoom call.
No,
So
because I'm on Zoom. Come on, give me a
right.
break.
Yeah.
Um, are you the messages that you are using? Is
Mhm.
it blue background with white caption box and three blue dots, or is it the blurry one, which I don't see here?
No, all I got is Google Messages. This is where I get all my
Ah, yeah, that's what. Okay, that's why. Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
text messages.
Let
You
me
also
see
have to make
where
sure
is
it went
Google
out.
Maps.
'Cause sometimes I send a text, I press send, but it doesn't go out, and then it says send as an SMS thing, and I have to press it again, and it's arbitrary.
Hold on. I gotta set this as the default. Uh, oh gosh, I have so much stuff. 2 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Okay.
Mark Yaki. Oh, that was from Alex. Hold on a second.
Alex sends some bizarre text sometimes.
Oh, it did go. Not sent. Check options.
Right.
Not sent. None of this stuff is sent. Well, the
Check.
older stuff is sent. Okay, do you show my name? Well, let me send it again.
Send it again, but press options to check options, and then it might say send as SMS text or something like
No,
that.
I was sending it to a text that you didn't that you weren't looking at.
Okay.
Next.
No, that's
Sit. Oh, that's really nice. They added the YouTube thing.
what.
You should have it by now.
Okay. No, that's not it. Hold it. Message. I'm just.
There you go. Incoming video call. Do I really have to take a video call?
So my phone listening to me. Hold it. I still haven't gotten your text. Daryl? Let me see.
You still there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can now. You called me on video.
Yeah, did you hang up? Because that was a
Yeah.
mistake trying to get to the messages. And
All right. Life goes on as we knew it.
yeah, but
I'm
wait,
gonna go back there.
give me one.
Let's see. It went this time, so you should have it.
Okay.
Waiting to connect. Check options. Okay, we'll look at that. No, you don't have it yet. It's still sending.
Yeah, check the options because there may be
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. It's still, both of them are still sending. So in the morning,
yeah,
if it's
yeah,
not
don't give it
there, check out John. Like I said, check out.
a yeah.
I sent it in both uh, mm, messages. One Google message, the other messages.
You know
Um,
when I'll get it, Daryl? I'll get it after I find the article on my own. Then I'll receive your text. Believe me.
certainly,
It's
yeah.
always
It
uh,
should. And the last thing that I have for you is I sent you something on April 12th.
really?
That's interesting. Yeah, April 12th. I sent you two short
Um,
audios, and
yeah,
Channel 13 had something on Make It Funky.
right,
We want the funk.
right. That was April 10th, and I
Yeah,
have
you got it?
April 12th. Yeah, I have those.
Okay, so at least, all right. So you'll get these when you get them, or you won't get them because you already have the email. And I don't
Uh,
know why it's doing that. I need to look into the bill anyway. I'm getting ill for this phone, and let's see if I can get back my numbers from Verizon. Oh, there's so much work to do.
uh, you join the club. I
Yeah,
mean, and I've been trying to put off a lot of the stuff that's a pain in the ass from day to day to day. But tomorrow or Friday, by the end of the week, I got to do it. So
that's the
I'm
fact, Jack. I keep saying that, and
yeah.
it will
Uh,
happen when it happens. Let me see if he's on tonight.
I'm
No, I don't know. All right, Mike.
all right.
I gotta
We're
find
gonna
you
do
and zoom out. What happened
all
to
right.
Ken?
Who knows? He probably fell asleep. He's still on the call.
I
So
know he's muted. He's got a coffee cup. What does the coffee cup mean?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I can't. Nope. He's not. No response. All right. He'll realize we're gone by tomorrow morning. Uh,
Alrighty.
all right, buddy. Get some sleep.
Prosper.
Yes. Live long and prosper. Right. Um,
Uh,
and I'll let you know when I get the stuff or if I hear from Jim. But
mm-hmm.
try to do the
Tell him
hard thing.
Tell him I'm praying for him. I don't know, man. I think he would do really well getting those people together, interviewing Charlie Brown and Lisa Franchetti, and there's about four or five of them that I'd like to see in a forum talking about, because until I started hanging out with you guys, I didn't understand logistics. I didn't know anything about logistics, even though I was in the Air Force. And without logistics, nothing happens.
Yep. That's what they
And that's
said.
why I wanted to see that thing on. So does Greg record any of that stuff, or is it
Yeah.
in a file somewhere?
He's been putting it on a YouTube channel. I just
Oh,
don't know.
okay.
You'd have to look it up because I don't know
I'll look it up. I'll look it
how
up.
to get
I'll
to
look it
YouTube.
up. I'll look it up.
But he's
Not
been
that I
doing.
have time to do it because I'm supposed to be doing. Michael, go to bed.
No, what you're supposed to be doing is taking care of your health.
Yeah.
And that's the last time I'll nudge you about it. that a word?
Keep
Yeah.
nudging. It's all right. Keep nudging.
All right. Then I'll keep it up. But just
Once again, I know where to go and I know what I need to do. I just don't have the capital. And the reason I don't have the capital is because it's a valley, and, you know,
it's a reason none
I'll
of
get
us have.
there.
Yeah.
All
Exactly.
right, I'm leaving.
All right. Okay.
1, 2, 3,
Good.
bang. Up.
Take care, buddy. Bye bye.